Good evening. I'm Kim Melnick, Chair of the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach, Virginia, and I hereby call this meeting to order at 6:02 p.m. on this 23rd day of January 2023. Thank you to everyone who is joining us in person and online. If you would please join me in a moment of silence. And please stand as you are able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, your turn.
Okay, we will now have our recognitions. So we have Mr. Culpepper reading first.
Our first recognition this evening is for Virginia Art Education Association Middle School Art Educator of the Year. Please welcome Jen Lazon. Mrs. Lazon has done amazing work here in Virginia Beach as a teacher and a professional artist. Through her teaching style, she and her students work collaboratively, it's a tough word today, collaboratively to create art and learn and grow together. Her out-of-the-box thinking and lesson ideas make her well respected by her students. She goes above and beyond to teach art educators through professional development classes and workshops. Mrs. Lazon has worked on several committees for the Fine Arts program, including the Middle School Curriculum Committee, where she has developed tools and resources to align with the new state standards. She has also represented middle school teachers on the Fine Arts Steering Committee. Thank you, Mrs. Lazon, for living and breathing art education in your teaching and leadership. Congratulations, we are proud of you.
Yes. Ms. Manning?
Ms. Manning. you
Ms.
can proceed
Manning?
now.
Can you let Ms. Manning know that she's,
Miss Manning's having a hard time hearing anything. She just
Okay.
texted me, so I don't know if there's a glitch or what's going on.
Okay. Would somebody else want?
yeah, why don't we have somebody else read? Thank you. Miss Martin would be next. Miss Martin's next.
Okay, our next recognition this evening is for Shape America's 2024 Southern District Elementary Physical Education Teacher of the Year. Please welcome James Grassano. Mr. Grassano teaches at Corporate Landing Elementary School. As part of the selection criteria, the Shape America Elementary Physical Education Teacher of the Year must meet the following requirements. Conduct a comprehensive and diverse physical education program according to Shape America's national standards and other best practices. Engage in culturally responsive instructional practices and advocate for the physical education profession. Previously, Mr. Grassano was the Shape America State Award winner. Now he is the Southern District Award winner and moves on to the national competition. We wish him the best, and we are so fortunate to have Mr. Grassano on our health and physical education team at VBCPS. Congratulations, we are so proud of you.
Next, we have Paula Hernandez. Ms. Hernandez is our citywide Teacher of the Year. Ms. Hernandez is a kindergarten teacher at W.T. Cook Elementary School. You're after my heart. I love kindergarten. From an initial pool of 87 Teachers of the Year, the Division Selection Committee visited the classrooms of selectees and interviewed finalists to determine Ms. Hernandez as the winner. Committee members identified educators who are inspirational to all backgrounds and abilities, exceptionally dedicated and skilled classroom teachers, and highly respected by their students and peers. Ms. Hernandez has been teaching for 14 years, 6 of them with VBCPS. As a dual language immersion teacher, Ms. Hernandez spends 80% of her instructional day teaching in Spanish. She established the two-way Spanish dual immersion program at Cook Elementary to close academic gaps among English language learners and instill a deeper appreciation for diverse cultures. Originally from Colombia, Ms. Hernandez's family migrated to the United States during her childhood, seeking better living conditions and work opportunities. She's taught her students how to cook Colombian arepas. Arepas, is that right? While applying lessons on culture, math, writing, and science. She will join the city's other Teachers of the Year at a banquet on January 25th at the Hilton Virginia Beach Oceanfront. Congratulations, Ms. Hernandez. We are so proud of you. This concludes the school board recognitions for this evening.
Okay, this brings us to the adoption of the agenda. Are there any modifications to the agenda as presented? Mrs. Weems.
Yes, I would like to add an item to the action portion, and it is the resolution of commitment to an investigation of a Region 2 recovery school that I all gave you at our break. So again, I would like to add that to our action.
Okay, so that'll be number B, action B for the recovery school resolution. Does anybody else have any? I have a few myself. Okay, I'm looking right at you, Ms. Brown. Yes.
So I would like to move that we suspend bylaw 147C2 for tonight's meeting to allow those persons who were signed up to speak at the January 9th, 2024 school board meeting to make comments that they would have made at the January 9th, 2024 meeting at tonight's meeting, and then to proceed with the speakers who signed up for tonight's meeting, which can include those persons who already spoke regarding January 9th, 2024.
Okay. And I can get you a copy of that too, Ms. Toniato? Yes, we are. But I do need a second first. She did. She moved. And nobody pushed a button, so I took it the old-fashioned way. Sorry. I got Miss Owens. Yep. Yep. To suspend bylaw 147. Yep. Miss Owens? All right, any discussion? Yes. All right, Ms. Anderson.
So our bylaw states that during a meeting, people who speak may only speak one time. And I understand it's really nice to be able to allow the speakers who did not get a chance to speak at the January 9th meeting. I understand the reasoning for you asking to allow them to speak tonight twice. However, we have a bylaw, and we need to be sticking to our bylaws, or we're setting a bad precedent. So I am voting against this for that reason.
Okay, anybody else? So, Ms. Owens?
Thank you. And typically, I would be in agreement with sticking to the bylaws, but I also believe there's a reason why our bylaws have wiggle room, but it takes more more of us to make that vote happen. In situations that are unusual and extreme and unexpected, where we have speakers come to the building ready to speak, and we have some kind of a uncontrollable situation like the weather or a bomb threat or something that we then turn people away who came after work or from wherever they were coming to come speak to us. I believe that's a situation that we should make an exception. It would be different if it was, they just had a lot to say and they were signing up twice. And I would want that for any speakers, whether they are coming to say something that I think I want to hear or something that is going to be against what I'm presenting. And so I think it's important to allow these speakers who made their way to come speak previously to have their moment to share what they came to share. Thank you.
Thank you. And in addition, you know, this is why policies are made. Things happen, and we didn't have anything that necessarily addressed this. And so after this, I'll actually be asking the Policy Review Committee to just to review this and bring their recommendation back to the board. All right, any further comments? All right, seeing none, the voting board's open.
Madam Chair, could I get clarification on what we're voting on? Are we voting on
yes.
Ms. Weems' amendment, or are we voting on the bylaw change? Because seems like we have two motions.
Okay, so we had one motion, and that motion was to suspend bylaw 147 for tonight's meeting to allow those persons who were signed up to speak at the January 9th meeting to make comments that they would have made at the January 9th meeting, and then proceed with speakers who signed up for tonight's meeting, which can include those persons who have already spoken regarding the January 9th meeting.
Okay,
Does that
what
make
about
sense?
Ms. Weems' motion that she made to amend the agenda?
I'm sorry? Yes, it was accepted without comment. We haven't, we're still adding to the adoption of the agenda. There's a couple more.
Okay, that seems out of order, but okay.
All right. All those in favor, the voting board is open.
Ms. Manning has her hand raised. Ms. Manning?
Yeah, I'm sorry my open meetings isn't working. I'm going to have to log out and log back in again. I vote yes.
Okay, I will add your vote of aye. Okay. So, Madam Chair, the motion did pass. We have 9 ayes and 2 nays.
Thank you. Okay, I'd also like to add to the agenda the approval of the third amendment of the TFJG Canopy LLC purchase agreement. And so that addition would be C. Under action, it would be action C. Any objections to that?
What it is again?
It is the approval of the third amendment of the TFJG Canopy LLC purchase agreement. Right. From the Franklin Johnston Group. Are you good? All right. And I'd also like to add to action D, the announcement of our new superintendent. So A is the personnel report, B is the recovery school, C is the approval of the third amendment, and D is the announcement of the new superintendent. Any comments? All right, seeing none, the voting board is open.
Ms. Manning, how do you vote on the adoption of the agenda as amended?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 11 ayes, so the motion did pass for the adoption of the agenda as amended.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to our superintendent's report and recognition. Dr. Robertson, we look forward to your report and recognitions.
Okay, waiting for Regina. Yep. All right, so good evening, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. Here are a few items of interest for you and our families. I'm pleased to announce that Virginia Beach City Public Schools is one of 12 school divisions being awarded the School-Based Mental Health Services Grant from the Virginia Department of Behavioral Health and Development Services for the 23-24 school year. This $393,000 grant will support our students, staff, and families by strengthening school-based mental health resources within the multi-tiered systems of support framework. The funding will help expand our work with community partners to provide additional mental health and substance use disorder services, including training for staff, parents, and school-based mental health advocates. This may include offering teletherapy for students and their families and school-wide calming spaces in select schools. The grant will also help us scale up our current school-based services by offering more flexible clinical capacity beyond the scope of school-based personnel. This may include expanding our work with the Virginia Beach Child and Youth Behavioral Health's Rapid Response Program and the Children's Hospital of the King's Daughters Bridge Program. Earlier I mentioned school-wide calming spaces. I'd like to share with you this short video about the Zen Den at Rosemont Forest Elementary, which helps students process their emotions in positive ways.
The Zen Den at Rosemont Forest Elementary School is a safe space for students and staff, a room where they practice self-regulation and coping skills. When students arrive to the Zen Den, there is a check-in process, their name, their teacher's name, and then they tell me what zone they're in. We use zones for students to be self-aware of how they're feeling at that moment. I give them a timer for 10 to 15 minutes so then they can appropriately move throughout the stations. So if someone chooses that they're in the red zone, that means that they're feeling angry. Hopefully they're choosing a station to work through those emotions, to self-regulate. We have the Peace Corner, the sensory space, our creation station allows students to be imaginative, and then movement minutes. Each station is based on different inputs, sensory stimulation, motor skills, tactile. A lot of times the students know which coping skill they would need to practice. Deep breathing, if it's mindfulness. Other times students have no idea, and so we're pointing them in the right direction.
Love it. By the end of the day, I'll bring it back to you guys.
From the spring to the fall, the Panorama SEL survey data went up 2 points in the emotion regulation category. The Zen Den had a lot to do with that. We are using PBIS and the Zen Den as a reward for students. So they're just able to come in and explore, and we're seeing that 31% of our students are using the Zen Den. Here at Rosemont Forest Elementary, in our Zen Den, we can do hard things, and it's gonna be all right.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of visiting the Zen Den, and I didn't want to leave. But it's a great example of our students practicing self-regulation and coping skills, and I commend the staff at Rosemont Forest Elementary for creating environments that foster student well-being. Congratulations to Diamond Springs Elementary School on being awarded the Virginia Department of Education Governor's Scorecard Bronze Award. Diamond Springs is the only school in the state to receive this distinction during the most recent award period. Brookwood Elementary was also recognized with a participation award. The Governor's Scorecard Program awards initiatives that promote a culture of health and wellness through food quality, participation in meal programs, health and physical education, and physical activity. Diamond Springs does a great job promoting our scratch cooking menu items, leading to high meal participation by students. Cafeteria manager Heather Henry provides nutritious education as part of her lunch periods and partners with teachers to educate students on healthy eating, culinary careers, and kitchen responsibilities. She uses local produce and frequently showcases scratch meals on the school's social media. Diamond Springs also has Wellness Wednesdays to promote staff stress-relieving walks around campus. The Virginia Department of Education School Nutrition Programs Director will make a special visit to the school later this year to celebrate this achievement. On Saturday at Cox High School, the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion hosted the 16th Annual African American Male Summit. The summit commemorates Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. with sessions for more than 350 young men about student leadership, community involvement, relationship building, and physical and mental well-being. Parents also participated in their own breakout sessions. The theme of the conference this year was the power of infinite hope. Just before the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination in 1968, he said, "We must accept finite disappointment, but never lose infinite hope." Virginia delegates Michael Fagans and Alex Askew and Senator Aaron Rouse, along with our very own Executive Director of High Schools, Dr. Walter Brower, participate in a lively panel discussion, and we'd like to thank our staff, volunteers, and community partners for supporting this event. The program Coats for Kids and Books Too was a big success on January 16th at the Plaza Annex. About 180 families received much-needed coats and donated books. This program was possible through a partnership with Wavy TV 10, United Way of Southampton Roads, J-Dog Junk Removal, Papa John's, and Office of Family and Community Engagement. And I'd also like to thank the 21 students and 10 adults who had volunteered at the event. And then finally, we just finished celebrating Virginia School Principals Appreciation Week. And I could not have led the division through the first half of this school year without our principals' steadfast commitment to the values of VBCPS. It was great to watch our staff and families express on social media and in person their thanks to our principals last week. Our community partners donated more than $1,300 in gift cards to give to our principals. And a special thanks to these businesses: Coastal Edge, Fuddruckers, Dave & Buster's, iFly, the Adventure Park at Virginia Aquarium, Nando's Peri Peri Chicken, Lucky Oyster, Buffalo Wild Wings, Nothing Bundt Cakes, Norfolk Waterside Sheraton, and Taste Unlimited. Thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson. All right, now on to the approval of the meeting minutes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we have administrative recognitions.
Oh, you said you were ready.
Yep,
Sorry.
I'm just messing with my man Tom over there.
Okay.
So we do have an administrative recognition. Yes, I was messing with Tom earlier. So I want to start with Krista Clark to continue to mess with Tom. And we're proud that you've approved our recommendation for Krista Clark to be the new principal at Pembroke Meadows Elementary School.
Yay.
And Krista, I see you have guests. Okay, congratulations.
Nice.
Thank you very much. We're also pleased that you've approved our recommendation for Tom Quinn to be the new Executive Director in the Executive Director of Secondary Teaching and Learning in the Department of Teaching and Learning. Mr. Quinn. And I know you have guests.
I do, where it all began. I got my mom, Wendy Quinn, and my wife, Cecile Quinn, my daughter, Michaela, and my son.
Nice.
Congratulations. And thank you to the families for the time you're about to give.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now on to the approval of the meeting minutes. Are there any modifications to the January 9th, 2024 organizational regular school board meeting minutes as presented? All right, seeing none, I call for a motion to approve the January 9th minutes as presented. Motion by Ms. Weems, second by Ms. Brown. It's on the board, sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna try. So, you're not there, okay. All right, any discussion? All right, the voting board is open.
Madam Chair, we have 11 ayes for the approval of the minutes. The motion did pass.
Thank you. So for everyone in the audience, we have a new system, a new computer system for our voting now, and our motions and our seconds, and we've been raising our hands for so long that it's just a little bit of a learning curve again for us. Okay. The school board will now hear public comments on matters relevant to pre-K through 12 public education in Virginia Beach and the business of the school board and the school division from citizens and delegations who signed up with the school board clerk prior to noon today. The purpose for the public comment section of the school board agenda is for the school board to offer an orderly forum to receive public comments during the school board meeting. I'd like to remind everyone attending tonight's meeting, this includes those on the dais, those in the audience and online, to please speak with respect and kindness. The school board also invites the public to submit comments through our group email account, which can be found on our website. Madam Clerk, please introduce the first speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first speaker is a student speaker, Chase Utley. Is Chase here? No. We'll move on to our next speakers. We have Dan Chang, Paula Chang, and Diane Muscovac.
With all due respect and kindness, since I'm going to follow that bylaw. Salutations, Mrs. Melnick and Mrs. Franklin. Happy National School Choice Week. I didn't see a resolution on the agenda for that. How it must feel, Mrs. Franklin, to have sold out for a title. You must realize that all those who supported you in your bid for the school board know that they have been betrayed. They know that through their votes on the board, and this was cemented forever at the last meeting. You must also be aware that all those on the board who voted for you last week and their constituents know they now control you. Your only path forward for re-election is through them. No one will trust you. Mrs. Melnick, Code of Virginia, Chapter 31, Conflict of Interest Act. Prohibited contracts by members of school boards, members saying school board who have personal interest in any contracts in his school board. The following comments are to be considered. In August 2021, Mrs. Melnick recused herself from discussions on the PPEA due to conflicts of interest which she stated Premier Mill Works and Lumber, her husband's company, had subcontracted with SB Ballard. While Mrs. Melnick did recuse herself from voting, she did not, I do not think, recuse herself from discussion. Is it ethical to be involved in any discussions or decisions regarding the PPEA with SB Ballard? On May 20th, or 23 May 2023, Mrs. Melnick was assigned to the school board PPEA Planning Advisory Team, as she removed herself from this advisory team. As chair of the VB School Board, should Ms. Melnick relinquish the gavel as chair during all discussions and decisions on the PPEA? Should members of the school board refuse to discuss the PPEA or SB Ballard contracts with Mrs. Melnick or her family? Mrs. Melnick's husband, George, sits on the board of directors for Virginia Beach Vision with Justin Ballard, who I respect for his service to our country as a Marine. He is the Vice President of Business Development at SB Ballard Construction. The Virginia Beach Vision Board is designed to advance the region's future development, prosperity, and quality of life. So if I understand this correctly, Mrs. Melnick's husband sits on this board with Mr. Ballard, with whom Mr. Melnick has worked before. The same Mr. Ballard who is seeking a $700 million contract with the VB School Board. All the while, Mrs. Melnick is chair of the school board, which would award $700 million contract to SB Ballard. I'm not disparaging anyone, but the appearance of conflict of interest should require you to step away. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Paula Chang, Diane Muscovac, and then Matthew Cody Connor.
So I'm going to continue with the same kind attitude. I'll speak about the superintendent search and the school board leadership and entitle this Leadership or Minionship. And I didn't realize that the superintendent was going to be announced tonight or that it had been chosen. But this division recently shed its skin of the reptilian leadership of Aaron Spence, who moved to Loudoun County, but while here, directed this school board as his own minion handmaidens. So enraptured with him that you voted for the chair the next 2 years after he was weakened and after he left, as the two women who supported him and his principles as chair and recently a vice chair. He also appeared to choose and groom administrative leadership people below him in his philosophies and his leadership style. The public is not allowed to know who has applied to replace him yet. A reasonable assumption is that some Spence administrators may have applied. If so, will you choose a Spence minion for superintendent or a true leader to bring this division to the new change that it actually needs? Under Spence, this board, there was severe and likely uncoverable learning loss. He appeared controlling and bullying, and one summer was missing for weeks at a time without any reasonable explanation to the public. Under him, in addition to skyrocketing prices and disintegrating buildings, we saw the sexualization of children, a system where political agendas and dividing of groups was paramount. We saw chaos with critical race theory, social emotional learning, and surveys. Our foyers were filled with questionable veracity or accuracy. There was a dichotomy of teachers and parents one group who expressed their fears on opposition to what was happening in the schools under Spence and what would happen to them when they spoke out, and other employees more in alignment with his agenda who would speak here about their politics and their sexuality. Legal, absolutely. Appropriate, very questionable. In his arrival in Loudoun County, we've seen what is interpreted as a cover-up of fentanyl overdoses this past autumn in the schools. Actual overdoses, some with CPR. Now Daily Wire reporter Luke Rosiak is suing the Loudoun County for serious Freedom of Information Act violations in October of 2023 regarding payouts to family of a child sexually assaulted in the school in a previous year prior to him being there. But it makes you wonder, what has he taught here? So over the years, we've watched his senior leadership of the Virginia Beach Public Schools learn their trade at the feet of Aaron Spence. We've observed their bullying, we've observed their tactics, and we've heard reports from teachers. We have seen the behavior of his administrative minions and hope that anyone who is groomed by their trade by Spence will not be allowed to replace him as superintendent. If so, you've made the full transition from his handmaiden to a well-groomed czar. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Diane Muscovak, Matthew Cody Connor, and then Natasha Lamel.
Let's get to the heart of the matter. The lives of our children depend on us getting to the heart of the gun violence in our schools. Currently, schools are doing a good job deterring gun violence. While the actions that are being implemented are good, these actions are also the result of taking the lives of innocent school-age children in the past. In other words, the actions are reactive. What if we were to make a more proactive approach, fostering change in the hearts from an early age, say like kindergarten? How do we do this, you ask? We do this by putting God back into our schools. Every person on this planet needs a moral compass. Teaching students about Christianity and its positive influence on American culture is not only possible, it's legal and a legitimate academic pursuit for public schools. You see, when God left our schools in 1962, guns entered. So what if history class went something like this? The last 2 months, we reviewed a brief synopsis of the 2 Jefferson Bibles. We also found out that in 1886, the Library of Congress bought Jefferson's moral teachings from his great-grandson. Then in 1902, a congressman, John Lacey, out of Iowa, read this and thought it was the greatest collection of moral teachings the Library of Congress had ever seen. So he started writing op-eds about Jefferson's Bibles. Then, in 1904, Congress took it and reprinted the Jefferson Bibles and gave a copy to every member of Congress for the next 50 years and said, if you will live by these moral teachings, you won't have ethical problems, you won't have corruption, etc. So this is what is called the Jefferson Bibles today. Because the book is a reproduction of Jefferson's own notes, it's called The Life and Morals of Jesus of Nazareth. In it has the great commands. Love God with all your heart, with all your soul, and all your mind. It includes forgiving your enemies, kindness to enemies, and this kindness includes telling the truth in love. It's got 81 moral teachings, and that's the Jefferson Bibles. This brief 3-minute synopsis will be continued in March, and hopefully I'll be done with Jefferson in March. And we can move on to another president. Until then, my ask is for us to team up to start changing the hearts of people one at a time. I couldn't help but see the Zen Den. That's a good idea. But did you know that guidance for processing feelings that are on the inside of everyone, it is not new. It's been around for 2,000 years, and it is written in the Word of God. So I hope you all have a joyful, or are having a joyful New Year. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matthew Cody Connor, and for reference, Speaker 5 had to cancel. And then it'll be Natasha Lamel, and then Nicola Smith.
Good evening. You can be prosecuted in a federal court of law as an adult at the age of 13. You can be tried as an adult in the state of Virginia at the age of 14. And in some states as young as 10 years old. If someone is old enough to be held accountable as an adult in a court of law for their actions, they're old enough to decide who they are and to have their right to privacy protected. You've expanded parental rights way beyond what they really are with this perception of a universal parental bond based in unadulterated love and support that's a fantasy. It's a fantasy as long as 1 in 7 children in our country are the victims of neglect and abuse. It's a fantasy when that number jumps to 1 in 3 for our LGBTQ children. It's a fantasy when over 77% of that abuse comes from parents. Your inability to acknowledge the reality that many of our children live in has put thousands of your students in harm's way, and you do nothing. I don't know if there's a piece of information that would change some of your minds, but I wish I could get you all to open your hearts. I'm sure if I asked each one of you if you loved all of your students, you would tell me yes, and I'm just as sure you'd be lying. Because love is not found in your empty words. Love is a verb. It's found in what you do. Love is an action. I moved my family to Virginia Beach to put my children in better schools, to hopefully provide them with a better life. I speak here over and over, defending my children's rights because I love them and I understand that love is an action. Your students that organized and spoke here meeting after meeting did so because their love for themselves and their peers dictated that they do something they understood, that love is an action. So do not think you know love, and certainly don't speak of love while you do nothing. Evil thrives while you do nothing, because love is an action. And your action, your love, could change, even save the lives of some of your students, our children's lives.
Our next speaker is Natasha Lamel, Nicola Smith, and then Melinda Rogers. Natasha Lamel, Nicola Smith,
Good evening, members of the school board. As a graduate of the Virginia Beach Public Schools, a parent of a recent graduate, a former employee, and the educator in a higher education setting, and a member of the community who has spent many, many nights working with faculty, staff, hearing from other parents about the interest in regards to the PPEA schools of all 3 schools, and giving my input on the needs of all 3 schools and understanding what is necessary for students and teachers to become 21st century learners. Making modifications and tweaks to address the thoughts and concerns as we've worked through all of them. I've learned that there are particular schools that are in desperate need of spaces conducive to effective learning, the ability to have updated equipment that allows them to have fully rounded learning experiences, and the ability to be competitive students as they go on to higher education and skilled working trades, giving teachers and staff a place that they are proud and excited to come to work every single day, year after year, not in dilapidated buildings that are far overdue to be renovated, and not just renovated, but built from the ground up. Students who are not squeezed into classrooms, buildings that are not too small from learning from door to back door, are more engaged in their learning process, which results in less behavior problems, higher rates of on-time completion, and the benchmarks that you as a school board read report after report after report every year. I was part of the era of ahead of the curve. Without these schools being rebuilt, we will fall behind the curve. Fully prepared 21st century learners learning in a 21st century environment go on to become 21st century graduates and skilled laborers who go on to become 21st century business owners, workforce members who become engaged in the local economy. Otherwise, they leave the area. They become the next generation of citizens that stay right here in the city, which gives them their educational running start in the world. I urge the members of this school board to vote yes on the plans without any further delay and send a clear message to those that you care about the students, the teachers, the staff, now and those who are still yet to come into the district. Delaying this should no longer be an option to consider. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Melinda Rogers.
Good evening. My name is Melinda Rogers, and I'm a parent to 3 students within Virginia Beach City Public Schools. I appreciate the opportunity to address the school board this evening regarding the upcoming school calendar. As you are aware, the community was presented with 4 different calendar options a few weeks ago, accompanied by a statement from the division emphasizing that these options were not subject to a vote. Tonight, the board will consider 2 calendar options, one of which was not initially presented to stakeholders. Despite numerous communications from concerned parents and staff, it seems there is little satisfaction with the current calendar options. I'm here tonight to advocate for a reconsideration of school board policies to enhance the calendar preparation process. Specifically, I propose a change to policies 6-12 and 6-13. Adjusting these policies will allow a shift to a 2-year advanced calendar preparation and a transition to counting instructional minutes instead of days. These adjustments would afford families and staff ample time to plan for breaks and accommodate the unique needs of our community. Given the significant military presence in Virginia Beach, allowing families to stay connected with extended family members in various locations around this country and the world is paramount. Additionally, consider that the current uncertainty about calendars for next year hampers families' abilities to plan for breaks and impacts staff and students' contributions to their families' financial responsibilities. Both educators and families have expressed a strong desire to be actively involved in the calendar decision-making process, and it is imperative that we acknowledge and respond to this collective call for inclusion. Historically, decisions affecting the daily lives of our families and staff have been made without sufficient consideration for the impact it has on stakeholders. Today, we have the opportunity to affirm our commitment to listening to the concerns of our community. We can assure them that their voices have been heard loud and clear and that meaningful changes will be implemented. It's time for the paradigm shift where decisions are made collaboratively with the input of all stakeholders, ensuring a more inclusive and responsive approach to the calendar planning process. Implementing the policy changes outlined, we can demonstrate a commitment to respecting the time and needs of every member to our community. I appreciate your consideration of these proposals and look forward to witnessing positive changes that reflect our dedication to open communication and stakeholder involvement. Thank you.
We'll move on to our online speaker that's signed up on January 9th. Kim Mayo, please unmute. Ms. Mayo, please unmute. Last time, Ms. Kim Mayo, please unmute. We'll move on to our in-person speakers for our January 23rd meeting. Our first speaker will be Lindsay Sawyer, Paula Chang, and then Dan Chang. He called and he had to cancel. Number 2 had to cancel, yes.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak tonight. I know you have all heard from me so many times, so I'm going to try to keep it kind of brief. Every parent and child deserves a fair and transparent process, and there's no question that the process this year was not transparent. Every child also deserves an equitable education, and if a committee meets and they agree that your child is a definite yes and needs more than the gifted cluster, it's not equitable to objectively not meet that need. As a board, you did a lot of good work today at the workshop, and it was clear that you didn't agree with the consensus score and you didn't agree with the watered down scale. So it's clear the school board does not agree with the changes implemented last year on our children. I hear the administration say over and over that there's always parents upset about ODS, and that may be true, but our situation in second grade is profoundly different. We aren't upset because someone scored our child differently, and we aren't upset because our child was a 2 or 3 and they didn't get in. Those are concerns that will always be the result of any admissions process anywhere involving humans where you have some subjectivity. A parent being mad because their child got 443 is understandable but defensible if the parent knows that that's the process. It's easily defended. However, going through an unapproved process in which the school board made clear today they didn't agree with, that's profoundly different. The concern of these second grade parents is more significant. Today, knowing the feelings of the school board, what happened to our class likely will not happen to any future second grade class, and it has never happened before our class. Our class is the only class to have experienced a process that doesn't select the actual top candidates, and that is unequivocally the truth. In addition, second grade has served as a safety net for those gifted students with the highest needs, and this is the first year those outliers are not accounted for. It will likely be the only year. There's a reason administration presented solutions to you in June. They knew this year was different. They knew this was more significant. So from an ethics standpoint, forgetting those kids who went through this unapproved process just feels very immoral. You can't ignore a whole cohort of kids that were just kind of screwed over. And the second graders have the most to lose because they have the next 7 years. Thank you for your time, and I really do honestly appreciate those school board members that are paying attention, giving it a good, thoughtful process, and recognizing the issue and committed to a solution.
Our next speaker is Paula Chang, Dan Chang, and Rona Marsh.
Thanks. I have to politely say, Mrs. Melnick, that I really do agree that you should not be involved in the process of choice of the buildings. I don't think you're going to do anything necessarily wrong, but I think the appearance is pretty not good. So I'm going to speak about the Henrico County schools that were built recently, one by SB Ballard, and I'm going to speak about these because they're comparable to what is requesting to be built here in Virginia Beach. I'm also going to say when I say this that I think SB Ballard, I know it's a construction company. Their job is to build and their job is to make a profit. And they seem to build nice buildings. I have no problem with SB Ballard. But what we have seen in Henrico proves that SB Ballard can build a state-of-the-art school for a far more reasonable price than this board is willing to demand from them. This board has the duty to the students, to taxpayers, and to citizens to expect buildings that are far more affordable, even when adjusted for inflation, and they certainly can be. The job on this board is not to build the buildings, obviously, but to provide reasonable buildings which are necessary and reasonably priced in a manner that does not basically kind of fleece the taxpayers. And taxes should not be raised for these oversized buildings, and because they're so overpriced. So I'll talk about in Henrico the two high schools. Two high schools were built via the design bid and build process, not by unsolicited bids. The unsolicited bids tend to be more expensive. One school J.R. Tucker High School was built by Ballard for $93 million, and the other, Highland Springs High School, was built by Gulf Seaboard for $80 million. Both are described as state-of-the-art. They have their solar panels, they have everything. Both had similar design to each other, and both were, they pretty much copied the same design. And both were approximately the same size at about 265,000 square feet. That's a reasonable size for Virginia Beach student schools as well. The argument has been made here that special ed departments need more space, but how much more space can they need? And one presumes all divisions have special ed needs, and we're not special or different. Now let's look at the student population in the Enrico-built high schools compared to here. In Enrico, Highland Springs High School has a student population of 1,917, and J.R. Tucker student population is 1,836. Comparatively and similarly, Princess Anne's population is 1,705 students, and Bayside's is 1,900. Princess Anne's is actually smaller. Additionally, we have a declining student population, so there's no need to go build bigger. One must ask if this board is demanding bigger schools, why? I'm curious. I have my own thoughts, but I don't know. There is really no justification for such big builds as you proposed. Also, for the increased size, Mr. Freeman presented a slide recently of the square footage per student, stating that about 10 recently built high schools around the Commonwealth, the proposed builds here were not the largest in the that was built. Not said is that they are the second largest, 770 feet 10 feet per square foot larger for every student. Please go back to
And
the
that
drawing
is time.
board. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dan Chang, Rona Marsh, and Sun Lee Bat.
The cost of the PPEA has skyrocketed. It is now untenable. Last year, Mr. Freeman briefed that the PPA submitted by Ballard was the best he has seen in years, and that's why he submitted the bid forward. Ballard construction proposal for the PPEA was $430 million. Mr. Freeman stated that there were going to be savings of the approved Ballard PPEA. At the time, he said the estimates were paper in the CIP. There was actually no engineering. Later, the rough estimate stated was $725 million. Now the guaranteed max price is $659 million, which includes the interim agreement of $15 million, Holland Road Annex renovation, $29 million. That is still in excess of $229 million over what is in the CIP. As I said before, these costs are untenable, and Mr. Freeman's presentation slides reflect this fact. His slides now propose possibly removing Bayside High School from the project from the CIP and reorder priority projects of the rebuild to 1, Princess Anne, 2, Betty F. Williams Elementary School. Mr. Freeman states that the Bayside High School project is mathematically impossible to achieve full funding. And he proposes what is confusing but appears to be moving more than half of these annual allocations for maintenance. He also mentions a 10-year recovery plan to fund the HVAC and roofs. The recovery plan is still being developed, thus prices are not known. Why are we just hearing about this? Another wild guess for funding needed. On top of that, Mr. Freeman gets the dirty job of presenting a solution, the idea of debt through debt affordability slides, because the costs of these schools are unaffordable. The solution, perhaps bonds, which means more taxes to VB citizens who are already stretched financially to make ends meet. Who decided that Bayside High School comes off the project list instead of Princess Anne? Mrs. Weems, I bet your constituents would want to know. Clearly, the current PPA EA is a non-starter. This school board division has wasted $15 million in the interim agreement and, more importantly, time. As Mr. Freeman previously briefed and lectured about the cost of money over time, time is money, and all you have is wasted time and taxpayer money. Perhaps check Enrico County School Board, where SB Ballard recently built a state-of-the-art 265,000 square foot high school with capacity of 1,990 students for $93 million. I hope no one involved in this mess will be our new superintendent. This board has a responsibility to do better. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rona Marsh, Sun Lee Bat, and then Courtney Jacob.
Good evening, school board. It's been a while since I've been here, but I brought my numbers and you've gotten a lot of emails from me. And I will recap what I say tonight in an email as a follow-up. I am concerned about the process and the costs of the PPEA. We have a document in Virginia called the Virginia Procurement Act. And that, I believe, should be followed, and it's very important. And it talks about competitiveness. And I would like to read a couple of passages quickly. It says, "To the end that public bodies in the Commonwealth obtain high-quality goods and services at reasonable cost." That is the most important thing, reasonable cost, and that all procurement procedures be conducted in a fair and impartial manner. And that competition be sought, if you read this, and rather than purchasing being drawn to favor a particular vendor, almost like a sole source. That's how I view the PPEA. Is it really favored someone who could do 3 schools, and I think by not getting individual competitive bids, you fail. This was doomed for failure from the start. And I think what needs to happen is you need to look at individual competitive bids that will get us reasonable costs. I've tried to do the best I can mathematically, comparing it. It's not easy with the presentation that we got from the consultants. It's very confusing and a lot of charts. But when I look at it, and I have talked to the people in Henrico, and the facilities person did clarify that they actually built Highlands High for $98 million. So that's an honest correction. It was reported in the paper at $80 million. But J.R. Tucker, 265,000 square feet, $93,350,000 a square foot. Highlands High, 265,000 plus again square feet, $98,369,000 a square foot. Betty F. Williams, let's jump from 369 to 624 a square foot for 180,000 square feet at $112 million. And then Princess Anne, 337,000 square feet for $239 million. That's $710 a square foot. But we bring home the band with Bayside for the 336,250 square feet at $258 million at $760 a square foot. These costs are unfathomable. How it can cost half as much. These schools up in Henrico were completed 2 years ago, but costs have not doubled. Profit to developer and profit to contractor play a role, but we really need to get individual competitive bids, and maybe some smaller people will be willing to bid, like Gulf Seaboard General, which is a contractor out of Henrico. We can do better. We need to ask our purchasing department to do that.
And that is time. Our next speaker is Sunny Batts, Courtney Jacobs, and then Dawn Uman.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Bott. My son is one of the children who was identified gifted but not selected for ODS this past year. And I was heartened by your discussion earlier, and I actually think you all appreciate the issue, and I think you've come around and I think are looking at it in a good way. And I think moving forward, a lot of these issues may be rectified by your votes, and that's reassuring. But it leaves that second grade class kind of out to dry, and we've kind of lost this group of students going forward, because you'll solve this issue going forward. I feel confident about that. But this group is going to get lost. And so our son, who scored 99th percentile in all the exams and reads at a 9th grade level, and he's doing middle school math outside of school. He's one of Culpepper's 5s that on that rating scale. I think he would fit right there. Is quite amused by the work that he gets in the gifted cluster, and he finds it underwhelming. It's tough when you have a child reading the Iliad and the rest of the class is reading The Big Red Dog, or he's doing algebra at home and they're doing addition. That mismatch isn't good for the gifted child or the students around him. And so I'd like you guys to consider a solution. So a solution down the line of what Dr. Plucker suggested, the hybrid within the hybrid, that could solve this issue for this class and give you an example moving forward for the next 5-year plan. The ODS school is filled. Let's think of a cost-neutral, actionable solution. You got 80 kids over here spread out through the community. Take those 80 kids put them in 4 classrooms, the same 80 kids from second year and third grade, 4 classrooms, geographically distributed throughout the region. Take the curriculum from ODS and put it in their hands and let them fly. What that'll do, that'll match the resources needed for those children, get them out of their current classrooms. And then more importantly, it'll give you an example, a trial run of what you can do for the next 5-year plan going forward to expand access, move that cluster model out, distribute it, and improve the ability to get these resources out in the neighborhood schools. Use it as a trial run. And I think that'll satisfy a number of things. That'll satisfy our ability to get these children the resources they need. It'll satisfy the parents in the community that are worried about their children not having that access. It'll satisfy the teachers and the other children in the classroom from having to deal with this kind of out of the woods child who's doing everything that no one else is. And then I think it gives you a way to move forward and an example as a trial run to see how to move forward with the next 5-year plan and make this school system better and allow resources to be spread out and allocated more appropriately. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Courtney Jacobs, Dawn Uman, and then Kathleen Slindy.
Good evening. I'm in agreement with Dr. Bott and Lindsay. Thank you for the opportunity to address the concerns surrounding the state of gifted education in Virginia Beach. I sincerely hope that the retreat today and the insights shared by Dr. Plucker shed light on the path forward. First, I'd like to emphasize the pressing issue of the gifted cluster model. Numerous voices, including those of parents, teachers, and GRTs, have raised concern about its ineffectiveness. This is evident in your own survey data, highlighting a significant gap in providing advanced curriculum opportunities for its students. The current model, particularly after the recent admission process that left profoundly gifted students without access to advanced curriculum, is failing to meet the needs of our gifted population. The disparity between the curriculum offered at ODS and the standard second grade cluster model cannot be overlooked, contrary to the assertions made by the Gifted Office. Dr. Plucker's concerns underscore the urgency of revamping the gifted services in Virginia Beach public schools. Secondly, the admission process for ODS demands immediate attention and restructuring. The recent process has eroded trust due to its lack of transparency, communication, and fairness. Last year's random selection process approach excluded profoundly gifted students, revealing flaws that require a more differentiated and transparent process. We must not forget the students left behind. The cluster program does not provide the advanced curriculum they need. Immediate solutions are essential rather than relying on a potential 5-year plan that may or may not be followed. It is disheartening that changes discussed today may not benefit profoundly gifted students until they reach middle school. This oversight leaves a significant portion of our gifted population without the advanced education they deserve. Dr. Plucker's ideas for changing the advanced education model are commendable, but obstacles within the Gifted Office, such as lack of collaboration and outright bullying of the Gifted Advisory Committee by the Gifted Office, raises serious concerns. For Virginia Beach to be a true leader in gifted education, immediate action is necessary. We must unite to find solutions for those left behind and for the future of gifted children. Gifted students deserve access to the same curriculum provided to ODS students, and it is our responsibility to ensure they are not excluded. I implore the school board to recognize the urgency of these issues and implement changes to gifted education when they vote, rather than waiting for a plan that may not materialize. Gifted students deserve access to advanced curriculum that their current neighborhood schools are failing to provide. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and I hope we can work collaboratively. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dawn Uman, Kathleen Slindy, and Andrea Eisenberger.
Good evening, Chairwoman Melnick, Vice Chair Franklin, Dr. Robertson, and members of the board. My name is Dawn Uman. I'm a high school math teacher and secretary of the Virginia Beach Education Association. I'm here this evening to address the proposed calendars. Myself and other VBA members have written to you to request a change in policy that would allow Election Day to be undesignated as a holiday and allow it to be named a flexible staff day. This will allow for more flexibility in the calendar. Proposed calendar number 1 does not provide sufficient staff days throughout the year. 1 half day between semesters is completely unrealistic for secondary teachers who teach on a 4x4 schedule. These teachers are grading exams and wrapping up grades for roughly 75 to 90 students while making preparations to receive 70 to 90 more students. Some teachers are teaching completely new courses, and all teachers have to make many changes in Canvas to accommodate the new course. Make no mistake, when you teach on the 4x4, the new semester is a brand new school year with little or no time to prepare. The placement of staff days is important to families and staff. Yes, grades and report cards must be prepared, but your own policy, 5-28 5.1 states that report cards must be issued 5 days after the quarter ends. This means that in both the proposed calendars, the staff day at the end of quarter 1 could be moved to Monday, November 4th. This makes sense since November 5th is either designated a holiday or a staff day. This gives families a 4-day weekend. The same is true for the end of quarter 3 on the alternative calendar option. The April 3 staff day could be moved to Friday, April 4, which would be better for families. Even the half days that are in the option 1 calendar could be moved to Fridays. The alternative calendar has 3 half days on June 10 through 12 for high schools only. I suspect this is tied to graduation and not exams, since the other calendar does not have half days at the end of the year. These half days should be either eliminated and the division needs to figure out how they will deal with afternoon graduations, or they need to be half days for all students. This is clearly an equity issue, and our elementary and middle school teachers have just as much work to do to wrap up the end of the school year as secondary colleagues. We don't give half days in January for exams. State code allows school divisions to set a calendar by either using 180 days or 990 hours. It is time for Virginia Beach to use the 990 model. By adopting this option, we could have a post-Labor Day start and have the much-needed extended Thanksgiving and winter holiday, or we could start before Labor Day and end the school year well before mid-June. I ask you to make a decision soon about the calendar. People need a plan, and I urge you to set a 25-26 calendar before the end of the school year. Families have events they want to schedule. Fine arts departments want to schedule concerts and plays. Class sponsors need to reserve venues for proms, and your special education teachers have IEPs that need dates. It's time to act so that the community as a whole can move forward and make plans for a successful academic year.
Ms. Human, can you leave those comments with the clerk, please?
Our next speaker is Kathleen Slindy, Andrea Eisenberger, and then Bobby Malati.
Good evening, Chairwoman Melnick, Vice Chair Franklin, school board members, Dr. Robertson, and staff. My name is Kathleen Slindy. I'm the president of the Virginia Beach Education Association. I know that you've heard from many school employees and community members about the calendar options on the survey. The school year calendar affects all of us, and our members have spent hours since the agenda for tonight's meeting was released following the same 5 C's that we teach to our students as we consider these calendars. We collaborated, thinking critically and creatively about how best to resolve the issues in the calendar for employees, students, parents, and our community. We've been communicating together via Zoom and in-person meetings, texts, and phone calls. And now we are exercising our rights and responsibilities as citizens in our emails, phone calls, and tonight's speeches. The 5 C's in action, we practice what we teach. And as you hear from these experts who bear the immense responsibility of providing the best education possible to our students daily while still maintaining a sustainable work-life balance, please be aware that you are seeing and hearing what collective bargaining can look like here in Virginia Beach City Public Schools. These are the same individuals to whom you entrust your students each day. I urge you to invite these individuals with their daily experience and expertise to the table where decisions are made. Decisions that make this school division one that will attract the best and brightest educators and support professionals to come here and to stay. Be open to working with employees to make that happen with a collective bargaining resolution that supports innovative and collaborative change that will benefit all of our community, such as the changes that have been suggested to you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrea Eisenberger, Bobby Malati, and then Junior Robertson.
Good evening, Chairwoman Melnick, Vice Chair Franklin, Dr. Robertson, and members of the school board. My name is Andrea Eisenberger, and I am a proud Three Oaks Wolf where I teach art. I am also a Virginia Beach graduate, a mother of 3 Virginia Beach graduates, and I serve as a board member for the Virginia Beach Education Association. I love teaching, especially for the best district in the Tidewater area. I want our district to be the one where current employees want to stay and the best potential hires are clamoring to come to work for. That is why I am here this evening to address the proposed calendar options. I would first like to thank Mr. Delaney, Dossel, and the calendar committee. I do not doubt that preparing calendar options is a beast, not to mention a thankless task. I appreciate the changes made to give us the current options up for consideration, especially a 2-week winter break. We at the Virginia Beach Education Association thank you for listening to our members by considering the changes we recommended in emails sent the week of January 9th. After reviewing the current options, I am personally urging you to adopt the alternative calendar with modifications. A full list of proposed modifications was submitted to you along with a visual reference via email this morning. Highlights of the suggested modifications include 1. Eliminating the staff workday on August 15th and converting August 16th to a flex day. 7 staff days before the first day of school is too many. Our planning time during the year is severely limited, therefore we need unencumbered and strategically placed staff days when students are in session. 2, adding adjusted dismissal days for students in October and March to allow for progress reports and 4x4 report cards. 3, suggesting that November 1 be made a staff day for elementary schools so teachers may complete required parent-teacher conferences. Likewise, making January 24th a staff day for secondary teachers so they may prepare for the second semester in the new 4x4 term. 4, moving the last day of school to June 12th and making June 10th through 12th adjusted dismissal days for students at all levels, not just high school, so all staff may work on end-of-the-year tasks. All of the modifications I have suggested are in line with the stringent constraints set forth by the Calendar Committee and School Board Policy. Per the aforementioned January 9th email campaign, the VBEA is still urging you to make other much-needed policy changes to allow for flexibility in designing future calendars that best benefit students and satisfy all other stakeholders. These policy changes are changes are School Board Policy 4-88 to permanently remove Election Day from the list of designated holidays so it can be used as a flexible staff day. Change School Board Policy 6-12 to require the school calendar to be prepared 2 years in advance. Change School Board Policy 6-13 to read 180 instructional days or 990 instructional hours as stated in Virginia Department of Education policy. A shift from counting days to hours would allow for the most flexibility in finalizing future calendars. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Can you
Our ne-
thank you.
Our next speaker is Bobby Malati, Ginger Robertson, and then Andy Bond.
Members of the school board, Dr. Robertson. Thank you for the opportunity to address you regarding school start. Recently, I received a survey that asked how we felt about pre-Labor Day versus post-Labor Day school start. The issue has been of importance to me for many years as I have worked as part of the tourism industry. The fact that you solicited opinions from parents and teachers makes me think that perhaps you are willing to dust off the start time issue one more time. We are a unique situation because our economy is based on 3 main pillars: the military, the Port of Virginia, and tourism. We make special accommodations for all 3. It stands to reason that in an effort to keep our taxes low, enjoy employment diversity, and continually upgrade our quality of life, we pay attention to these buckets. If we simply were an agrarian community or a collection of office complexes, then perhaps when we started school it would be less of an issue. Through the lenses of the merchants, however, along Atlantic Avenue, the pre-Labor Day start this year was definitely deleterious to their bottom line. Retail merchants with multiple locations reported that sales in August were 25% less than last year's. In addition to decreased revenues, the early start date has affected seasonal employment opportunities offered to local students. These summer jobs are not just a source of income for our youth. They are invaluable for teaching basic life skills and complement their academic education. Students learn to manage responsibilities such as punctuality, teamwork, customer service, and financial management, including opening and managing personal checking accounts. These experiences are educational and play a vital role in character building. The current scheduling, unfortunately, cuts that beneficial period short. We believe that starting school after Labor Day would not only benefit resort businesses, but also extend these crucial learning opportunities for students. A post-Labor Day school start aligns better with our seasonal business patterns and can potentially increase tax revenue for the city. This period is traditionally a peak time for tourism and maximizing its potential in the best interest of our community. Lastly, once school start is announced, regardless of when that occurs, there's this imaginary switch that turns off any other competing family planning, and we turn to the next season, whether that be fall, school, whatever. Those of you who have experienced that on and off manifestation of seasonal change can understand the petition that I'm bringing to you today. Thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker is Ginger Robinson, then Andy Bond, then Lane Rocks.
After reviewing the revised proposals for the 24-25 school calendar, I have some questions and comments. I feel strongly that the school board needs to review two current school board policies. Policy 4-88, holidays regarding the November election day. The board can revise this policy to remove election day as a holiday so policy waivers will not be needed. Option 1 does not include the November 5 as a staff day like the alternative option. August the 16th staff day could easily be moved to November the 5th and the flex days moved accordingly. Policy 6-13, school day and hours, requires 180-day minimum or 990 core instructional hours with 5.5 hours per day minimum. We currently have 6 hours of core instruction daily equaling 1,080 hours, 90 hours more than the state requires. The one sentence in the policy with some ambiguity states that no alternative plan which reduces the instructional time in the core academics shall be approved. This can be seen in two lights: the state guidelines of 990 hours or Virginia Beach's 90 additional hours. In revising this policy and removing this sentence, the board can bring the policy in more alignment with the state regulation and not make it more restrictive with the development of a school calendar. School plant and building maintenance still needs support within the calendar when working with vendors to repair and replace equipment. By ending school at the same time as this year, we are cutting a week out of their summer maintenance schedule and putting them even further behind. To get the 2-week winter break and removing January 2nd and 3rd as instructional days will still leave us well over the 990 hours at 1,068 hours. Or add the day back before Thanksgiving and move us from 181 to 180 days. Everyone knows that there are adjusted late arrival days in high schools in January for the end of the semester. These should be consistent and reflected in the same way for both semesters on all calendars. The alternative calendar is the only one to reflect the last week of high school adjusted dismissal days for exams. The 200-day teacher contract, working officially only 193 days, being brought up in discussions, implying we should be grateful that we don't have to work those additional 7 days, or approximately 51 hours. This doesn't account for the mandatory staff training, mandatory curriculum training, summer conferences, and time many teachers use to set up their rooms in August. Teachers working a half an hour before and a half an hour after school is an additional 180 hours. We all know the majority of our teachers work well beyond those 7 days. We are facing a nationwide teacher shortage, continue to lose teachers to other professions, and have teachers with only a few short years before retirement. Therefore, we must do something to regain the honor of our profession. The school board can begin to change the tide by reviewing policies and regulations that tie the hands of the calendar committee.
And
Giving
that is
back.
time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andy Bond, Lane Rocks, and then Linda Lee. Andy Bond. Okay. Lane Rocks.
Good evening, board. This is just as awkward as I thought it was going to be. So, so I've been following VB Schools since I've been here since 2010. I'm coming here this evening not only as a citizen, also a parent. We have 2 kids that are in high school, 2 kids that are in elementary, and then also somehow as a teacher because I decided to go into teaching after the pandemic. So I'm going into I'm actually in my 3rd year right now, and I felt really prepared until I saw how prepared they were. And now I just feel like I'm in front of a lot of non-teenagers right now. So please bear with me. The calendar is embarrassing. The calendar's been embarrassing for a while though. So it's not just this year. I always said that like a big fan of VB schools even before I went into teaching. And I felt like I could back up some of the reasoning. So like when we had 183 days, I know that at least from what I'd heard, that had to do with us building in extra snow days, right? Well, it's not snowing anymore, right? Sadly. So looking at the extra time that's built in to kind of negate what might end up happening, I kind of feel like we need to take more of a risk because the other districts are too. And when you compare our calendars, how can we possibly want to still work here when there's still not a decision? This is wild. And it just feels so weird to be able to defend it at this point. So what I'm asking is pretty much what everybody's already said, much more eloquently than I have. But I just really want y'all to look at it as not just boots on ground as a teacher, like myself in the classroom, but for families, for students, staff, and yes, the community members. I know that it's a really big deal. They have to advocate for themselves as far as the businesses, but the businesses aren't the only pressure. And we're all trying to deal with a work-life balance. So I appreciate your time tonight, and thank you.
Our next speaker is Linda Lee, then Shannon Hass, then Marissa Brocate.
Dear school board members, my name is Linda. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. School board members and educators and parents, we are all here. We have the same purpose for put the children the first. I want to share my daughter. She has a perfect schedule, 160 with the NAAT, 99 percentile on both tests on ANET and the COGAT, AP on her report card. But she didn't get in ODS. So I really want to know why. Why she have the everything the highest level and the top student, why she didn't get in ODS. For the local plan says the top students will be selected, but I don't know why, and I have the scheduled time to go to the office to view the video, show us how to select the children. They use a number picker like in the computer, but it's like the game, the round and the share and chair and have the number come out. This is not follow the local plan. My daughter asked me questions. Why her classmates, the scores lower than her? She can get in, but my daughter cannot. I don't know how to answer her. And do you know about now my daughter, her situation at her school? I got the paper, every week got one piece of paper about her homework. And this week her homework, I like the 5 minus 1, 3 minus 2, and 10 minus 0, a piece of paper a week. And she doesn't have the GRT now because her gift teacher went to give birth until March, come back to school. So this situation really you need to care about us, our kids. And compared for 2022, they have the 97 top students. But 2023, they put 244 top students. But that's not true. They put the 444 and the 4243 together. It's the first level and second level put together. It's not the top students. So I hope the school member board give us the solution. You need to think about our kids, how much effort they put. For the parents, we really, for my daughter, when she's 3 years old, she knows the subtraction now she's 8 years old. The same thing they learn. Very heartbreaking for the parents. So for the school board members, educators, I think you need to help us, help the kids. This is they're the first choice. They put effort every day. I'm very hurt. I know you understand, you are the parents. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Shannon Haas, then Marissa Brocate, and then Charlotte Clonch.
Good evening. I'm a teacher in BB Schools. I teach kindergarten, and recently we were made aware that our embryology project was going to come to an end due to it being against the school board policy. This policy states It's 7-57B. Animals can be allowed on school board property, buildings, vehicles, grounds, or school division-sponsored activities with prior permission as the principal or building administrator if the activity is relevant to instruction or any other approved activity. I am asking for chickens to be included specifically in this policy. The embryology project is where classrooms incubate and hatch eggs over a 4-week period. It connects essential science standards and life cycles and processes strand for grades K through 5 and social emotional learning aspects for the entire school, as well as boosting student and staff morale. It's hands-on, educational, and most importantly, it's exciting for the students. The project aligns with Compass 2025 strategic plan under Goal 2, Student Wellbeing, and Goal 5, to cultivate mutually supported partnerships, this being with the 4-H and VB-Gov. Last year, I, along with other teachers, did the project in my kindergarten classroom. Our students made such rich connections to investigating living systems and life cycles. Students were able to see their science standards in real world and learn to ask meaningful and relevant questions. Students and staff have benefited from this program both academically and social emotionally. Incubating eggs and having baby chicks in the classroom boosts morale, creating a positive and lively atmosphere. This program also helps them roadmap and set goals. Forbes magazine recently posted being a vet working with animals is consistently in the top 5 dream professions for school-age children. So my proposal is simple. Let us include chickens in the school board policy and continue the embryology project. It's a win-win for education, social emotional development, and overall student engagement. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Marissa Brocate, then Scarlett Clonch, then Ashley Baranu.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Marissa Brocate. I'm a teacher in Virginia Beach. I also teach kindergarten, and I'm also here to speak about the embryology project that has recently been halted because of the current policy regarding animals in the classroom. That's policy 7-57B. 2 teachers in my grade level completed this embryology project last year, and my students and I were able to be part of each step of the process. The chickens were incubated, candled to see life forming, hatched in the proper time, and then returned to a local farm. Science Standard K.6.2 asks students to identify characteristics of living things. In this unit, we read about baby animals and begin to introduce the life cycles of plants and animals. This project prompted many interesting questions and observations from students about both animal and plant life. The learning from this embryology project goes way beyond one science standard. This project relates to many aspects of our curriculum. Students learn that careful work encourages success. Students learn about how to listen to directions and how to be gentle. Students learn about the needs of living things and how to provide those needs. Students learn to think critically and make predictions. Students learn about local agriculture. Students learn about seasons and animal nesting habits. Students learn to be curious. This project closely aligns with the Virginia Beach City Public Schools graduate profile. We found our students grew the most in their knowledge, personal and social responsibility, thinking and inquiry, and communication and collaboration. In the upper elementary grades, students learn more in depth about life cycles and animal adaptations. This embryology project provides an opportunity for students to discuss with peers, inquire, write, read, and otherwise engage with learning in a meaningful way as they observe the formation and hatching of the chicks. It is thrilling to see students' faces light up through this project. The joy of incubating and hatching chicks in the classroom spreads to the entire building and the surrounding community. This kind of hands-on learning should never be taken away from students. The impact this project has is immense. I ask that you consider approving this project in Virginia Beach classrooms. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Charlotte Clonch, and then Ashley Baranu.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Scarlett Clonch, and I'm the Vals teacher at Providence Elementary. I come to you tonight with an optimistic heart to speak about the 4-H embryology project. that has been part of our school for all of my 9 years thus far. I have brought issues before the board before, and I can thankfully say that I was heard. It is with that appreciation for discussion that I address the board about the 4-H embryology project and applaud and agree with the two teachers that spoke before me. I'm from a rural farming community in North Carolina. My family farms beef cattle and broiler chickens as an agricultural business. Both my uncles were consistently top 10 growers in the state before retiring as my grandfather before them. My grandmother's family were dairy farmers. I tell you this so that you understand not only my love for farming, but also my understanding of it as a viable business. Virginia Beach City Public Schools District can also boast many farming families. Many of them are on the sprawling land in Pungo and Creeds. Some of them are hobby farmers, like my own mother and brother in North Carolina, while some of them are fully supporting their family through farming and other agricultural businesses. What your decision to pull the embryology project says to someone like me is that you do not see the value in farming, or that you do not acknowledge that some of those future farmers can connect their decision to 4-H programs. It seems that we're discouraging our students from such interest and potential small business opportunities that lie in agriculture. Now, more than ever, we need sustainable farming solutions and people with a passion for working with farm animals. The chicks provide a most magical and educational opportunity for our children. We have 12 teachers that participate in the program, and the buzz, or cheep cheep, around the building is uplifting and engaging. The social and emotional implications are also great and well documented. This year, we each attended an incredibly informative 2-hour in-person class with Miss Jeanette Mungo from the 4-H. She shared several curriculum connections and many ways to make thematic lessons for our pre-K through 5th grade. She's eager to hold Zooms with classrooms as she did last year across the district and answer all their questions. We felt so invigorated to again start this project with our newly purchased incubators. We were ready, and so were all of our students. We felt blindsided when it was abruptly terminated. The students don't know yet, as I hope the policy can be reviewed and remedied. Because without programs like the Embryology Project with 4-H, we will have far fewer future farmers of America. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ashley Baranu.
Good evening, Superintendent and school board members. My name is Ashley Barano. I want to encourage all of you to look at the gifted cluster recommendations with a keen eye to what is missing. In multiple sections of the report, the lowest ratings were associated with elementary cluster experiences. Yet I don't see tangible recommendations to affect the experience of the elementary cluster students. Recommendation number 2 comes the closest, but it's only seeking to examine. I'm beginning to feel that my son's education will more and more fall to myself and my husband. My son, though identified as qualified for ODS, was not selected in last year's random selection, and as indicated at June 2023's meeting, there was no real appeal process for someone in my son's shoes as a top selected candidate. We are limited to this cluster model, which Lorena previously told you is compatible to ODS. In the VBCPS report, we now see that to not be the case. It is not comparable. My son's school has 3 cluster classrooms in the 2nd grade. Your own report indicates the ideal volume is 1. So the GRT is splitting their role to support these teachers across 3 2nd grade classrooms of cluster classes. To further add to this challenge of differentiating, my son is also in the 3% identified in your report. My son is twice exceptional, being both gifted and having a disability. So his classroom teacher has an inclusion cluster classroom where she has the huge task of effectively attempting to differentiate this general curriculum for all the identified gifted students, serve her IEP student needs, and teach all the other students in her class of 23. My son's teacher is one of the good ones. Ms. Johnson works hard to support my son with the curriculum, but he's not challenged. To understand the magnitude of Ms. Johnson's challenge, my 2nd grader is currently teaching me about Laestrygonians, the man-eating giants of Homer's Odyssey, which he's reading for fun. I've never even read Homer's Odyssey. I challenge you all to adopt resolutions or create recommendations that would create actual changes. Enact more rigorous curriculum now. Consider expanding the existing available high-quality curriculum of ODS to elementary satellite gifted classes. rather than placing small pockets of gifted children into these inadequate cluster classrooms with curriculum that simply doesn't engage these students, further taxing our hardworking teachers. I have heard Dr. Plucker speak to this board over and over again for years, identifying the need to improve what is offered to these students. They need more. Actions speak louder than words. Show me how you will meet my twice exceptional son now, not later. Do more than just make examinations. Take action and give us solutions.
That was our last in-person speaker. We're going to our online speakers. Speaker number 1 is not online. So our next speaker is Vic Nichols. Please unmute.
Thank you. I just have 2 comments. I am very concerned over the First Amendment violation that happened when the board decided not to allow anyone to speak on the installation of the chair and vice chair. And I'm also very disturbed that I do not see anything regarding truancy and what is being done to pull that down. It is being noticed widely that truancy is a huge, huge issue and why kids are falling behind. This should be a focus at every board meeting as to how things are going in the schools and how kids are actually there and learning. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, that was our last speaker for this evening.
Thank you. I don't have the right glasses on. Is Carrie Hall over there? I have it for when you. Mrs. Franklin just ordered Uber. Number 12 on the agenda is information, and we're going to begin this evening with the annual comprehensive financial report. This is the fiscal year 23 external audit review. Welcome, Daniel Hopkins, Director of Business Services, and I'm very excited about this, and I'm sure so are my committee members from the audit committee.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairwoman Melnick, Vice Chairwoman Franklin, and school board members, and Dr. Robertson. We have Cherry Beckert here, our external auditors, to present our annual comprehensive financial report, known as the ACFR, for June 30th, 2023. And we have Laura Harden and Haley Kay with Cherry Beckert, who will do the presenting.
Well, good evening, and thank you for having us here this evening to present the results of the June 30, 2023 audit of the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach, Virginia. So my name is Laura Harden. I am the Engagement Director who oversaw the audit, and I have here with me Haley, who is the manager who works right underneath me and performs a lot of the day-to-day tasks along with our senior Selvin. We also do have a second partner reviewer named Rob Churchman who provides us an independent review at the end of the audit to ensure that we've considered all facts before issuing our reports. So first we'll go over the results of the audit. So we do perform an audit of the financial statements, and in addition to that we do perform an audit of compliance in accordance with government auditing standards, as well as the Virginia Auditor of Public Accounts specifications for audits of county, cities, and towns. So we did audit the school board as of and for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2023, and we issued what's called an unmodified opinion on the financial statements. That is the best opinion that you can receive as a result of an audit. We issued that report on December 15th, 2023. In regards to our compliance audits, we did not identify any instances of non-compliance that are required to be reported under either the government auditing standards or the Auditor of Public Accounts specifications. We also did not identify anything that we considered to be a material weakness in internal control over financial reporting. If we identified anything during our audit process that we considered to be a material weakness, a significant deficiency, or another control matter, we'd report those to you tonight. I am also pleased to report that we did not have any misstatements that we identified during our audit process, either that had to be corrected by or were chosen to be corrected by management or left uncorrected. Moving on to some qualitative aspects of accounting practices. So management is responsible for the appropriate selection and use of accounting policies. The significant accounting policies of the school board are described in Note 1 of the financial statements. In Note 1, it also addresses that the school board implemented GASB Statement Number 96 for subscription-based information technology arrangements. This resulted in an increase in capital assets as well as long-term liabilities. This is very similar to the lease liability, or the lease standard that was implemented during fiscal year 2022, but related to these information technology arrangements. We are also required to gain an understanding of the related party transactions that the school board has. As a part of our audit process, we didn't identify any that were previously undisclosed to us. We had no difficulties in identifying those related party transactions. We also did not find any that lacked business purpose or had any sort of non-compliance related to them. We have determined that all significant transactions were recorded in the financial statements in the proper period, and that we did not identify anything that seemed to lack authoritative guidance or consensus. We also did not identify anything that we considered to be a significant unusual transaction. Those items would be things that occur outside of the normal business operations. In the financial statements, there are items that are considered to be significant estimates. What this means is those numbers can change year over year based on the underlying assumptions that go into making those. The most significant estimates affecting the school board's financial statements are capital asset depreciable lives. That affects the depreciation expense. And then the actuarially computed pension and OPEB assets, liabilities, and the related deferred outflows and inflows, as well as risk management and health insurance claims liabilities. We do review the financial statements as a part of our audit process, and we have reviewed them and determined that the disclosures are neutral, consistent, and clear, and include all the required disclosures. We do provide some non-attest services related to consulting procedures for the GASB 96 implementation. For those procedures, management does identify someone who oversees those and makes all management assumptions. And then we are not aware of any other circumstances or relationships that impair our independence, and we have also met our ethical responsibilities in accordance with the relevant requirements relating to our audits. That brings us into our required communications. I am pleased to tell you that we did not have any difficulties in performing our audit, nor did we have any disagreements with management. We also did not have to discuss any contentious items with members outside of our engagement team. On December 15th, 2023, we did have management sign a representation letter to us, which represents to us that they provided us all the information and documentation that we need to perform our audit. We are also not aware of any consultations that management had with other accountants that would be some sort of opinion shopping. We did not identify any other findings or issues that are required to be reported to you. We also did not identify any fraud or illegal acts as a part of our procedures, or identify any sort of going concern matters. In the financial statements, there are a few additional sections other than the basic financial statements. The first one being the required supplementary information. These are items that are required by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board to be included in the annual comprehensive financial report. We do not provide an opinion on this, but we do review those sections to ensure that they correlate to the basic financial statements that have been audited. We also have the other supplementary information where we issue what's called an in relation to opinion, reviewing those items in relation to the basic financial statements. And then other information is the introductory and statistical sections, which are unaudited. But once again, we do look over those to ensure that they appear consistent and no clear errors within those. And then lastly, we do have a few upcoming financial reporting and accounting changes. We don't anticipate any of these having any material impact to the financial statements, but they will be implemented over fiscal year 24 and 25. And then that will bring us to our last slide. I'm happy to answer any questions. We would like to thank Mr. Hopkins and his staff for all their assistance in performing the audit.
Yeah, I was watching. So we're gonna go with the,
I'm using the old school way.
oh, we're gonna get Mr. Callen.
I'm not even on the screen.
You have to keep resetting that mic.
We're gonna get you there. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Yes, sir. Yes.
I'm going to paraphrase what this report probably means, but I'm going to paraphrase it so that I make sure it's clearer to me.
Okay.
And what I'm going to suspect is the fact that the accounting systems in place with the school system here, from the CFO on down and throughout, all of the reporting that they bring to us for updates and verifications and analysis, et cetera, gives us a sense of where we are and makes us aware of how that differs from previous years. But in order to make sure that it has the utmost of integrity and accuracy associated with it, they hire somebody like you as an outside auditor to just shove them out of the way and say, we're going to dive into all the weeds as far as all your details and analysis is concerned. And we're going to give you our assessment and give you either a thumbs up or a thumbs down in light of what we see. Your report tonight was that proverbial thumbs up, and it sounds as though there were no flaws, no weaknesses, no concerns, no inaccuracies, no shady dealings taking place, and that they get the equivalent of a gold ribbon. Would that be a very, very layman's way of assessing what you just did?
Yes, so when you break it down to it, we perform a risk-based audit, and based on those procedures, we didn't identify any matters that cause any concern to us to be able to issue our unmodified opinions.
So when this handsome guy behind you comes up with his report, we can take it as an accurate and a fail-safe. You're not behind her. Thank you.
I was going to say the same thing, and I think it's really important that was mentioned in layman's terms, because the truth is, we are an award-winning school division, and this work should be commended. And if we were in a theater and this were a show, I think we'd all be yelling bravo, and it would get a standing ovation. So kudos to you all, and thank you for this report. And board, you have been given a copy. Read it at your leisure. It's actually fascinating, really, when you. Well, there are fascinating parts. I mean, it is. I mean, this is. It's a lot of money. There are a lot of hands that touch a lot of things, and we just brief through it. It is worth thumbing through it. How about that? And I thank you. Thank you, Cherry Beckert, for being here. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, if I could just give my deep appreciation to Crystal Pate, Dan Hopkins, the whole team up in Budget and Finance. Yeah. When you're managing a budget that approaches $1 billion and can get this type of report from an external source, it demonstrates the professionalism, but also the responsibility that they take very seriously about how they do business. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And so with that, we're going to invite Mr. Hopkins back up to the podium for the interim financial statements for November and December of 2023.
Good evening, Chairwoman Melnick, Vice Chairman Franklin, school board members, Dr. Robertson. In your board packets tonight, you have the November and December 2023 interim financial statements. My presentation is going to concentrate on December. The first graph shows that the overall revenue trend year-to-date through December remains acceptable at this point in the fiscal year. We did receive the governor's proposed amendments for the fiscal year 24 direct aid budget on January 4th. The key recommendations by the governor proposed that impacts our school division is they're gonna decrease our sales tax by $8.5 million. And they're gonna increase our state basic aid by $3.7 million. This is a net decrease of $4.6 million compared to our current budget. The ADM did go up from 63,132 students to 63,402, which is an increase of 270 students. This is only a proposal. The House and the Senate will come up with their own proposals, and the General Assembly can amend the proposal, and we will update you with anything they come up with. The federal revenues are showing a favorable trend as of the end of December. We have received impact aid payments of approximately $14.3 million year-to-date. Other sources of revenue year-to-date through December are acceptable at this point in the fiscal year. They are up about $600,000 from last year, mainly due to the class action settlement. And the next graph shows that sales tax receipts are an acceptable level, but this is depending on how the governor's budget moves forward. We could be below the budget based on what they proposed. And year-to-date through December, we are approximately $5.6 million in the same time period last year in sales tax. And the last graph shows that the expenditures and encumbrances trend continues to remain acceptable at this point in the fiscal year. At this time, I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome, Mrs. Linetti. We look forward to the Policy Review Committee's recommendations, and we have 21 of them.
21. Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, School Board members, and Dr. Robertson. I'm Cami Linetti, the School Board Attorney, and on behalf of the PRC, I'll be recommending recommendations from our December 14th, 2023 meeting. As noted, there are 21 policies, but don't panic. Most of them are relatively easy, minor, and part of our normal review. Starting with policy 4.6, having to do with tutoring pay, there are just some minor recommendations that we had. There was a recommendation to move out the last sentence relevant to a policy and a regulation on there. However, after some discussion, we decided we needed to clarify what we meant about tutoring, because there will be tutoring involved with some of our newer programs that we're having to do with the all-in and all. So we've added the word privately tutored to make it clear. The idea being a teacher can't offer or suggest to a student that they need to be tutored for pay on their own. However, if they're assigned tutoring as part of one of the programs, that's acceptable. So those are the recommendations we're making involving policy 4-66. Are there any questions on 466? Hearing no questions, I'll move on to policy 620. Policy 6 falls under this section involving instruction. You'll see a lot more of our instruction. That was the section we were working with primarily the last month or two. There are just minor scrivener changes in the section. We're correcting names, spelling out issues on there, but other than that, there are no significant changes to policy 620, which is school division curriculum. Are there any questions on policy 620? No questions on policy 620. I'll move on to policy 621. Again, curriculum committees. There was only minor scrivener changes with corrections we thought more accurately reflected some of the language that needed to be in there, but there are no significant changes recommended to policy 621 curriculum committees. Any questions on 621? Hearing no questions on 621, we'll move on to 622, which is scope and sequence, just minor editing changes to more correctly reflect the language. Are there any questions on policy 622, scope and sequence? Hearing no questions on 622, I will move on to 624. This is addition and deletion of courses and programs. There is a change to, let's see, this is section A. I'm trying to think. It's the first paragraph on the second page of Section 8. We're adding a paragraph. Will be when approving courses that the Virginia Board of Education has not provided guidance for, the approved courses should be aligned with the applicable regulations or law. VBOE or VDOE do not always provide curriculum for us on all of them, so we just want to make it clear that to the extent reasonable, we will make them aligned with what is otherwise recommended by the Board of Education. There are some minor scrivener changes to the rest of it, but nothing significant after that. Again, are there any questions on policy 624? No questions on policy 624. I will then move on to policy 625. This is evaluation of Curriculum, just a couple minor changes and grammatical issues or spelling out words that were not clear before. There is a change on section C, pulling out some more language that we thought more accurately represented under C1, but other than that, nothing significant, just changes after that. Any questions? No questions. We'll move on to policy 632, which is health and physical education. There are only a couple scrivener's changes and a clarification update on one of the legal references. Other than that, we have no recommended other changes to policy 632, health and physical education. Are there any questions? No questions on 632. I'll move on to 634, which is technical and career education, a little bit longer a policy. We have no significant changes. They're mostly scrivener's changes, a little bit of clarifications on when you need to consult with certain activities, which fall mostly under, let's see, that's D, 2, and 3, but there are nothing significant in those recommendations. Any questions on policy 634? No questions on policy 644. I will move on to policy 635. This is Title I. There are just a couple a couple scrivener's changes, minor edits on there, and some clarifications under section C to more accurately reflect the terminology. Most of the terminology used to refer to parental involvement. We're now referring it to mostly as family involvement, so some of those changes reflect that. Okay, I don't see any others. That's a longer policy, but there are no other recommendations for changes under 635 Title I programs. Are there any questions on 635? No questions on 635. I'll move on to policy 637, which is world languages. We did spend a little bit of time working this. We reorganized some of the language. It doesn't change it. We just reworked where the language appeared in this particular policy, but no significant changes. So are there any questions on policy 637? Hearing no questions on policy 637, we'll move on to policy 638, which is core content areas. There's some changes, rewording to read a little better in the first opening paragraphs, and then in C and D, we reworked some of the sentences to more accurately reflect currently what our obligations are under the core contents. Other than that, there are no recommended other changes. Are there any questions on policy 638? Hearing no questions on policy 638, I will move on to policy 639. Again, there are only minor scrivener's edits in this to more accurately reflect the language as we feel is appropriate this time. Other than that, they're just minor edit changes and no other significant changes. Are there any questions on policy 639? Hearing no questions on policy 639, we will move on to policy 642, which is social studies. Again, only minor edited changes in the final two sentences on that to more accurately reflect the understanding of the program at this time, but there are no other changes recommended for 642, which is social studies. Are there any questions on 642? Hearing no questions on 642, we will move on to 643. There are a bit more changes in 633 as we talk, 643, I'm sorry, which is art, music, and theater programs. We removed it mostly to what we thought read a little bit better on there and language that was no longer necessary and there. So you'll see changes in section 8 under art. Section B has removal of a sentence and a little bit more information under section C, but we thought it read a little bit better. It doesn't change the content of it, just read a little bit easier. Are there any questions on policy 643, art, music, and theater arts programs? Hearing no questions on policy 642, we'll move on to 643, which is school counseling. There are just some minor scrivener changes in this. Are there any questions on policy 644, school counseling? Hearing no questions on 644, we'll move on to 645. Again, this is theme-based academies, a little bit longer a policy, but again, they were minor scrivener changes out to this. Other than that, nothing significant and no substantive changes to 645. Are there any questions on 645? Hearing no questions on 645, I'll move on to 657, which is international travel. I will tell you, we did spend some time talking about international travel. This policy has evolved over the years as we've changed our program a little bit, but after much discussion, bringing it back a couple times, we decided just a minor scrivener change, which is under section B. Other than that, we are not going to recommend any other changes at this time under 657 international travel. Any questions on 657? Hearing no questions on 657, we will move on to policy 665, which is library, media centers, professional libraries. This was just formatting changes. We was following an old formatting practice, and we hadn't updated it since 2017, so we just corrected the formatting. Other than that, there were no recommended changes to policy 665. Any questions on policy 665?
Madam Chair, Ms. Manning has her hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please, go ahead, Mrs. Manning.
Yes, I'm just requesting that this policy 6-65 not be put on consent at the next meeting. I understand there are no changes being made, but I believe that we need to make some significant changes on how books are chosen in our district. And I can't support this with no changes. Thank you.
I think Ms. Brown had questions also.
Not so much a question, but as a comment. I also would not want this on the consent agenda. There was a vote on policy 665 back in June with some modifications. It did not pass. That was not the consensus of this board. However, a lot of members of the community, parents have expressed some concerns about how we are curating our library materials. This policy is very vague, and unless it has language in it that addresses some of those concerns, I will not be able to support it either. Thank you.
I agree with Mrs. Brown and Mrs. Manning. My question was that when it came out of policy review just last week or the week before, was it voted on unanimously to bring this with just those slight changes, or what was the vote?
It was 2-1, but the indication from the person that did not vote was that she would bring it up at this meeting.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I totally agree. Thanks.
All right, so we will move this one to action next time, or do you want it sent back to PRC with recommendations? Just move it to action? Okay. This moves us on to policy 683, which is non-school division VBCPS sponsored educational courses. There are no recommended changes for this. This will just be marked as reviewed by the school board. Any questions on policy 683? Hearing no questions on policy 683, we'll move on to policy 686, which is Naval Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, or NJROTC. There were no recommended changes. This will just be marked as review. Any questions about 686? Hearing no questions on 686, that brings us to 687, our final one. This is the Governor's School for the Arts, and after looking at this, there are no recommended changes. I think there's a couple Scrivener errors on grammatical, but other than that, no significant changes. Are there any questions on policy 687? All right, hearing that, then we will move 20 of the policies over to the consent agenda, and we will pull off 665 and move that to action next time. Thank you.
All right, item D, the Gifted Resource Cluster Program Comprehensive Evaluation. Welcome, Dr. Noelle Williams, Program Evaluation Specialist, Office of Planning, Innovation, and Accountability.
Good evening, Chairwoman Melnick, Vice Chair Franklin, members of the school board, and Dr. Robertson. I am Dr. Noelle Williams, a Program Evaluation Specialist with the Office of Research and Evaluation. Today, I will provide an overview of the key findings and recommendations from the comprehensive evaluation for the Gifted Resource Cluster Program. The evaluation report you received in your agenda materials provides additional details. The Gifted Education Program in Virginia Beach City Public Schools consists of multiple service delivery models for intellectually and artistically gifted students. According to the local plan for gifted education, VBCPS defines gifted students as those whose abilities and potential for accomplishment are so outstanding that they require special programs to meet their educational needs. The focus of this evaluation is the Gifted Resource Cluster Program, which is one model within the Gifted program. The Resource Cluster Program provides services for students in grades 2 through 12 who have been identified as intellectually gifted. A group or cluster of intellectually gifted students is assigned to a cluster teacher who works with the Gifted Resource Teacher, or GRT, to provide students with differentiated curriculum and instruction. GRTs may also work with students individually throughout the school day or through small groups as needed. The process for grouping students is specific to school level, and at the high school level, it is expected that students are clustered in grades 9 and 10, and optional in grades 11 and 12. The 2020-2025 local plan for gifted education served as a framework for developing the evaluation questions that guided the evaluation. The comprehensive evaluation focused on the student identification process and characteristics of students served by the Resource Cluster Program, the staff selection process and professional learning opportunities, the components of the Resource Cluster Program, including the role of the GRT, family and community involvement and collaboration, progress towards student outcome goals, and general perceptions of stakeholders. Data collection for the evaluation included a review of program documentation, surveys, and data collected from the division's data warehouse. Cluster teachers, GRTs, and building administrators were surveyed in February 2023, while students and parents were surveyed as part of a larger survey effort in April. Overall response rates and total number of respondents are shown on the slide. Parents were provided an initial survey question regarding whether their child was identified as intellectually gifted and had received services in the Resource Cluster Program. There were 1,754 parents who responded to the survey and indicated their child was receiving services. Therefore, parent responses represented an estimated 19% of intellectually gifted students in the Resource Cluster Program. Survey items for students in the Resource Cluster Program were written to focus on students' educational experience in general. In addition to surveys, student data were obtained from the data warehouse, including referrals for gifted services, demographic characteristics, and academic data. The first evaluation question focused on the identification process and characteristics of students. To receive services in the Gifted Resource Cluster Program, students must first be identified as intellectually gifted, which begins with the referral process. VBCPS utilizes a universal screening process in both first and fifth grades. Students take the universal screening assessments in the fall unless their parents opt them out of the testing. Follow-up testing is conducted as needed. The division utilized 2 tests as part of the process. The Naglieri Nonverbal Ability, or NNAT, is a language-free, culture-free test on nonverbal reasoning. It does not require a child to read, write, or speak. The Cognitive Abilities Test, or COGAT, assesses students' abilities in reasoning and problem solving in 3 domains: verbal, quantitative, and nonverbal. In addition to the universal screening, students may also be referred for services anytime by parents, guardians, students, teachers, or other staff. Once a student has been tested or referred for gifted services, data are compiled and forwarded to an identification and placement committee that determines eligibility for gifted services. The committee consists of gifted program staff, curriculum coordinators, administrators, school counselors, and school psychologists. As stipulated by the Code of Virginia, the committee determines eligibility through a review of multiple measures, including an online application from the family, standardized test scores, first grade performance-based tasks, a student response to interview questions for students in grades 5 through 12. In 2022-2023, 4,011 students were referred for intellectually gifted services, which was 6% of the division's student population. The highest percentage of students referred were in grades 1 and 5, corresponding to the grades where universal screening occurs. The highest percentages of students were referred based on the first grade screening and parent referrals. Of the students referred, there was a higher percentage of white and military-connected students and lower percentages of Black students or economically disadvantaged students when compared to the division's population. In 2022-2023, there were 9,333 intellectually gifted students in the Resource Cluster Program, which was about 17% of the division's population.
When compared to the division, higher percentages of the intellectually gifted students in the resource cluster program were white and lower percentages of students were Black or economically disadvantaged. Staff and parents were asked about the processes on the surveys. Overall, cluster teachers and GRTs had positive perceptions of the gifted referral and identification process, with 85 to 100% of respondents agreeing that resources were available, they understood the referral process, VBCPS has an effective process for identifying students, and being identified allows students to receive appropriate services. Parents of gifted services also agreed with survey items related to the gifted referral and identification process, ranging from 83 to 87%. The second evaluation question focused on the staff process and staff characteristics as well as professional learning. The Gifted Resource Cluster Program is implemented by GRTs and cluster teachers in neighborhood schools. The GRT can be described as a facilitator, coach, designer, trainer, and collaborator. Requirements for this position include 3 years classroom experience and gifted endorsement by the end of the 3rd year of employment. They are selected by building principals from a GRT candidate pool. In 2022-2023, GRTs had an average of 21 years of experience. 70% had a graduate degree, and 65% had a gifted endorsement. According to the Office of Gifted Education, current GRTs who did not have the gifted endorsement are enrolled in courses and working towards it. Cluster teachers collaborate or work closely with GRTs to differentiate the curriculum and instruction for gifted learners and are selected by building principals. In 2022-2023, cluster teachers had an average of 14 years of experience and 53% had graduate degrees. Regarding professional learning, overall, relatively high percentages of GRTs, 88 to 98%, and cluster teachers, 73 to 79%, reported participating in professional learning on various topics related to the gifted program. Administrators had lower levels of participation at 53 to 71%. There were positive ratings of effectiveness on all topics of the professional learning, including, for example, the referral process for gifted learners, identification of gifted learners, and understanding the social-emotional needs of gifted learners. In terms of collaborative planning, overall 86% of cluster teachers and 93% of GRTs agreed it equipped teachers of gifted students with the knowledge, understanding, and skills to differentiate instruction for gifted learners. Administrators had high levels of agreement related to receiving effective support from the Office of Gifted Education at 97 to 100%. The third evaluation question focused on the components of the Resource Cluster Program during the 2022-2023 school year, including the role of the GRT. As part of the survey, GRTs ranked the various activities that were part of their position and how much time they spent working in each area. At the division level, GRTs reported spending the most time planning collaboratively with classroom teachers and assisting teachers in providing differentiated instruction. At the division level, GRTs reported spending the least amount of time developing and managing program communication, planning and conducting staff development activities, and working collaboratively with parents of gifted students. When students were asked about staff at their school they worked with, 93% of elementary, 81% of middle school, and 40% of high school students reported they work with their school's GRT during the 2022-2023 school year. One opportunity at the high school level where students may work with their GRT is in 3 gifted courses: Independent Study, Think Tank for Super Thinkers, and Sparks. While these courses were offered in 2022-2023, enrollment in these courses was low, with less than 170 students enrolled division-wide. Overall, staff perceptions regarding clustering were positive.
As shown in the first chart, at the division level, 92% of administrators, 90% of cluster teachers, and 95% of GRTs agreed clustering assisted teachers in the differentiation of curriculum and instruction. Additionally, as shown in the second chart, overall, 83% of cluster teachers and 89% of GRTs agreed clustering provided a range of learners that was manageable for teachers. There was some variations by school level with the survey items, but agreement percentages were relatively high. Overall, at the division level, 95% of cluster teachers and 80% of GRTs agreed teachers of gifted students differentiated instruction in a variety of ways. The chart shows the agreement percentages for staff, students, and parents related to the learning experiences meeting students' needs. At the division level, shown in yellow, 88% of cluster teachers, 98% of GRTs, 83% of students, and 79% of parents agreed and the learning opportunities met students' needs. Agreement levels were lower at the high school level for cluster teachers and slightly lower for students. Cluster teachers and GRTs were asked their perceptions of instruction as part of the Resource Cluster program, including concept-based curriculum, topics of understanding empathy and respect for diversity, and lessons related to real-life experiences. Overall, 85 to 98% of cluster teachers and GRTs agreed that instruction included these topics. Additionally, 73% of students in the program agreed their school provided them with real-world learning experiences. At the division level, 90 to 100% of cluster teachers and GRTs agreed instruction as part of the Resource Cluster program required students to think critically, use reasoning skills, and solve problems, and provided opportunities to strengthen communication skills and collaboration skills. When students were asked about similar perceptions, 80 to 89% agreed they were able to strengthen their communication, collaboration, and critical thinking skills. When staff were asked about assessment, 77% of cluster teachers and GRTs agreed students had access to high-quality, authentic assessment. And 80% of cluster teachers and 57% of GRTs agreed gifted students were provided with feedback related to gifted curriculum goals and benchmarks. The fourth evaluation question focused on family involvement and collaboration opportunities. Parents' perceptions of the communication efforts related to the gifted program are shown on the slide. The survey item with the highest agreement was that VBCPS communication efforts were effective at providing relevant information about the program. Lower percentages of parents agreed information was easily accessible, they had opportunities to become involved, and that they were kept informed about their gifted learners' academic and social-emotional growth. Overall, 74% of parents reported they had opportunities to participate in workshops or access resources to enhance their child's learning. Of those parents who attended workshops or access resources, 86% agreed they were effective at increasing their knowledge so they could enhance their gifted child's learning. The next section of the presentation focuses on 4 student outcome goals related to and related data. The first goal was that students in the Gifted Resource Cluster program are challenged and fully engaged in instruction. When students were surveyed about the level of difficulty of their core courses, the majority of students across all levels indicated the work was challenging, but they could understand if they tried. Varying percentages of students indicated their work was too easy and they were not challenged. As shown in the chart on the slide, 42% of intellectually gifted elementary students indicated that their math work was too easy. Regarding being challenged in their learning, overall, 88% of students agreed they were engaged in classroom lessons with high agreement at all school levels. Overall, 88% of students agreed the instruction received at school met their academic needs. Somewhat lower percentages of parents agreed the services offered in the program met their child's academic needs. Additional analysis showed there was high agreement for this item across all student groups. The second goal was that students in the Gifted Resource Cluster program become scholars and leaders. This chart shows the percent of resource cluster program students who scored pass advanced on reading and math SOL tests. From 31 to 65% of students who took the SOL tests in reading or writing scored at the pass advanced level, while from 17 to 46% of students who took the SOL tests and math scored at the pass advanced level. The division data are provided for reference purposes only. Additional selected scholarship and leadership measures are presented on this slide. Overall, 93% of middle school and 85% of high school gifted students were enrolled in advanced courses. High school percentages of gifted students at both levels demonstrated success in those courses through earning grades of B or higher. Across all advanced placement or AP tests, 73% of intellectually gifted high school students who took an AP test scored a 3 or higher. Additionally, 89% of intellectually gifted 2022-2023 graduates earned either an IB or Advanced Studies diploma. When surveyed about leadership, 67% of students agreed they served in a leadership role, with somewhat higher agreement at high school. The third goal was that students in the Gifted Resource Cluster program develop and demonstrate social, emotional competence, and cultural awareness. When surveyed about being supported socially and emotionally, 77% of students agreed they felt supported in their social and emotional growth as a learner. As shown in the second chart, 73% of parents agreed the program met their child's social and emotional needs, with lower agreement at the high school level. The fourth goal was that students in the Gifted Resource Program are future ready through participating in work-based experiences and having a plan for their future. Data were examined related to graduates participating in authentic situations, such as completing work-based learning and service learning experiences, as well as completing career and technical education credentials. As shown in the first 3 bars on the slide, low percentages of intellectually gifted graduates participated in these experiences. Alternatively, as shown in the last bar, high percentages of intellectually gifted graduates had successfully completed advanced coursework. Overall, when surveyed about their plan after graduation, most intellectually gifted graduates indicated they plan to continue their education. Most of these students indicated they plan to enroll in a 4-year college. When asked about their general perceptions of the Resource Cluster program, staff were asked about the program's rigor. Overall, high percentages of GRTs and administrators agreed at each school level. Somewhat lower percentages of cluster teachers agreed the Resource Cluster program was rigorous at the elementary and high school levels. When asked about their overall satisfaction, overall, at least 75% of cluster teachers, GRTs, and administrators at each school level indicated they were satisfied with the Gifted Resource Cluster program, with somewhat higher percentages at the middle school level for each group. As shown by the dark blue bar, somewhat lower percentages of parents indicated they were satisfied at each school level. As shown in yellow, when intellectually gifted students were surveyed about satisfaction with their educational experience in general, 82 to 88% of students at each level indicated they were satisfied. Based on the results of the evaluation, it is recommended that the Gifted Resource Cluster program be continued with modifications noted in the following recommendations. The full recommendation will be shown on the slide as they are summarized. The second recommendation is focused on examining where curriculum could provide more challenge for gifted learners, including access to high-quality, authentic assessments and feedback about the gifted curriculum goals and benchmarks. The third recommendation is focused on program options for high school students, especially related to social and emotional growth. The fourth recommendation is focused on encouraging gifted students to participate in authentic experiences. fifth recommendation is focused on encouraging building administrators to participate in professional learning. The sixth recommendation is focused on developing and implementing a communication plan for families of gifted students. The seventh recommendation is focused on continuing to implement strategies to increase opportunities for the identification of students in underrepresented groups to receive services in the Resource Cluster Program. The last recommendation is to conduct an evaluation update during the 2025-2026 school year focused on progress related to the recommendation from the program evaluation. At this time, Dr. Crystal Lewis Wilkerson, Director of K-12 and Gifted Programs, will share the administration's response.
Good evening. The administration concurs with these recommendations. The current local plan for the education of the gifted includes goals and action steps related to several of the recommendations included in the program evaluation. As the local plan for the gifted education, As the local plan for the education of the gifted is updated for the 2025-2030 cycle, the administration will include stakeholder input and will address the recommendations to continue to enhance the Gifted Resource Cluster Program. At this time, we are available to answer any questions that you might have.
Very good. I saw that straight away with no picture. Oh, it's you. No picture. Ms. Franklin.
Thank you. Dr. Wilkerson, thank you for your presentation as well as your crew there. I did want to just ask you, particularly with recommendation number 6, developing and implementing a communication plan for families of gifted students. So we had a really thorough discussion in our workshop about the gifted program, and thank you for that. One question that I have for you is we discussed the more and the gap between the more and the expectations. And when we're talking to the families, particularly in the GCAC group or any surveys that are being done, I really feel like more is too vague a term. I appreciate Dr. Plucker's assessment that it has to be more, but more is like trying to reach for the stars. I mean, we don't know what that means, right? So I'd really like to get a much more concrete feeling of what more is in terms of the expectations from the parents as well. It's hard to hit a goal if we don't have a concrete goal to hit, right? So even if that's just baby steps initially, I would really like to see us reaching concrete goals instead of vague goals, so that we can say we've hit this milestone. Now let's work on the next milestone, and so that we can actually have a SMART goal, right? Measurable. So I think that would be very helpful in terms of bridging that gap. At least might feel better about that, about bridging that gap. So that would be my request to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Manning.
Thank you. This report is very helpful and thorough, and I'm so glad that we have this as we move forward in looking at our local plan for gifted education. One of the statistics that is concerning to me is that 28% of elementary school parents were not satisfied with their child's educational experience. And I think this is urgent, and we really need to come up with some solutions. 42% of elementary math students and 32% of elementary English students indicated that their courses were too easy. So I don't feel like we're addressing these specific concerns in the recommendations. Although I support the recommendations that you've made, I almost feel like we need to go a little bit farther. And so I'll just throw out some ideas. One, I think maybe we should look for opportunities to provide more challenging coursework for elementary school students. For example, if a second grader is doing fourth grade level math, could they attend a fourth grade math class? Another idea, grade advancement. I know that's not the answer for every child, but it was the answer for my child when he was in elementary school, and I'm so thankful that that was a suggestion that his principal made to our family, and I think it really set him up for success. So are those some things that we could be recommending and adding to our list of recommendations?
I can speak on our behalf, and I think anything are things that we can consider for things moving forward. I know that the recommendations that were provided to us, I don't know if you want to speak to those things, but I've taken note of your suggestions, and we will consider all of those things as we move forward with how we can best support our gifted cluster students.
Thanks. I can speak to that. Yes. So certainly recommendation number 2 is encompassing of that. That was definitely a part of the recommendation, is considering those statistics that you're speaking of. And it's written in a way to be general, so that it can be, as specific as it needs to be based on what the Office of Gifted determines to be as specific as it needs to be. But it was definitely a consideration when we were writing recommendation number 2. Those statistics played a role in that.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you, Dr. Wilkerson, for noting my comments. I appreciate it.
Okay. I just have maybe 2 questions. First, I didn't realize until this presentation that we were offering high school gifted programming, and I saw that there were 2 or 3 programs going on, but then I heard you say about 125 total participants across the district for high school from those 3 programs. Is that correct?
Is that the course enrollment?
Uh-huh.
3 courses? Is that
Yes.
what you're talking about? Yes, I think it says 117 students.
117.
I think it was.
Okay.
Definitely was.
And are those programs offered at all of our high schools?
So
How does that work?
Those are specific courses. Can you speak to
those
the
courses?
specific, can you speak to the specific courses, right? The Sparks, Super Think Tankers, is that what you were talking about? Right.
I don't know that I have enough in-depth knowledge about those to speak, so I'm going to turn that over to my colleagues.
Perfect. It's not turning on.
Or not, there we
you
go. So I'll verify that they're offered at all of them. I don't know that answer right now, but I have spoken about the classes, and it appears from our secondary colleagues in teaching and learning that the students at the high school level are so invested at building their resume. They are not choosing those courses as often because they're electing to enroll in advanced coursework and dual enrollment as they're applying for certain colleges. Those AP credits mean a lot to them.
Sure.
And so that's pulling them away from some of those opportunities.
Okay. And yeah, I was just kind of thinking that that might be part of that. And I'd be curious of hearing more how much staff we are utilizing at the high school level to cover those 117 students when we're struggling with the ratios at the younger grades where parents are coming in and telling us there's that strong need. And then I was curious about how the information was gathered for the survey. Were the surveys given just to the gifted students, or was it given overall, and our program has the ability to identify which of the students were gifted to apply that information?
Right, so it was given to all the students, and then we were able to identify on the back end the students that were intellectually gifted.
Perfect. And do you, and maybe it's in my paperwork, do you have the number of students who actually participated? Okay, it's in there? Okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to pull it, I can go back and look at it. Thank you.
Sure. Ms. Martin? I know we talked about this at PPMC, but I wanted to reiterate it for my colleagues in the administration, is for recommendation 6, I think our majority touch points are progress reports and report cards. And if a student is in a gifted cluster program, having a set-aside section in those progress reports and report cards for the parents, hey, your child is excelling in this gifted program, needs some work on this or that, or we're moving them up to a different type of curriculum because they're doing well. I think that's a really important communication piece because we know most parents read that. I know as a parent, I'm an information overload and just having one student, let alone having multiple in the district. So I think we should add that in as part of our communication plan. Ms. Weems?
Yes, on a couple of these slides, communication was a problem, especially with the parents. How did you get, because we only got 19% response on this survey, and that was way down lower than any other group. So how were the parents notified that this survey was coming? Was it just emailed to them or what?
It went through, it was part of the annual survey that went to the spring survey that goes out division-wide. So it's part of the larger annual spring division-wide survey. It was part of that.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think that if, especially, parents who are talking to us and bringing us their concerns, I think maybe if that was sent out in a different way, maybe that would have caused more to respond to that. Can you refresh my memory of how many GRTs we have at the elementary level?
I don't have that exact number off the top of my head, but I do know that we have one at every elementary school.
Okay, so
At least
but
one.
some have more than one.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and I kind of had the same feeling or observations as two of my colleagues did, that I just kind of thought the recommendations were a little lacking at the elementary level, and I thought they weren't specific enough. So I was looking for a little bit more there. Thank you.
Mrs. Brown?
All right. So I often reflect on whether or not something's working, sometimes by my own experiences. So I have a high schooler. My high schooler is gifted. I don't recall getting that survey. So I think, and I'm not, it's not to any fault. I just think there is room to improve. And I was actually just trying to look through my personal email to see if I even saw it just now. I think there is room on that communication piece, so I'm happy that we're going to be working on that. And then also, I would like to see some more concrete and specific examples of what it is that we are looking to accomplish. What is the outcome? How are we going to measure whether or not we're successful in what we're trying to accomplish? Because I feel like that would reduce some of the challenges that we may experience. So I think if, as a division, if we can set some metrics there, that'd be great. Thank you. And thanks for all your work on this.
Okay, well, Dr. Wilkerson, if you'd like to just stay there, we can move right into the textbook adoptions with AP Japanese.
You got it.
Okay.
I'm going to switch hats. Good evening, Chairman Melnick, Vice Chair Franklin, members of the school board, Dr. Robertson. I'm here this evening to provide you with the information regarding the textbook adoption committee selection for the AP Japanese World Language course. The textbook recommended for consideration is scheduled for implementation in the fall of 2024. Before presenting our recommendations, I would like to thank Mrs. Kelly Arbel, World Languages Coordinator, and committee members for dedicating their time and efforts into choosing the best textbook for our students. The Japanese Textbook Adoption Committee has selected Dikiru, an AP Japanese preparation course, as its first choice for AP Japanese. The text is aligned to the thematic course content and skills outlined in the AP Japanese Language and Culture Curriculum framework set forth by the College Board. It includes ample opportunities to develop interpretive, interpersonal, and presentational communication skills and promotes cultural awareness. The digital platform provides robust digital resources with additional cultural resources, Japanese reading and listening tasks, practice exercises, and assessments that are aligned to tasks on the AP exam. This is a notable difference from the second choice recommendation, which does not provide any digital resources or teacher materials. The current books for these courses have been in use for 7 years. The initial cost of this textbook for the 5 students enrolled in AP Japanese is $2,114.89, with the total implementation cost for 6 years of approximately $2,430.12. Thank you for your consideration of the committee's recommendations. We will join you again at the next school board meeting when these books will be on the consent agenda. I have with me this evening Mrs. Kelly Arbel, World Languages Coordinator, and we welcome any questions that you might have at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Franklin.
I was letting everyone else. Thank you, Dr. Wilkerson. So can I ask you a question? Because that comes to about $486 per book for the student enrollment. What is the, can I ask you, so how many books does the $2,430 actually provide to us? Is it just 5 books or is it?
I don't want to tell you the wrong number.
Okay.
I know it does include all those additional resources, but I don't know the
Okay.
exact number of books.
It does. So it includes 5 physical books for the students, and it includes access to the digital platform for 6 years. And it also includes teacher resources, which aren't included for free since we're purchasing such a small number.
Okay, and what has been the enrollment, I'm sorry, maybe I should have asked this, but what has been the enrollment in the past? If we
It's
just
stayed
did,
about the same.
it's typically about 5?
It's typically about between 5 and 10.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Owens.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around the how the books are used. It's a virtual class.
It's not. It's a face-to-face class, and usually those students are grouped with Japanese 4 students. Currently, it's only offered at Ocean Lakes, but we can offer it at any high school should students sign up for the course.
Okay, so it's only offered currently at the one school.
Right.
And so the books can be at the one school.
Mhm.
Next year, if there's, you said it ranges 5 to 10, if there are 7 kids enrolled, students enrolled, and we have 5 books, do they just share books? How?
No, we would purchase additional books.
So we would have to do
for
this
those
each-
students.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you. All right, item F is calendar recommendations for 24-25. Welcome.
We have another textbook adoption, Chair.
Oh, we do. I'm so sorry. Dr. Lorena Kelly, K-3 Elementary Language Arts.
And I'm going to go ahead
Oh,
and begin.
okay.
And then Dr. Kelly will follow me, Mrs. Melnick.
Okay.
So good evening again. My name is Danielle Colucci. I serve as the Chief Academic Officer, and I am joined by Dr. Lorena Kelly, the Executive Director of Elementary Teaching and Learning, who will provide you an overview of the process that we're in to adopt a K-3 core literacy textbook as required by the Virginia Department of Education. The textbook must be selected and implemented by this coming fall of 2024. This textbook adoption is a requirement of the Virginia Literacy Act, as we refer to it as the VLA. We have provided information related to the VLA on several occasions already, but because this textbook adoption is just one of the many requirements that we are facing, we felt it would be helpful if I returned tonight to introduce some of those requirements again and review those with you before she provides the overview of the textbook adoption. So the Virginia Literacy Act was passed by the Virginia General Assembly in 2022. Really began as an elementary-focused bill, and act later, and the bill was expanded recently in 2023. The purpose is to improve literacy outcomes across the Commonwealth. The Virginia Literacy Act requires the VDOE to approve and post the approved supplemental, core, and intervention materials to be used in schools across the Commonwealth. Divisions are expected to implement approved programs in the fall. The state first released K-3 core. They didn't release them all at once, to be clear, which is why I aren't coming to you with it all at once for the elementary. But delaying would put a delay in getting those materials in our hands so that we could really start to train and prepare. So that is why we're coming to you staggered. We anticipate the supplemental and intervention programs will be posted and approved soon. We're currently already in the process of public comment for the 4th and 5th grade core. Another key provision of the Virginia Literacy Act is the requirement of providing professional learning to all elementary and middle reading specialists, teachers, and administrators. They must receive training in evidence-based literacy instruction. We refer to it as EBLI, if you have heard that. One elementary reading specialist from each elementary school is already engaged in this training and has been since the beginning of this school year. This group is participating in online modules and also attended 2 in-person reading institutes. We are awaiting information on training for middle school reading specialists because there has not been space available yet, and they are working through all of that at the state level to ensure they provide everyone the training. We were really pleased recently to find out from the state that LETRS-trained teachers will not have to undergo the state training, which was very reassuring because, as you are aware, we've really invested in that. With ESSER funding has really supported our teachers in getting ahead in that area, and they won't have that added to their plate next year is our hope. Another key requirement of the Virginia Literacy Act is monitoring and developing individualized student reading plans for students not meeting proficiency in reading in grades K through 8. Reading specialists will be heavily involved in monitoring interventions and progress. Additionally, every division must develop and submit a division-wide literacy plan. This is due to be turned into the state for review and approval by May 1st. The approved template is not yet released. We've seen drafts, we've already been reviewing them, so we're expecting that to get approved this week. A key staffing requirement we are working to address is that divisions need a reading specialist for every 550 elementary and middle school students. This requirement is an example of how the bill was expanded and is now impacting our middle schools. Finally, the Virginia Literacy Act calls for families to have access to free online resources to help them with literacy connections and supporting their child at home. VDOE has already begun releasing videos, and free resources are posted on their website, and as you are aware, we also have literacy resources and programs that are available to our families at home as well. Virginia Beach City Public Schools language arts and English teams, literacy leaders and principals and teachers have already made incredible progress. We have adopted evidence-based literacy practices over the last 5 years and really invested in understanding the rationale for the shifts. Displayed here, you will see a variety of things that we already have in place that will support us and well position us to meet the requirements of the Virginia Literacy Act this fall. I believe this is why our PALS data was very positive, which was shared with you earlier this year. I'm going to pause just a moment so you can review these items. With a comprehensive law such as the Virginia Literacy Act, there will also be challenges. Displayed here are the requirements that will involve more time, more effort, and funding. When theory and legislation come together and are operationalized, educators often find themselves doing a lot of heavy lifting and trying to piece it all together. While the previous slide highlights our progress, we felt it was important to be transparent and share the challenges we're working through. We are working across offices to address the requirements with the least disruption to our schools and the highest level of support to teachers. The Department of Teaching and Learning, in partnership with our school stakeholders and the Departments of Planning, Innovation, and Accountability and School Leadership, are working together to create an implementation strategy roadmap to support our administrators and give them clarity on what should come first, what resources are available. And we have a goal of implementation with fidelity, but with grace and flexibility. The state has even said we don't expect on day one everyone to have a perfect model. They do expect us to meet the requirements, so we are balancing that. Staffing reading specialists at the middle school level will also be a significant challenge because we have to staff those positions, and they're also difficult positions to staff. I hope this briefing was helpful to you, and we look forward to partnering to ensure we are prepared for full implementation this fall. As you can see, our division has done great work in the area of literacy instruction over the last few years, and our teachers and specialists are doing an amazing job of delivering high-quality reading and writing instruction. We will continue to work hard to support our school administrators, teachers, and specialists as the new requirements come into play. At this time, Dr. Kelly will present you the steps taken to address the requirement of adopting an approved core textbook for K-3. As a reminder, the state released approved 4th and 5th grade core just this December. So we should finish that process, and we'll return to you with that information as soon as we can.
Good evening. Good evening. As Ms. Colucci shared, Virginia school divisions are limited to the approved resources provided by the Virginia Department of Education, which means that we're unable to consider open educational resources or OERs. To support school divisions with quick turnaround to implement this fall, the Virginia Department of Ed has provided resources to help divisions make the choices and provided public the opportunity to comment on all the resources. Our committee then took the approved options and reviewed all state-approved core textbooks for grades K through 3 to recommend their top 2 choices. As Ms. Colucci shared, we would have preferred to do K-5 all at once, but the state posted K-3 prior to 4-5. So we're now engaged in 4-5 selection process, and we'll return with that information. The top 2 choices have been made available in the school administration building, the central library, and in all schools. The selection committee reviewed a summary of public comment, and we're here tonight to share the committee's recommendation. The top 2 state-approved textbooks identified by the Virginia Beach City Public Schools Curriculum Committee were Benchmark Advance and Houghton Mifflin Harcourt, HMH, into reading. Allow me to share what the committee identified as strengths for each. The strengths of Benchmark Advance noted by the committee were a strong support for teachers, specifically novice teachers, through an online portal, video resources, teacher language and rationale, clear guidance for using assessment data to group students and to inform instruction. And finally, the program contains unit themes that promote content integration while building student background knowledge. The strengths of HMH into reading that were noted by the committee were the program contains resources that are teacher friendly, provide a structured literacy teacher's guide, and include specific phonics and phonological awareness instruction with teacher support for understanding and delivering instruction. The program provides explicit writing instruction with a separate teacher's guide that provides support for grammar instruction and opportunities for feedback. The program includes a wide bank of resources that will meet the needs of novice and veteran teachers as they differentiate instruction based on student needs. And finally, the program includes home-to-school connections through printable, decodable texts and family letters. Approximately 600 responses were submitted during public comment. The committee carefully reviewed a summary of public comments, textbook costs, and noted a few key differences. For example, stakeholder input frequently indicated that the use of text written by well-known authors included in the HMH textbook was preferred over text created specifically by Benchmark, as Benchmark hires to create many of their stories in text and uses some excerpts from well-known authors. Benchmark offers 75 total sessions of PD over 3 years. The number included for HMH on the slide is no longer accurate. We received an update, and HMH provides 40 sessions of coaching and on-demand digital PD over the next 3 years. Benchmark writing instruction is embedded in the reading lessons in response to the text that students are reading, whereas HMH includes more direct instruction in a writer's workshop structure to address grammar and writing components more explicitly. Both programs have optional take-home readers, which are not a requirement of classroom instruction. One difference here is that HMH would require printing if a teacher would like to utilize the take-home reader resource. Now we will examine the cost of each. The initial cost of Benchmark for approximately 18,755 students in grades K through 3 was quoted for $2,615,105. The 3-year additional cost and total implementation for a 3-year adoption are included on the screen. The initial cost of HMH into reading for approximately 18,755 students in grades K-3 was quoted for $2,350,504. The 3-year additional cost and total implementation for a 3-year adoption are included on the screen. As we noted, we received approximately 600 responses, and based on responses, HMH received higher ratings in all 4 categories included on the survey, which are educational significance, support, usability, and navigation and layout. During the final textbook adoption committee meeting, the committee reviewed a summary of public comment, textbook costs, and came to consensus on the recommendation of HMH for their K-3 core program. This is a reminder that Mrs. Colucci shared information regarding funding during a previous school board presentation. As you may recall, our division received approximately $20 million of the Virginia All-In funding from the state. VBCPS allocated approximately $4 million in the spending plan that was approved by the state. Of that amount, $3.5 million was budgeted for the Virginia Literacy Act K-3 core curriculum adoption, and another $440 was budgeted for supplemental curricular materials. We do have some flexibility to make adjustments as needed if additional needs arise, but an amendment to the plan would need to be submitted to the state for review and approval. Our goal is to use VLA funding for the 2024 school year to cover the initial cost of the implementation and to ensure materials are received no later than May, to provide teachers the opportunity to have the resources prior to break. Thank you for your consideration of the committee's recommendation. I would like to thank the Elementary and Language Arts team, and Carrie Hall and Robin Cady are here with me tonight. We'd also like to thank the Curriculum Committee members for dedicating their time and completing a thoughtful analysis to recommend the best textbook for our students and teachers. We will join you again on February 13th when these books will be on the consent agenda. We welcome any questions you may have, and we look forward to sharing the recommendation for 4-5 in the near future.
Dr. Kelly. So right now, this is K-3.
Correct.
Okay. So are we going to receive funding to do 4 and 5?
We had that opportunity to adjust if necessary from that larger funding source that we receive for all-in tutoring, yes.
Okay. So, when was the last time we had textbooks for K-3? I remember them in the 90s, and there was something that happened in the 90s where we kind of got put into a room and whole language, and they closed the door and they said, everything you learned in college, don't, we're not doing that anymore. And we had textbooks, and we talked to the middle, and that's where we stayed until we realized that didn't really work. So that's just like trauma for me. Like it was that part of it, just trying to, then you try to recover from that. And so, I'm not necessarily totally opposed to this, but I'm kind of struggling with this. Reading resource teachers are one of our unfunded mandates. And so, will the funding cover, you said 2 reading resource teachers, 1 for every 500. So any school that has over 500 students, do they already have 2 reading resource teachers?
We have, the law requires 1 reading specialist for every 550 students. Currently, we do meet that requirement in elementary schools. It's in middle schools, as Ms. Colucci noted, that we would need to add those positions.
And will the funding help with that too?
This funding doesn't cover the cost of that.
Okay. And what do we do if we can't find reading specialists to fill those positions in the middle school?
We're working through plans right now, and we are doing that in a K-8 conversation. And I will say, Ms. Colucci and I have discussed that this week as well. I don't know if we want to share any additional information. I could speak also really quickly.
We have, over the last few years, we have worked really hard. So we've used ESSER funds even to put cohorts of teachers through to get their master's degree in reading, which has been a wonderful opportunity that came out of ESSER. And so that is helping. We still think that we'll probably face some shortages where we are trying to fill the positions, but we have some partners, and we are investigating who is certified in the middle schools and who might be willing and excited about taking on a different role. It's a teacher allocation, so someone might want to change. So we are exploring absolutely everything and recruiting to make sure. As long as we're providing the allocation, we are meeting the requirement, and so we will definitely support from the teaching and learning side until all positions are filled.
So one last question. In a typical day, where would this instruction fall? Is this small group?
This is core, so yes, it would, I often explain, in math and reading at the elementary level in Virginia Beach, I think one of the things that makes it so special is we have a small group model. So oftentimes when I'm talking to parents, perceptions of how we were educated with a whole group model, we do that as tier 1 in Virginia Beach. We use data, we pre-assess, and we group kids for small groups. So that is our core, and this will address all of whole group and a variety of that, and Dr. Kelly can expand if she needs to. But it will take the place of what we're doing regularly for core instruction. Supplemental is going to come out, so they're going to post an approved list of more supplemental and intervention programs that are available. We believe that our programs that we already have are going to make that list. So we're not anticipating costs for supplemental. It could happen. And so we could need to dip again into the Virginia Literacy, into the all-in funding that I presented on earlier in the school year to help with that too. Fingers crossed. I don't think we're going to need to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
The only thing I would add to that is, as Ms. Colucci noted, we're following a structured literacy approach. And you will see some adjustments based on that. But the Virginia Literacy Act is a multi-pronged approach. And you could see that the professional learning is a very significant part of that. It's not just giving everyone a core program, but it's ensuring that from the principal to the reading specialist to the teacher in that building have the knowledge that they need to continue to make those informed decisions for students so that the decisions they're making based on that core curriculum are really driven by student data. So that's what the letters, professional learning has really built that strong foundation, and we'll be able to continue that as we move forward now in alignment with a core program.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Franklin.
Thank you. First of all, I do love a physical book still, so I kind of love that. But one question that I had is, when it came down to these two different curriculums, are you provided a list of curriculums that are approved by the state, and then you kind of narrow it down to what we feel like is the best thing for our division?
So what we do at Virginia Beach, we have a policy that we followed, and we pull together a committee. It specifies who the members of the committee should be. We pull this committee together, and they review all of the core programs that are approved on the list. So we looked at all the programs that the state provided for kindergarten through third grade. And they are the initial reviewers, and based on that committee, they dwindle it down to 2 or 3 choices. They took it to 2 choices, and then from there we do the call to action, and we put it out for public comment for everybody.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Very good.
Ms. Riggs.
Okay, so you said that it was harder to staff the middle school, Virginia Literacy?
The reading specialist
The reading
position.
specialist? I thought middle school had reading specialists, so what's the difference?
They have reading teachers. Some of them are certified, and some of them aren't. It doesn't require the certification. So
Well, it
our Read
doesn't.
180 teachers do not have to carry that. They're trained in intervention and to utilize their programs. But they don't all have to have an endorsement for that resource position.
So do you have reading specialists in every middle school?
I do not believe, well, we don't have any serving in a specialist role right now. We have literacy coaches and we have Read 180 teachers. So this is something that we're grappling through and looking at who could we shift, how many positions are we actually going to need. But it is going to be an expectation that we staff that position.
So how many do you think you're looking at as, just an example for a school? I mean, would it be more than 1 per school?
For the bigger schools.
So, and you're saying it's hard to, I would think there would be teachers wanting this. I mean, when I was teaching, it was like a sought after.
They may, and so if they don't have their certification, we can't hire them though. So they
Okay.
would have to seek that. So I think that's why
So are
it's
you guys
often
gonna give them
critical.
any opportunity to help with certifying them? I mean.
We have done that over the last
NEPD?
several years, but right now I don't know. They have to get it through a university, so it's not something we can provide them right now.
We do have a current cohort. We have a cohort of math coaches and literacy leaders that are funded through the Title II grant that are currently in and should be finishing up next year.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. You're so welcome. Okay, Mr. Delaney. Welcome. Matthew Delaney, Chief School Officer, and Nicole Livas, Chief Family and Community Engagement Officer for the calendar recommendations for 24-25.
After Ms. Livas heard you introduce me as, okay, Mr. Delaney, like I've been called to the office, she said, you'll handle this one alone.
Okay, all right.
Good evening, Chairwoman Melnick, Vice Chair Franklin, members of the school board, and Dr. Robertson. This evening, we're here to present information on the 24-25 school calendar. The goal this evening really is to provide a comprehensive review. It's going to be long. I'm going to share that with you now. Of the many factors that are involved in developing a calendar. This is outlined in the slide with the purpose of this presentation. We're going to provide an overview of the calendar development process, includes the requirements of the Code of Virginia, school board policy, and organizational considerations. We're going to share the results from the 24-25 calendar survey. I'm going to go through a deep review of the most preferred calendar option and an alternative option that captures other factors for consideration. Honestly, I'm going to try to ensure that somebody can't say, if I would have known. So you're going to get a comprehensive if I would have known presentation. As a reminder, it's been 2 years since we had last adopted a calendar. Several of you were not members of the board and weren't involved in the calendar approval process. I want to remind the group we started this process at the school board retreat in July. We engaged in feedback sessions with school administrators, central support staff, and teachers in September and October. We updated the school board on the calendar in November. The calendar committee met in December, and a survey was provided to the family, staff, and community on January 2nd. We've reviewed a lot of emails from staff as well as emails from the board to the board. I say all of this because we have many, many data points that have framed our presentation this evening. Again, it's my goal that by the end of this presentation, all stakeholders have a firm understanding of what must be taken into account when developing a calendar. And at the conclusion of the presentation, we'll be seeking guidance from the board. As I said, we received feedback from a variety of voices during the process. Along with that, a variety of questions. Questions such as, can we have remote learning days? Why do we not count transition time between classes? Why is election day a staff day? Can we change the policy on the number of instructional days and focus more on instructional hours? I've had questions such as, can we increase religious observance days in the calendar? Feedback that also includes, we need to have a longer holiday break. Can we make sure that we have those 2 days off at the beginning of January? Why don't we use the same calendar as other school divisions, as they're able to start early and end early? We have too many days off in November. Something needs to be done about that. All of these are very valid questions. However, what seems to be a simple solution is not so simple. We must also factor in Code of Virginia requirements, Virginia Department of Education requirements, school board policy, and factors that are essential to the operation of the school division. So let's go into greater detail. The Code of Virginia has specific laws that impact the calendar we adopt. I'll go into greater detail in the code for standard school year and school day and the code for teacher contract in upcoming slides. But Virginia Code 22.1-98, reduction of state aid, outlines the possibility of losing state funds if you do not meet the standard school year and school day requirements. It does provide school divisions the flexibility to declare an unscheduled remote learning day due to weather events or other emergency situations. In that code, it states that we can claim no more than 10 unscheduled remote learning days in a school year, unless granted by the state superintendent. This is important because this answers the question of why we are unable to schedule remote learning days. Virginia Code 22.1-79.1 outlines the process school divisions would have to follow if they'd like to gain approval for alternative schedules. That has not been needed for us at this time, and I will share that those requirements are very specific from the state. We have school board policy that guides calendar development process as well. I'll be reviewing the school board calendar policy and the school day and school hours policy in upcoming slides. But included in School Board 4-88 on holidays and our last board workshop on calendar, we were asked a question regarding the election day. Our current policy identifies election day as a holiday, but as we shared before, historically we have used that day as a staff day and would like to request that we return this as a staff day. Full disclosure, we do host 57 precincts during those voting days, and I'd like to remind the board that we're coming up to an election day, so we do expect heavy traffic on that day as well. So let's take a deeper dive into Virginia Code and school board policy. I'm going to start with School Board Policy 612 on the school calendar, just give you a moment to read it. I highlighted in bold, you will see important language in the calendar development process. Pertinent dates and information essential to the operation of the Division of Schools. I ask that you keep this portion of the policy in mind as we move forward. We will demonstrate operational considerations in later slides that have an impact on the parameters that are utilized when developing a calendar. This slide outlines the language from Virginia Code on standard school year and school day. The areas highlighted in bold illustrate the components of code that are different from our policy. Virginia Code includes the language or 990 instructional hours and includes passing time for class changes. You can also see at the bottom how they account for recess in calculating school hours and school day. Now you'll see the difference in our school board policy. School board policy 6-13 commits to instructional days and not instructional hours. Our policy does not use the language of including passing time. It does include the language of excluding intermissions for meals. I will share with you that we meet these requirements if we don't count passing time for class because we only focus on instructional days and not instructional hours. So by the fact that we schedule 181 days in our policy, we don't currently need to factor in instructional hours. I will say that if we are concerned about instructional hours, we do meet the 990-hour requirement. On a 181-day calendar, we're at approximately 1,086 instructional hours. If we remove travel time between classes, we still meet the mark. From a historical context, we have changed the policy over the years regarding instructional days. Some of you may remember when we had 183 days and moved to 182 days, and now we schedule 181 days. The reason for the 181 days is that it gives us flexibility in the event of an inclement weather cancellation. If we created a calendar of 180 days, as the policy is currently written, a canceled day would require us to make up that day. At the bottom of that slide, you can see what the division may do to develop alternative schedules. I mentioned that earlier in Virginia Code 22.1-79.1. It's very wordy. I just wanted to include it so you saw the entirety of that policy. I'd like to address how teacher contracts impact the calendar planning process. Based on Virginia Code, a standard teacher contract is 200 days and includes the teaching days outlined in the previous slide. We have not traditionally encumbered teachers with the full 200 days. Over the past several calendars, we have encumbered 193 days, 181 instructional days, and 12 staff days. Staff days typically include an in-service week and staff days identified throughout the year. The other 7 days of the contract are considered unencumbered, but this provides a level of recognition for the hours teachers work off the clock, grading papers, writing lesson plans, creating assessments, finalizing mandatory training, attending orientation nights, and so on and so on. I will share in conversations with the teachers and many administrators, they're not aware that they're on a 200-day contract. So I share this information just for some reminders there. So let me give a brief recap of what we just reviewed. Over the past several calendars, we created calendars for 181 instructional days. This meets both the Code of Virginia and school board policy. Our teachers are encumbered for 193 days, which include the 181 instructional days and the 12 staff days. And based on our policy, we do not include instructional hours and therefore do not need to address whether or not to count transition time between classes. As I shared previously, a school calendar shall be prepared at least annually to indicate pertinent dates and information essential to the operations of the division schools. Information essential to the operation of the division schools is essentially the many presentations we provide to the board throughout the year. On the next 2 slides, I'm just going to outline several points that must be factored in when we develop the calendar. You just heard how the Virginia Department of Education is placing additional requirements on schools for the upcoming year to include the implementation of Virginia's Literacy Act. Ms. Colucci provided an initial overview in her presentation on K-3 textbooks. Elementary and middle school teachers will be required to participate in training to meet the guidelines. Currently, we are not completely certain about what that will entail, but we are anticipating the need to create time for teachers to complete and feel comfortable with implementing. Prior to the break, during a teacher evaluation presentation and in a presentation by Mr. Harris, we shared the culturally competency licensure requirements for teachers and the training that will be required for completion in 24-25. Okay, that's a Virginia Department of Education requirement. New curriculum is being released by the state, not only in language arts, but also in math. In the past, the Virginia Department of Education provided a crosswalk year to implement new curriculum. That is not the case next year. Our teachers are going to need time to gain an understanding of the new curriculum, how to effectively plan, teach, and assess and respond to the new standards. There's some anticipation that there might be potential changes to the standards of accreditation. Staff must complete other required training, such as annual seizure training and the annual mandatory employee training that takes several hours to complete. When developing a calendar, we must consider our summer programming, specifically summer school for secondary students and our summer learning camps for our elementary school students. At the start of each year, the school board receives updates from the Department of School Support Services. They spend the summer finalizing projects such as roof repair, HVAC replacements, as well as conduct maintenance on all of our schools in preparation for the new year. This typically takes place when students and staff are not in the building. The Human Resources Department needs time to hire and train new staff in addition to teachers. They're hiring teacher assistants, cafeteria staff, security staff, and central office support. Finally, we must consider our strategic plan Compass 2025 and how we work to achieve the goals outlined in our plan. On the slide, you will see a few of those items that highlight the importance of a calendar that supports success in these areas. Proven achievement in reading, writing, and math, enrollment in advanced courses, closing achievement gaps, work-based learning, mental health and behavioral supports, and actionable plans for post-secondary pursuit and goals. I'm confident that we often hear from our staff, we need time to meet these expectations and to achieve these goals. I'm also confident I've not captured all the operational considerations, but I believe that the point has been illustrated, developing a calendar that is essential to the operations of our school division. School Board Policy 6-12 on the school calendar also states that the calendar should be planned by the superintendent and staff in cooperation with patron organizations. There's several ways that we do this, as I outlined in the opening, but the formal process includes the development of a calendar work group. A calendar work group convened on December 13th to develop calendar options to include in the community survey. There were 25 members of the work group that included parents, teachers, school administrators, citywide PTA leadership, VBA representation, members of faith-based organizations, members of the Equity Council, a representative from our Special Education Advisory Committee, central support staff from pretty much every department. We also had the Deputy Chief of Virginia Beach Ocean Rescue participate on the committee as well. So a pretty diverse group of individuals bringing in a diverse group of perspectives. They were tasked with developing 2 pre-Labor Day and 2 post-Labor Day calendar options in the community survey. One of those we said needs to have an earlier end date than this year. We reviewed the school board policies that we shared in this presentation, tasked the group with developing 2 pre-Labor Day and 2 post-Labor Day calendars. They are operating under the parameters outlined on the slide. So you see 193 and 181. That makes sense on why that was done that way. We also looked to have an equal spread of days per semester. We try to balance the quarter numbers out as best as possible, limiting the adjusted dismissal days and really looking at the availability of staff days. We separated the work group into 4 groups, and they worked on developing one of the assigned calendars. In those groups was separated that we didn't do it as a homogeneous group. So all teachers weren't in one group, all parents in a group. I share that with you because it tells you the challenge that was there, and I'll cover that, and you'll see that probably in the data. They were provided a draft calendar, started their thinking, and were asked to make some adjustments to the drafts and document the rationale for those adjustments. Each group shared out their adjustments and came to an agreement to the calendar they created. In full transparency, I don't believe any of the work group members walked out of that meeting feeling excited about the calendar they created. I do believe they walked out with a better understanding of the challenge. The draft calendars were included in the calendar survey as an additional data point for the decision-making process. In January, information and a link to the calendar survey was distributed to families and staff through Parent Square, the division's Alert Now messaging system. In addition, we included in other channels such as social media sites, posted on vbschools.com as a banner on the main page. The survey was available from January 2nd to January 11th. We also provided an opportunity for email feedback until January 15th. As shown on the slide, nearly 22,000 people responded and shared their general preferences. Respondents were asked to indicate their primary affiliation with Virginia Beach City Public Schools. Parents and instructional staff were the largest respondent groups. In addition to asking about preferred calendar options for next year, it included questions about satisfaction with various aspects of the current calendar. We'll review those results first and then discuss components of the most preferred calendar and a potential alternative. I'm going to give you a moment to read that slide that's on the screen. It shows the results for parents' satisfaction with aspects of the current calendar so far this year. The light blue portion of the bar is the percent who was satisfied, the dark blue percenter who are neither satisfied nor dissatisfied, and the orange portion is the percent who were dissatisfied. To highlight a few findings, the largest percent of parents, 67%, were satisfied with not having a full school day prior to Thanksgiving. On the other hand, the largest percentages of parents were dissatisfied with the school start and end dates for the current calendar. 43% of parents were dissatisfied with the school start date this year, and 39% of parents were dissatisfied with the school end date this year. All staff, both instructional and non-instructional, were asked the same survey items. Again, I'll give you a moment to review. Again, similar to parents, a high percentage of staff, 84%, were satisfied with not having a full school day prior to Thanksgiving. The highest percentage of staff, 65%, also indicated they were dissatisfied with the school end date this year, and 54% were dissatisfied with the length and number of holiday breaks. In my last calendar update, I shared that we were going to look at the attendance rate on the Tuesday prior to Thanksgiving and compare it to the adjusted dismissal days that were used previously on the Wednesday prior to Thanksgiving. Our attendance rates on Tuesday, November 21st of 2023 was 89.4%. To compare, our attendance rates on the adjusted dismissal day in 2022 was 76.6%. Went back to the pre-COVID years of 2019, which was 80.2%, and 81.9% for 2018. So it appears that providing a full day off on the Wednesday prior to Thanksgiving makes some sense on a variety of levels. Staff were asked about additional aspects of the calendar, such as time for professional learning and staff and flex days. Approximately half who rated their satisfaction were satisfied, with about 1/3 of staff respondents being neither satisfied nor dissatisfied. Dissatisfaction was relatively low. The largest area of satisfaction was with the number of staff days at 53%. In addition, when instructional staff only were asked specifically about the usefulness of each staff day and flex day, the largest percentages indicated the staff and flex days were very useful, with most others indicating those days were somewhat useful. A relatively low percentage of staff indicated the days were not useful, between 14 and 18%. The October 9th staff day was new this year and was provided our staff an opportunity to restart after a pre-Labor Day beginning. At the time of the survey, staff still has not been able to experience the additional staff days provided at the end of January and the staff day in March. I'm sorry? The October 9th staff day. Again, I'd like to give you a moment to review this slide, but on the survey, the first item asked respondents to indicate whether they preferred a pre-Labor Day start, a post-Labor Day start, or had no preference. For each respondent group, the largest percentage indicated they preferred a post-Labor Day school start. The overall preference is provided in the final graph. As you see that number, just think for a moment how this result may impact some of the responses on the previous slides. Next, respondents were asked to select the most preferred calendar for the 4 options. 2 pre-Labor Day options and 2 post-Labor Day options. As shown on the slide, the highest percentage of respondents in each group selected the pre-Labor Day option 1 calendar that begins on August 26th and ends on June 6th. Although parents were nearly evenly divided between the option 1 pre-Labor Day and the option 2 post-Labor Day calendars. Overall percentages are captured in the final graph. Because these results seem to conflict somewhat with the results from the previous slide, showing a general preference among each group for a post-Labor Day opening, additional data analysis were conducted to examine the most important factors when choosing a calendar option. I will share that momentarily. The survey also asked respondents to select the least preferred calendar option, which for each respondent groups was the option 2 pre-Labor Day and option 2 post-Labor Day calendar. Again, you can see the overall percentages. Option 2 was the least preferred option for 42% of our respondents. The 3 most important factors for respondents when considering the calendar options included start date, school end date, and the length of breaks. The largest percentage of parents and community members indicated the start date was the most important factor, while the largest percentages of students and staff indicated that the lengths of breaks was most important. However, within each respondent group, a sizable percentage noted that the end date was the most important factor for them in selecting a calendar option, from 20 to 32%, depending on the group. Again, overall totals are in the last graph. Given these results, the selection of option 1 pre-Labor Day calendar where the school year ends June 6 is consistent with the findings, because some of the respondents who initially said they preferred a post-Labor Day start also noted that the end date was their most important consideration. These respondents generally selected the option 1 pre-Labor Day calendar, along with those respondents who initially preferred a post-Labor Day calendar. So just to summarize some of the numbers that you saw there, I know it's a lot to digest. When we look at the parent responses, 43% were dissatisfied with the start date, 39% dissatisfied with the end date, 67% satisfied with no school prior to Thanksgiving. And you can see the staff responses as well. 38 dissatisfied with the start date, 65 dissatisfied with the end date, 54% dissatisfied with the length of breaks. Highest percentage of any response, 84% satisfied with no school prior to Thanksgiving, and then 53% satisfied with the number of school days. The most important factor when considering a calendar, again, is the start date, length of breaks, and then end date's third on that list. Calendar preference, 43% preferred pre-Labor Day option 1, 42% least preferred pre-Labor Day option 2. So here we go. I'm going to go through the pre-Labor Day option 1 calendar as the most preferred calendar option. Again, this is in many reasons to ensure everybody understands what was in this calendar if we were to say, hey, we're going to go with the most preferred calendar option. As I go through each month, I would want you to consider much of the information provided on the previous slides, including the organizational considerations, survey responses, and the emails that you've received. Staff let's take a look at August and September. Staff returns on August 14th. You will note the flex days for both the 14th and the 15th. You've heard some of this, but I anticipate you would hear concerns about the 8-day length of in-service week. Would like you to consider some of the things you hear about training needs that might be impacted, that might support a longer in-service week. When we gathered feedback from principals after the opening of the year, we heard that the 5 days felt rushed, and that more time would be appreciated. So it is captured in this calendar option from the work group. But I want you to note that the 14th and the 15th are both labeled as flex days. In terms of flex days, recall that we do not encumber 70 extra of the teacher contract days each year. Flex days provide additional leeway to honor the extra time teachers work beyond their contract day throughout the year. For most teachers, they take full advantage of this opportunity and do not report to work on flex days. There's a positive to that, but the challenge that exists, as many of our principals have said, is fewer opportunities on staff days to provide critically important professional learning that teachers may need in the coming year. The first day of school is August 26th. Per Virginia code, students and staff would be off to celebrate the Labor Day weekend on August 30th and September 2nd. In several conversations with principals and teachers, the 2 4-day work weeks to begin a year provide an opportunity to really teach processes and routines, and it gave staff the opportunity to enjoy the weekend. Moving on to October and November, you will see that the first 9 weeks ends on October 29th, and there would be a staff day on October 30th. The second quarter would begin on October 31st. As a reminder, we had 2 staff days at the conclusion of the first quarter this year. Our elementary school teachers really felt this time could be used to hold conferences while also having a day to prepare for the second 9 weeks. In November, you will see that the work group limited the amount of days off for students in November, which was concern brought up by members of the board. I would also like to share that was brought up by a representative of our special education advisory group who spoke about the challenges of broken up weeks for our special education students. November 5th is Election Day, and by policy 4-88 would be a holiday for students and staff. We would need to amend the policy on holidays to remove Election Day as a holiday, so we could use it as a staff day. Our new neighboring divisions use Election Day as a staff day. You will also note in November that the day prior to Thanksgiving would be a flex day for staff, and students would be off. If the board chooses to use this calendar, and a policy change to 4-88 could allow the 27th flex day to be moved to a staff day on the 5th or at another time, just providing a holiday for all students and staff. Moving to December and January, December 20th would be considered an adjusted dismissal day for both students and staff prior to the holiday break. Students and staff would return on Thursday, the 2nd of January, and reviewing many emails over the past week, there was a consistent theme of having 2 full weeks off for the holiday break. This calendar does not provide that opportunity. The second quarter, first semester, ends on January 22nd. Based on this calendar, this would be an adjusted dismissal day for students. Staff would finalize in the afternoon grades, and school counselors would have to work through potential scheduling changes on the middle and high school levels. In the current year, we are providing 2 days at the end of the semester. This was recommended, if you recall, by high school administrators, school counselors, and teachers to allow for an effective transition to term 2, especially following the 4x4 schedule. February is pretty straightforward. President's Day is on the 17th. March 27th signifies the end of the third quarter. Again, this was listed as an adjusted dismissal day for students as teachers finalize grades and prepare for the final 9 weeks. Again, typically the end of each quarter has been a full staff day. April 11th would be an adjusted dismissal day for students and staff heading into spring break the following week. You see spring break from April 14th to 18th. And in May, we have Memorial Day as a holiday on the 26th. And as we look at June, the year would end on June 6th, would be the last day of school, an adjusted dismissal day for students. Traditionally, the Tuesday through Friday of the final week has been an adjusted dismissal day for high school students. Since graduations are the following week, the calendar work group felt that those adjusted dismissal days are no longer needed. You will also take note that to get to the 193 staff days, flex days were added to the end of the calendar on June 9th and 10th. Not going to read through this entire slide. I'm going to take a sip of water, but I'll give you a moment to take a look at kind of a summary of those option pre-Labor Day components that were just covered. One thing I would note is at the end, we are requesting that removal of Election Day as a holiday from School Board 4-88. We would appreciate your consideration. So in reviewing other survey data points and emails that have come in, staff felt that it was important to just provide an alternative option to stimulate the discussion. For example, the most consistent feedback that we reviewed revolved around having the day off prior to Thanksgiving and a 2-week holiday break. Of all the other things that were shared, that was the consistent component of all feedback we received. So let's talk through this option. In the alternative options, staff returns on the 15th of August. Again, this is 2 days earlier than this year. Provides additional time for the required training that's coming from the Virginia Department of Education. Allows us to adjust to curriculum changes, complete other mandatory trainings, and prepare for the start of the year. Again, you would hear concerns about the 7-day length of in-service. When we gathered feedback from principals, as I shared, they felt rushed. And we also heard from our special education staff that revising IEPs was a challenge in that short window. This additional time might be helpful. The first day of school for students is the 26th. Students and staff are off on the 30th and the 2nd. And as we talked about, that 4-day work week to start both months was pretty well received from groups. Moving on to October and November, you will see that the first 9 weeks ends on October 30th and a staff day on October 31st. Second quarter would begin on November 1st. Just to give you an example of where conversations would come up, and I believe you heard this earlier, but we would receive emails from some elementary parents and teachers asking why the day after Halloween's not off. In this instance, we were unable to do that. If you look, we do consider, I'm saying we're unable, we can do whatever you want us to do. But when we look at it, the balance of quarters is really the challenge. If we were to move that one more day over and say we're going to go 31st is the final day, November 1st is the staff day, we would move to 47 days in quarter one, 43 days in quarter two. You would hear from some individuals that imbalance could create a challenge. Again, I'm sharing with you decisions where some of you might say that seems simple, and I can agree with it, but you're going to hear from people of those imbalances. And so that was part of that conversation. We could dissect that one. I could go give you many different examples. You're also going to note that the date of the 27th, let me make sure I have it, November 27th, day prior to Thanksgiving, would be a holiday for all students and staff. 89% of our staff and 67% of our parents were satisfied with having this day off. Also makes sense from a student attendance perspective. Moving to the December, it's pretty straightforward. Final day of the holiday break would be December 20th. It was interesting in the calendar work group. There was a discussion regarding this day and if we needed to have consideration for not making that a full instructional day. And the calendar work group felt that there would be enough time for families to make any travel arrangements. Moving to January, you will note that the 2nd and 3rd would be part of the holiday break. This gives families and students a full 2 weeks for the holiday break. Again, an overwhelming theme. Length of breaks was the second highest percentage for the most important factor when considering a calendar. Martin Luther King holiday is scheduled for January 20th, and this option maintains the 2 staff days at the end of January. This allows for teachers to finalize grades, schedule conferences on the secondary level, and make the necessary changes going into term 2. In February should look familiar. We have President's Day as a holiday on the 17th. In order to get the 2 days for January 2nd, 3rd holiday break, there will no longer be a staff day in March that we've had this year. In April, we have a staff day to finalize quarter 3. The 4th quarter begins on April 4th. Spring break will run from April 14th to April 18th. In May, Memorial Day is a holiday on the 26th. June is similar to most years. We have adjusted dismissal days scheduled for our high school students on June 10th through 12th as we conduct graduations. June 13th is an adjusted dismissal day for all students and is the last day of school. The only flex day that we placed in this calendar is June 16th. Again, something we've done in the past. So again, here's a summary of the alternative option. Similar to the other option that was provided, we are requesting that removal of the election day as a holiday. So based on school board policy, we feel confident we've met the standard outlined. In developing the presentation, we wanted to be able to cover many components that must be considered: Virginia Code, school board policy, operational considerations, and feedback from the survey. I'd like to just thank the calendar work group for participating in really a thankless endeavor. Many of them got to see comments of their work, and it probably hit them a little bit in some instances, but they understood the challenge. As I shared with them at the conclusion of the work group meeting, they were not going to receive a call from anyone saying how much they loved the calendars that were offered. We know that there are decisions that some individuals will appreciate, and others will not. On the surface, developing a calendar should not be very difficult. However, when you place specific guidelines in the processes, challenges become greater. I hope you're able to take that away from this presentation. I would like to conclude saying both calendars have balanced semesters and meet the 181 instructional days for students and 193 instructional and unencumbered days for staff. Again, I'd like to thank the community for providing their input and the assistance of staff in filing this calendar off the timeline as originally presented. This time, we're ready to take your feedback, answer any questions. Let's light up the board.
Yeah, that was the first one out of the gate. I want to read a couple numbers to you real quick. Visitor spending in Virginia Beach is $2.4 billion a year. That's $46 million a week. By going before Labor Day or staying to mid-June, we're losing out on $46 million a week in economic throughput. We generate $127 million in local taxes a year with tourism. That's $2.4 million in local taxes a week. A week. If we can go after Labor Day and get out in early June, we're looking at $5 million more in local tax revenue, $1 million more to the school district. 19,000 jobs in Virginia Beach are related to the tourism industry, $605 million in labor, wage, and salary. That's $11.6 million in wages a week in our community, 23 million over 2 weeks. So I know in the long term, we're looking at economic headwinds. We really need to take this into consideration in the long term. If we can free up 2 more weeks, pre-Labor Day, early June, we can generate more revenue for our locality and for our school district, right? So how do we get there? Maybe we don't get there this year, but I think that's what we need to look at as a board, especially with the passing time minutes, advocating for some additional freedom with flex days, maybe 4 to 6 flex days by General Assembly approval in the next legislative session. I really think that what I'm seeing is a lot of siloing of decisions, but we really need to take a big picture. This is an economic issue. This is a teacher retention issue. We need to listen to them. I know that I'm a frequent flyer on chronic absenteeism because we like to travel. And so we also need to look at this calendar as it relates to potentially new accreditation standards that count chronic absenteeism. If we don't have those last 2 days of winter break, that could put a lot of our students at that 18-day, 10% threshold that will count against us. So we've got to factor that in as well. I want us to look at this with a really holistic look. But I'm coming at the revenue piece. We're going to have some tight budgets, and you know what? $1 million, that'd be pretty good. That would go far in our district. So thank you.
Ms. Owens.
Thank you. So when I look at our policies that are in here, I'm not seeing anything in our current school board policy 613 that stops us from looking at our calendar through the 990 hours standard versus the 180 days. It sounds like, from what you said, we are currently doing 1,086 hours, which gives us 96 hours of wiggle room to still be in compliance with the VDOE state requirements. Certainly being that we are going to struggle to make movement on salaries, and Chesapeake is going to be beating us salary-wise, having a better calendar really needs to be an incentive that we're looking at. And with 96 hours of wiggle room, it seems to me that we could reduce those 4 days before Labor Day and still have room to add an additional wiggle room day elsewhere in the calendar, wherever it's going to best be served, still meet all the requirements of the state, provide for the parts that our surveys are telling us were most important for staff in the community. I'm at a loss as to why there's probably a barrier that I'm not thinking of, and that's why I'm asking the question to understand why we are not going to address those things and still be within the VDOE standard.
So, Ms. Linetti, you can tell me if I'm wrong in the interpretation of this policy, but it says school year shall be at least 180 instructional days. Our policy does not mention hours. It says 180 instructional days. Not in our policy, it doesn't. State code says or. State code says 180 or 990. Our
This
policy
slide that you
says,
gave us, the first paragraph or the first sentence says at least 180 days, and then the next sentence starts with, the school division may develop.
correct. So that language
So
is
that-
taken directly out of the VDOE.
So that is
language
not in our
code.
school board policy?
That is
what
in our
you're saying?
policy, but where so to your question, this is why Ms. Linetti can give that to you, is it says shall be at least 180 instructional days. We don't interpret that as or 990. If we were looking at alternative schedules, that language that you're reading there is the Code of Virginia language of where you would need to do that as long as the minimum of 990 is there. So I'll lean on Ms. Linetti to say what flexibility we have. I'm
Okay.
telling you how we've interpreted it as that standard of 180, as it was and it was 181, 182, 183.
Gotcha. And I think last policy, PRC, it wasn't officially on the agenda, but we asked about this one. And my understanding was that the way it was written was fine, that we didn't need to change it. But I am open to convening an additional PRC meeting if I have the availability of the members and staff, if this is the holdup.
Are you
Is
done?
Ms. Linetti gonna weigh, I didn't know
Oh.
if Ms. Linetti was gonna weigh in on.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the way I'm reading it is that you can develop an alternative schedule, so.
So we would just need to vote on it like we vote every time we vote for calendars? Okay, so we are clear to move forward with that without changing policy. I just want to make sure that that's clear. And so if that is the case, I would love to see an option presented that takes into consideration those extra 96 hours and how we can use those as a benefit or perk to attract staff, to make the community happy, to benefit the families based on what they're saying in the survey. Thank you.
Ms. Riggs?
Okay, so, the optional calendar that you, does that have 180 or 181?
181.
181. My question is, did you say that, and we can do 180, right?
Well, as we're just having we can do 180, and if you're having discussions on instructional hours, so we're having a lot of discussions here. We could go to 180, yes.
Okay, so if we went to 180, and if people say, you know, we need wiggle room because of weather, I thought the weather thing was we had needed snow days to make up, but now we've got the one-on-one Chromebooks. And so now, and we've said, you know, we can still make it up because we've got our Chromebook. And the VDOE doesn't keep us from being able to do that for inclement weather, right?
Correct, on an unscheduled day. Now, I'll just share with you the context of the challenge of going quickly to a remote day due to weather.
Right.
Typically, our process that we've outlined is saying on the first day, we are not going active on remote learning. Electricity could be out, families are making arrangements, all of those things. So, and our plan over the last couple of years on those inclement days was not on day one to say you are now going to engage with the teacher through remote learning. We just felt like that'd be a significant task. So I'm just giving you that context. But yes, they do give you the leeway for unscheduled remote learning days if there's a weather or other emergency that we would need to file with the state.
So, and my second question, I have that, but my second question is the staff workdays. I mean, I understand what administration is saying, but I also understand what teachers are saying. I mean, and I understand what the, special ed teachers are saying. But there are a lot of days put in that first couple weeks, and I know that's to satisfy administration. That's a lot of days. I'd like to see that put somewhere else during the school year.
So let me clarify a couple of things. It's not necessarily just to satisfy administration. I think they would, if it was said that's a flex day,
Right.
a lot of that challenge is getting to the 193.
Right.
As well as finding that one. So
Yeah, I
to
mean,
your
I'm not
point, we can certainly, if we are looking at changing policy or parameters, we certainly will have additional flexibility in other areas.
Yeah, I'm not saying take it away completely and not have the 193. I'm saying, can we put it
No,
somewhere
I
else?
agree. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, so those are my couple of questions.
Sure.
Ms. Franklin.
Okay, thank you. So I absolutely would prefer the alternative calendar. I do appreciate the conversation that Ms. Owen started, though, in terms of having that 96 hours of wiggle room for a post-Labor Day start at the beginning, because that is another, another comment that we heard from the bulk of people, that they would prefer that post-Labor Day. But if they only had an option, that they would go with a pre-Labor Day. When I was growing up, I grew up in Pennsylvania, so we had lots of snow days. And then this was in the 80s, so I'm not quite sure. We had to build in because we knew that we were going to have snow days. But then we just knew that if we had that situation, it would be added to the back of the calendar, which is understandable because then, of course, we need to make up instruction time, right? So I guess I understand the concept of, we have to think about the inclement weather days and address accordingly. But again, I can't remember who was talking about it, pre-planning for inclement weather, well, I understand that's a responsible thing to do. Again, back in the 80s, we always knew that if we had instructional days to make up, we would just then add it to the back of the calendar, which I think is much more palatable for parents because we know that that was the situation and we're just not pre-planning. So I would like to consider that option as well as, if we have to, we can add it, but otherwise this is our schedule for now. And then one other question I had is, I actually took a tally of the comments that we received. And one of the things that we did have was, that October 1st, the October 30, the October 31st versus the November 1st. I guess I'm not sure how you go from a quarter when we have a 1 day difference, how do we go with a 4 day difference based on what you were describing?
Because it was initially a 2 day difference.
Oh,
And then you
okay.
shift those, it makes it a 4. Now, here's what I would just generally say based on the conversation I'm hearing.
Okay.
If you are looking to make an adjustment to say, we want you to focus more on instructional hours, then a lot of this conversation and questions about shifting change, if that's the decision that you want us to pursue. I could play the devil's advocate if you would like me to, just to say what will come if we do this.
Okay.
And I'm not saying this statement as a support or against, so I want to be clear there. I just know where the emails are going to come.
Okay.
Okay, so when we say we're going to reduce instructional hours, we're sending a message to a portion of our community that we're going to take away time in school for students, as we're saying they're experiencing learning loss and they're experiencing other mental health issues, behavioral issues. It's the only place they get food. It's the only trusted adult. It's the only place they get counseling. I'm saying all of that. Now, my teacher hat comes on and says, if you give me staff days to prepare, I will be better in the classroom and better to serve students. So there's that balance there that I feel obligated standing here and reading hundreds of emails to say, any decision we make, are you prepared for the concerns that are going to come from other members of the community that say, are we lowering expectations when we're cutting instructional time? And I just share that with you just because I don't want again to hear if I would have known.
And I totally respect that because I agree. I think that that is going to be a comment that's going to be made. But it's interesting, then you give them, well, would you rather have a 2-week winter break? You know, and then all of a sudden that's, well, of course we want that, you know? So I think that if you remind them, you've asked for this and this is the way that we can make this happen. You want a post-Labor Day start, you want an earlier completion time. You know, I think that we have to remind them that this is what they've been asking for and something has to give. Something has to give. And so,
Well, if you look at that policy on calendar development, that's why I highlighted that area. If we would answer and say we're developing a calendar in the best interest of the operations of the school division, then it allows us to narrow down where those conversations become. I'm not disrespecting any of the other elements of why certain things go on. I'm just I think that was written in policy for that reason, to say we can't factor in 100 different things. You know, so that's a reason why I put a lot of those comments in there. You know, even your point of if we back-ended makeup days, well, you would have individuals say, I scheduled vacations because I thought the school year was over.
Well,
You know, so I'm just giving you these elements of any decision. What are we prepared to answer? What are we prepared to say, this is what we're committed to doing, and we will make that happen?
well, I think communication and explanation is always helpful. So if you, you know, again, growing up in Pennsylvania, you know, that was just understood that if we had a snow day, it had to be made up. So, you know, for planning purposes for families, you had to expect that there was probably going to be at least 5 to 6 snow days, at least when I was growing up. So, you know, that you'd be silly to plan for that. But, you know, I mean, you certainly could, but it would be silly to do that. So I think that if we just set the expectations, provide communication, you know, and let people understand. Same thing with the holidays. We had a comment about we would like on the calendar just the potential religious holidays so that, you know, the staff could understand, hey, maybe you don't want to schedule this play on this day, you might be missing students. I think it's just more information is always good, and just putting it out there and with the explanation and communication, and I think that would be very helpful for planning for families, but thank you, I appreciate it.
Ms. Brown?
Okay. So, and yeah, there was, policy 613, and I understand, the 990 and the 1086 and, you know, the concerns and, you know, some of the comments I read, are very, very easy for me to agree with, but I will say that, I did have concerns about whether or not academic achievement may decrease. I mean, 96 hours, how many academic days would students lose?
Well, you're looking at a 6-hour day in high school.
Right.
So if you do the math there, now I'm putting myself on the spot, but, you know, like 16.
Quite a few, yeah.
Quite
So like, to me, the balance might be, you know, somewhere kind of in between there. And so, you know, I think the 2-week vacation for Christmas is a very reasonable thing. I think making sure that, you know, our staff have some staff days placed carefully is important. And then the day before Thanksgiving, I think was another one. But I do have a question. So when we do adjusted dismissal days, in this option 1 pre-Labor Day proposal, do those count as full instructional days in the calendar?
They do count as instructional days, yes.
Because I kind of felt like they were a little bit oddly placed, so I was just curious, and so that makes sense now. So I kind of feel like this is a dilemma because the survey very clearly indicates a preference for post-Labor Day. This is kind of why I had really wanted a little box, and I understand staff couldn't analyze it, but it from a board perspective, it makes it a little bit easier for me to have confidence in my vote, on moving forward. So I really wish we had that, box in there. And I hope going forward, when we do surveys, that we can have something, and it's really for my vote, and my comfort level moving forward, for community input. While I was out at schools, last year, there was multiple occasions where I was pulled aside by teachers and they said, you did a survey and you had all these options, and then what we got was not even on the list of options. So that's my struggle right now moving forward, is I don't really feel like this alternative calendar is addressing the concerns that the community input have put in. And if we're gonna ask the community to take their time, and put input in, I would prefer that a recommendation that doesn't match what the survey comes out with as the result, takes that input in just a little bit, better. The other thing that I wanted to ask about, though, was, the convention center. How many years out do we contract the convention center?
We're usually about 2 years, so we have it contracted out. I think, and I'd have to confirm for you, Ms. Brown, but I think we have it out to what are we this year, 2024? We have 2025 scheduled. 2026, they usually look to schedule it soon. And I'll confirm if we have not already, but I know it's right around this time.
Is there any other, and are there any other calendar options that you have that might include, the post-Labor Day start? My problem here too is this last week of, school gets out, and then our high school staff is going to have to stick around for graduation, or I see heads shaking no, maybe they won't stick around, I don't know.
It would be different.
Yeah.
I have confidence in our high school teachers that really enjoy that celebration.
Right,
I mean,
right.
you've been to them, it's an exciting day. They've poured their heart out for kids. I think we would still have many that would see the need to be there.
Right.
That's my assumption. But I just know as a high school principal, most of mine did not need to be prodded to come to graduation. And many times it was challenging because it was at the end of a workday. So,
Right.
I have confidence that they would say, I want to go walk and see our kids. This is a culminating activity, but that's just my thought.
I just feel like it would be maybe in the future, as those are negotiated, if we could try to get those dates to align a little bit better so that once school's out, graduation's over,
Yeah.
you can go enjoy your summer. And then I also feel like in the new calendar that the alternative, it seems to me that some of the challenges from November are now shifted to January. There's a lot of extra staff days mixed in, and,
Now, I think the January looks very similar to this year's January, those two end days
Okay.
at the end of the semester.
all right, okay.
So
All
not too
right.
much different.
It's not too much different than this
But I
year.
will
Okay,
share with
just-
you that was part of the thinking as well on that November 1st, is that no school November comment kind of rang true with some folks.
Yeah.
That were told that, that we have too many days off in November, but that's an easy fix. I mean, it's just that Friday, but I say all of that because of the multiple data points that come into this.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I just feel like this is very difficult because I want to respect the community's input. Although I don't know that they felt like any of the other options were necessarily viable to them, and so they felt like they were sort of funneled to option one pre-Labor Day, even though they wanted post-Labor Day start. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Anderson?
First of all, I'm more in favor of the alternative for a couple of reasons. One is, I agree that we should have 2 weeks at Christmas. I would never choose a calendar where you ask students to come back on a Thursday and a Friday. I thought that was a mistake to begin with. So, I like the fact that it's built into there to have two full weeks. And we had a lot of people email about that, and that's what they were asking for. Also, there's a lot of, staff days at the beginning. 7 days is just too many days. I think if we could work the 8:15 and 8:16, move those 2 days. I know that they're just staff days, but if we could move those somewhere else, make them flex days or something. I mean, I just don't think we need 7 full days to begin the school year. Just put them somewhere else then,
Well,
or maybe.
you could flex them.
You
You
can
can
flex
flex them, yes, you could
Right.
flex them.
I think that would be a good alternative to showing that I mean, you could leave them where they are and call them flex days, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I know when I taught, I would be there that week anyway, getting my room ready. Because I always used to like put all the furniture in place, get the boards up, and that way the week that we had to actually be back, if we had meetings, I didn't feel pushed to get my room ready. So I would already be there anyway. So I'd use that as a flex day. I think that'd be great to have the 15th and the 16th as flex days. The staff day on Halloween, okay, I get it, but I taught kindergarten, and I can tell you, it would be wonderful to have a staff day on 11/1. Because they come in, they've been up late, they're
they
full
eat
of sugar, and so as an elementary teacher, I can tell you that moving that, and that, I know you want to be balanced on the quarters, but that one day is not going to matter a whole lot, okay? So I would suggest moving that staff day to 11/1, just for the sake of elementary teachers out there, show them that you really care, because those kids coming back, my Lord, they're going to be full of sugar that day. And I like the fact that Jessica told us about 1,086 hours. We have 96 hours of wiggle room. Let's use it. Let's use some of it. We don't have to use all of it that way, but let's look at it that way and say, we can do that instead of 108. And by the way, 181 needs to go away. Let's just talk about 180 days and let's just do it. I was teaching when we had 183, and I thought that was not fair to begin with. So finally, Dr. Spence came around and he allowed us to get rid of those 2 days, and his idea was we'll use that 1 day for 181 as a snow makeup day. But now we do have the alternative to do virtual learning, and so we really don't need that other day in there. So let's get rid of the whole idea of 181 and just talk about 180. And we've been told many times by several of our teachers that travel time in the secondary schools, they're really teaching still. Now think about all the things that they do during that travel time, and students are learning too still. They're learning how to socialize in the hallway and not do stupid stuff, which is what happens sometimes. There's a lot of learning that still goes on in between classes, so the travel time, I think we should be counting. And I even though I do like this particular calendar, I think I'm in favor of a post-Labor Day start. But, if we have to do a pre-Labor Day start, then let's do it for this year and then think about going back to post-Labor Day for next year, for the following year. See if there's anything else I have here. What? Oh, is there an alternative place for graduation?
We have not explored that option. Last time are you talking about outdoor sportsplex or the sports center? We checked the sports center. We toured that building a couple of years ago when they were removing the bleachers from the convention center. And we didn't feel like it was a really great conducive environment for graduation. A little bit difficult to navigate into the bleachers. setup is not the same. So at that time, we said, let's stay at the convention center. And we were a little worried at that time without the bleachers there. And we found that still that they did a pretty good job.
Okay, I get that. Okay, that's all I have.
All right, Ms.
That's my
Weems?
suggestions.
Thank you, and I appreciate the hard work. I appreciate you taking care of November and Election Day and all that stuff. Historically, is the most we've ever gone is 183? Okay. Because I know several times, and this is before anybody here was on the board, except for me, that there was efforts to lower it many times before we actually did. And you're right. The community came and pretty much said, and the school board is like, no, we can't lower it because that's lowering expectations. That's lowering instructional time. So many times we had that discussion, but it was just never lowered. And so I do agree that we're going to get those comments, definitely. Historically, and Cammie remembers this, I have always tried to push to get school started before Labor Day. Because I just thought that it was crazy to go to the middle of June, especially since some of our students were missing college orientation because they were still a senior in high school. And so I would go up to Richmond, and Cammie went with me, and we would have the city have 3 or 4 buses of people talking, we got to keep it after Labor Day. And then Cammie and I would be the only ones to say, no, educationally it makes more sense,
Yeah, I saw you speak.
Yeah, okay. And so historically, I have been for that, but, the community has spoken so loudly on this. They want to start after Labor Day. I mean, that's the one thing I got from this survey, is they want to start after Labor Day. And I remember a couple years ago, the last time we voted, I even said, this is not my personal preference, but I represent and I take input from constituents very seriously. So I'm not going to vote to start before Labor Day, even though personally I would want to. So I guess that's my issue, is I'm going to vote to where the majority of our constituents have asked me to vote, and that is after Labor Day. So I'm going to be seeking some sort of way to get this after Labor Day. Because I think I agree with what was said earlier. I think they were funneled into trying to pick a calendar. They said, we want to start after Labor Day, after Labor Day, after Labor Day. And then they looked and they're like, oh, these choices aren't very good, but I guess number one is okay. I mean, okay, of the worst choices. So I'm going to seek to start after Labor Day somehow, because the community has spoken loud and clear. And look forward to any recommendations that you can help me get there with.
Okay, Ms. Manning?
Yeah, I share Ms. Weems' comments. I see the benefits of starting pre-Labor Day, and that may be my personal preference, but I'm going to listen to the survey results because we asked the community what they wanted, and I don't think it's right to not give them what they wanted. I think that they've indicated they want a post-Labor Day start, and I can't support a pre-Labor Day start. Can you get us a post-Labor Day option before the next meeting?
Yeah, well, Dr. Robertson.
If we can hear the other remaining comments, because I'm making notes. You guys are digressing around a path forward, so we're almost there, where I think there's a path forward.
And then just one other thing, I'm requesting that the process for 25-26 school year start very soon, maybe March or April, with a school board vote no later than June.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Two-year.
Please.
2-year.
Please.
Mr. Callen?
No, me. Oh, that's right. He needs to go because he hasn't spoken.
Oh. Yep, Mr. Callen.
Okay, it's really just an opportunity to share my thoughts, and my thoughts really resonate with some of those that I've already heard. But it seems as though if we're saying to the community, what is it that you want? And this survey reveals that the most popular or most preferred calendar was one with a pre-Labor Day start. So if that's what the community has said, and we're saying we want to honor and respect what otherwise, why ask for their opinion? Excuse me, if we're not going to listen to it. So that's one thing I would like to do, is to say if in fact this is the correct reading, and the most preferred calendar was a pre-Labor Day start, check that box from me. And secondarily, I know we all feel the same way about education, but I guess I would want to just reinforce from this as an example of why we choose what we choose. The single most important component of this entire process is the education of the students. And whatever does that most effectively, instead of lowering the bar of the requirements of the hours of the days or whatever it is, the world is realizing that the educational outcomes are not what they were hoping they would be. So let's not lower the bar. Let's make it maybe a little bit harder to clear in an effort to achieve an outcome where we're gaining the academic results that we're all hoping our kids and our grandkids experience. So those are my thoughts.
Do you mind if I just kind of comment to summarize, because it's a good point, and it's the reason for the development of the alternate calendar. Was not a recommendation, but that most preferred calendar of option 1 pre-Labor Day, to me, would have been a prime example of, if I would have known all these other things to get an earlier end date, I'm not certain I would have voted for it. The adjusted dismissal days at the end of quarters for teachers, where they have to finalize grades after sending students home for the day. School counselors trying to update schedules to impact student outcomes. I think we would have heard throughout the year, boy, if I'd have known that the end date was here and all these other things would have been sacrificed, no day off before Thanksgiving, back on the 2nd or 3rd of January, I don't know if I would have selected it. So that was the purpose of the alternate calendar, to really take us to the point of, when we ask the community for their input, we definitely want to take it in, but we also have to give the input, give back the feedback of what this truly entails. And I think we've captured that in the conversation here, which I think is probably what Dr. Robertson is going to talk about next steps from what we've gathered from this conversation.
So, most of my friends are teachers, no secret. But I have one friend, in particular, who I use as my barometer. And I've talked to a lot of people about this calendar, but her comments are the ones I'm taking away right now first. And that is that she loved the calendar this year. She loved it. Because there were days sprinkled throughout the year, and those days just popped up in the most random places that she loved. And she gave me I don't even know what's left of the school year, but most of the weeks from now until the end of the school year, they're 4-day weeks. And so she loved that. So, all right, all of that aside, so that's why this is so hard. She loved this year. People don't like this year. But I'm reading this data a little different, and for the start date. And the school start date for parent satisfaction, 43% were dissatisfied, but 18% didn't care. So it's kind of a wash. It was 39, in favor, but that 18% didn't care. So that's a pretty hefty swing, right? And then I look at the staff satisfaction, which is really where I want to see a lot of satisfaction, and more of them were satisfied with starting before Labor Day, which I never thought I would see. 42% with 21% who really didn't care. So I say, if I had my druthers, I would say start before. I heard a lot of people say they liked that those few days to get kids kind of acclimated to school. We get all this out. You take your 4-day weekend. You come back and you're ready to go.
Well, it's something I've thought about. We asked a question about how they feel about this year's calendar while they're still in the calendar. So when you're dissatisfied with an end date that has not occurred yet, will that change at the end of the year? I don't know. But it's interesting, when you think about that question and go, I was most dissatisfied about the end date, the dissatisfaction is where it's located. But we don't know if that March day, staff day really was beneficial for them to have that break. We don't know how fatigued they're going to be at the end of the year, or if they're going to be rejuvenated at the end of the year. At the end of the year, they say, it wasn't bad at all. But we are asking a question of satisfaction where they still have nearly
Right.
20 some odd weeks of school to go. So it's an interesting discussion that the first year of this calendar was not allowed to play out before we really analyzed the impact of the calendar. And that's not always something that's done. Usually let it go and then go, let's take a look at it.
So one thing that COVID did teach us, I'll get those in a minute, is that we're smarter than we thought we were, right? And even though COVID was difficult in the beginning with pivoting to online instruction, the teachers did it masterfully. And I agree with the rest of the board that going to 180 would be fine, and find ways to maybe address some of the other issues that are important to teachers in between. But I'll yield to everyone else. That's just my input. And Mrs. Riggs.
Okay, so what you said is that's why you came up with the optional, because of
I've said
what-
a lot of things, Ms. Riggs, so you're going to have to.
Let me just make sure, because I know they were, you had Carolyn and Kathleen and Vicky talking about, listening to the public about starting post Labor Day.
Yes.
But you came up with the optional because you looked at the results and you saw everything else they wanted, so it really looked like the pre-Labor Day is what they really wanted with all the other
I wouldn't
things.
characterize it that way. I would characterize it by the fact that being in the organization
Uh-huh,
and knowing all the layers that are involved in the organization,
right.
that we have to take some that are not and try to manipulate to meet all the needs of the organization.
Okay, all
I
right.
could go on and on about probationary teachers, new hires,
Gotcha.
people that need assistance in areas, and say, how are we providing them? So that's all I'm saying on that end, is I believed if we would have come in here and said, most preferred, pre-Labor Day option one, let's go with that one, that we would have heard a lot about it.
Well, first of all, let me say that I appreciate this very, very, very much. This is probably the best we've done in 40-some years. I've been in the school system a long time. I've sat on the calendar committee 4 years. So I know what happens. I get it, and I understand. And you and I have had our talk just the last couple of weeks. I think kids belong in school. They need to be educated. I get that. But this is going to be a year that is going to be so lean with everything, including salary. And I know we did well last year. I get it. But we needed to, and we need to keep doing, as we all know. This is a time to look at all of these extras that people wanted. And it wasn't just teachers. It was families and parents, the 2 weeks for Christmas, the whole day for Thanksgiving, they were, getting out a little earlier at the end of the school year. All those things came up from everybody, not just teachers. So I think that this is kind of the best of both worlds, but I want to look at, listen to what many teachers have said, and because they sit in those classrooms, they know what's going on. And we all know the Virginia Beach teachers are going to make sure that our kids get educated to the very best, no matter what they have. Like Mrs. Melnick said, COVID, they did it. Now, there's some people that say, oh, I don't think that, but they did do it. And they will always do it because we have the best. So this is something I'm looking at, and that will cover everybody's wants and needs, and I think it looks good. This is something I'd like to see.
Oh, I'm sorry. It is. Yes, thank you.
I know we're wrapping up and on this topic, and Dr. Robertson is going to kind of summarize the direction he sees this going, but I'm hoping to have an understanding about when we come back and we'll need to vote, I assume next time we meet, people need an answer, is the options being presented, are the options being presented going to include a calendar that is looking at the hours instead of just the 180 days? Will we get an option that looks at the 990 requirement and we can half that wiggle room time, which would still give us 6 days to play with? I don't want to be a commercial for Chesapeake schools, but their teachers are going to get paid more and instruct 3 less days. It's hard to retain our teachers when that's the case, and our children are going to learn best when they have licensed teachers in the classroom and we're not losing them. And we have vacancies. We have people that are TEAs and not fully licensed and kind of conditional because we're trying to fill the spots. Is this an option that's going to be presented, or is it kicking down the road? That I just want to make sure I know where we're going. So.
Okay, has everybody had a chance? Okay. So first of all, many of us have been through this exercise for a very long time. I think the longest I ever saw Dr. Saltner stand at the podium was when he presented a calendar a couple of years ago after like 5 meetings. And it is really unfortunately, it's a bit of a thankless task because you have constituents who have varying needs. Military, families, staff, etc. What we try to do here is as the instructional leaders in the division, we've tried to recognize and acknowledge there is no substitute for face-to-face instruction. We learned that in COVID. We learned it well. Virginia Beach City Public Schools, if we talk about these divisions that we're comparing ourselves to in their calendar, it's not the same conversation when we compare ourselves to them in academics. There's a reason why Virginia Beach City Public Schools performs the way we perform academically. Part of that reason is we have an incredible staff. We have in the classroom, we have a deep pool of talented people helping those teachers hone their craft in the classroom and providing supports. We go 181 days. Now, you can argue 1 day, 2 days. Sometimes less is less, and sometimes less is more. So, what I've heard is the alternative calendar Mr. Delaney has created has generated some discussions, and it's not a deal breaker. However, I've also heard that we probably need to have a post-secondary option for you guys to consider. Because enough of
Post-Labor Day.
what did I say? Post-secondary?
Post-secondary.
Post-Labor Day, yeah, post-Labor Day calendar for you to consider because the survey results supported a post-Labor Day. And from an economic impact standpoint, there is a case for post-Labor Day. What I'm a little bit unsure of is, and to Ms. Owens' request, kind of like we did with the straw poll with Ms. Colucci, how many of you are interested in dipping below 180 to investigate 990? Because if the will of the board is not to dip below 180 and investigate 990, then I do not want to task the team to determine what that is, because that could be 179, it could be 178, it could be 176. So I would respectfully request, could you give me some straw poll? How many of you would be interested in having us develop a calendar that goes below 180?
To the 990.
We would have to meet the 990.
No, but what I'm saying is, but getting close to working with that.
Ms. Franklin, put your microphone on, please.
That's the only way you can do it.
Yeah, right.
Correct. It's 180 or it's 990. But, so, again, how many of you would be willing to go below 180 as an option?
And still be above the 990
Yes, we would have to be above the 990. Yes, yes, ma'am.
Which is what the other school districts are all doing.
Okay, so we will look at a post-Labor Day start as well. That includes, a calendar that exceeds 990 hours. One other question. This calendar that Mr. Delaney presented is 181 days. Well, that's exactly the question. If it's 181 days now, and we've developed a post that's fewer than that, it wouldn't make sense to do an apples and an orange. Orange being we're doing 990s, which gives us 177 days. We start post Labor Day, but if we go pre Labor Day, it's 181 days. To me, that's going to be a no-brainer on the decision. So, since the decision, the will of 6 of you was to consider looking at the 990, we can also go back to this option and do the same thing in terms of we're not going to meet 181 in this option. We're gonna meet something closer to the 990 in this pre-Labor Day option to see what that might do for us in terms of breaks, staff days. Yes?
Yeah, that.
Pre-post at 990. Okay.
Why are you laughing at me, Ms. Woodhouse? You're not being nice over there.
Okay.
Can I just be clear, Dr. Robertson, so I'm understanding a couple things, because I'm assuming, make sure we have the 2 weeks at holiday, make sure we have Thanksgiving, keep that present. Nothing after Halloween, we're all dressing up, we're gonna have a day off on that Friday. But yeah, so from a
That's a
policy
policy.
standpoint, we need a change for Election Day, so I can operate under that not being a holiday.
Look at the long work week ahead of, in August.
That's it. There's some that are pretty easy. I just want to make sure that when we come back, that there's certain things that we recognize that the task has been done. But I appreciate, Dr. Robertson, I appreciate the guidance, I appreciate the time.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, may I speak?
Well,
I think our teachers appreciate the flex days a lot. So,
For me?
You don't need it with
Go
the
ahead.
hours.
So for next week, will the calendars be on information and action, or are we going straight to action? I just wanted to know where we're gonna be. Not next week, next meeting.
oh, that's a good question.
Right, I just wanted to understand because we wanna have a
So
plan.
we would,
It's gonna have to be on information, so
And
it's gonna be
action.
another month before we're
Well,
gonna
can we
vote
do
on
it, information and action? Can we move it forward?
Information and action. Yes.
Families
While
need
I
to know.
understand that, we've had a lot of conversations about this and,
We have.
and
Lot of
we've landed on not rushing, or not going right from information to action to give the public an opportunity, and right now the public knows nothing. And so we have to give the public an opportunity to weigh in on that, and unfortunately, in this case, that's where it's gonna put us a month from now. So we don't meet again for this until the 13th, where it'll be for information, and then we're looking at the end of February.
Could we do it on the meetings that we already have scheduled, since we have every meeting in February, every Tuesday in February, so that we don't wait so long?
People are really complaining about not being able to.
All right.
I just want
Okay,
to
but
get them their calendar.
okay, but here's the thing. I'm assuming, Mr. Delaney, that you're gonna need 2 weeks to get this done, that you will not be prepared to present this on February 6th.
so let me, yeah. Yeah.
Cheryl, she said that was good.
Yeah, so,
No, be honest about that,
Yeah,
because
so
we
the-
do meet every Tuesday in February.
so the reality is, February 6th, we have to produce the CION.
Correct.
And Mr. Delaney's a key player in those discussions.
Okay, so now,
So I would, unless he doesn't get to sleep for a couple weeks, February 13th, we could bring it for information, and then you could turn around February 13th, or I'm sorry, February 20th,
Uh-huh.
and vote on it.
Okay,
Ms. Melick, also note for you on your budget meetings are special meetings, and you generally do not have public speakers on those days. So if you want the public to be able to comment for you, we would have to call a public hearing and do something on a special meeting. What you're talking about now is moving it to a regular date, but if you pick the off meetings, those are special meetings, which have limitations.
and we can call.
You would have to add it. You don't naturally do it. You would have to make arrangements on special meetings to do that.
All right. It's my opinion that that's probably the most fair option, is to do it a week later, but do a special meeting where we can call for speakers, just because we do have parents waiting. We are in a bit of a quandary with this one. So I've seen a lot of head nods for the 13th, followed by the 20th, and we'll make it speaker friendly, that for the 20th? Okay. It would be
Which one's this?
for calendar, yes, a special. We're gonna make,
The question, do you want speakers at both meetings or just one meeting? Okay, then we would just, okay.
okay, they won't be able to, we won't have it presented in time for speakers on the 13th. So it'll be a public hearing on the 20th. So that's where we'll hear speakers and then we'll vote on it.
If the item is going to be on information, it will be posted in the agenda packet on the Thursday before the meeting. So they will have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and they could come to the meeting on the
Of course they can.
on the 13th, to have public comment.
They can.
Yes, and then the
But the
board
next
could,
one, we'll have a public hearing. Because the speaker portion comes before the information. And so if we're not being presented the information, they don't know what they're speaking on. Right? So we want them to know what they're speaking on. It's kind of moot to have people give you suggestions on something that we're gonna turn around and it's not gonna make any sense. So if we make the 20th a public hearing for the calendar, then
But it's put on your agenda and
Got
it's
my hand raised.
information, so they're able to look it up.
you could also amend your agenda to have the public comments start after information. Because the normal schedule, the normal agenda, you have public speaking first, and you always return to public speakers at item number 13. So you could amend your agenda on the 13th to have the information presented and then have public comments after, just a suggestion.
It's a special meeting anyway.
it doesn't matter because we still cannot vote on it on the 13th. So Mrs. Weems.
Thank you. I'm trying to use my technology and it's
See,
not
and-
working. I think we should have them to speak at both meetings because when it's presented the 13th, we're gonna have two options and we're going to be deciding that night. Then they can come back and then they will know to speak on what we're actually voting on. So I think we just let them speak at both times and it's gonna cause an extra hour or two. Let's go, come on. This is
So-
important. This is the calendar.
If we're having a special meeting and we allow them to speak about the calendar, I think we can limit what they're speaking about. They're only supposed, on the 20th, they would only be allowed to speak about the calendar, nothing else, just the calendar on the 20th. That's what the public hearing will be called for, the calendar. Okay.
Okay, so am I getting a collective head nod here so we can give them direction? Okay. I don't think I need to repeat, right? We're good? All right, we're good. All right.
I've got one more question.
Oh, okay.
We've got do we need to make sure the PRC vote meets before this so that they can vote on that part of the calendar that we're gonna change the election day? So that we don't have to then go back and do all that. So PRC needs to meet before.
Okay. All right, then I'm requesting that PRC meet offline here. Choose your date. Okay? All right. Good work, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Wood.
I thought we were gonna have a Super Bowl party with the calendar. I was waiting on that. I was gonna wait for an invite. Thank you, guys.
Okay. So now, Robert Weigel, you were so patient. Mr. Weigel is our research specialist in the Office of Planning, Innovation, and Accountability, and we look forward to the college coursework and readiness assessment.
All right, excellent. So, good evening, Chairwoman Melnick, Vice Chair Franklin, members of the board, and Dr. Robertson. I'm Robert Weigel, Research Specialist from the Office of Research and Evaluation. This evening, I will be sharing data on advanced placement, participation and performance, as well as participation and performance on college readiness assessments to include PSAT, SAT, and ACT. As a preview of the results, analyses of participation data showed higher participation in AP exams and on the PSAT in Virginia Beach than the state. Overall, VBCPS performance on several assessments was lower when compared to the state. And this is a typical pattern where increased participation may be associated with lower performance.
Yep.
Additional analyses looking at VBCPS course-taking patterns and performance on the PSAT and SAT showed that students who completed Algebra 2 or advanced classes prior to taking the assessments performed better than students who had not. Okay. So we will begin our review of the advanced placement or AP information. So as you might know, the AP program provides high school students opportunities to take rigorous courses. Students who take corresponding AP exam for the course and earn a qualifying score of 3 or higher may receive college credit depending on the policies of the institution where the student eventually enrolls. If for any reason there is not a Virginia Beach staff member available to provide instruction for an AP course or not enough students to fill a particular course, students may take advantage of these AP course offerings through Virtual Virginia. During the 22-23 school year, students in VBCPS were enrolled in 36 of the College Board's AP courses. All students interested in enrolling in an AP course are encouraged to do so. Students who might struggle due to the increased demands can meet with their AP teacher and arrange supports for the course, such as tutoring. The AP exams are optional and do not have a fee associated, and do have a fee associated with them. To increase student access, especially for student groups who are underrepresented in advanced coursework, VBCPS pays the exam fee for students who are eligible for free and reduced lunch. The division also partnered with 2 organizations, the National Math and Science Initiative and Equal Opportunity Schools. Both organizations are focused on providing students equitable learning opportunities by providing funding for AP exams and increasing student representation in advanced coursework. As a note, dual enrollment courses are another option for Virginia Beach students in 11th and 12th grades to earn college credit. Dual enrollment course options are often preferred by students because the attainment of college credit is not dependent on a qualifying AP exam score. Okay, so when we look at our AP participation, overall 29% of Virginia Beach high school students were enrolled in at least one AP course during the 22-23 school year. When the percentage of students enrolled in AP courses last year was examined by student group, Asian students had the highest percentage of students enrolled at 53%, followed by white students at 35%. When compared to the prior year, all student groups, except for multiracial students, increased by 1 to 2 percentage points. Overall, there has been a decrease of 6 percentage points in AP course enrollments since 2018-2019, but a slight increase when we compare it to the prior year. As noted on the previous slide, AP course participation is not the only opportunity students have to potentially earn college credit. Students may also participate in dual enrollment courses and receive college credit based on course performance. There has been an increase of 5 percentage points in the percentage of juniors and seniors taking dual enrollment courses from 11% in 18-19 to 16% in 22-23. So the chart at the top of this slide displays the percentage of AP course enrollees who took at least one AP exam over the last 5 years. The percentage of students taking at least one AP exam was lowest in 2021 and was impacted by the pandemic, but has increased 12 percentage points since then to 68%. AP exam participation continues to remain lower than pre-pandemic levels of 75%. The chart at the bottom of the slide displays the percentage of AP course enrollees by student group who took at least one AP exam in 22-23. Asian students had the highest percentage of students taking an AP exam at 78%, followed by white students at 72%. Black students had the lowest percentage of AP course enrollees taking an AP exam at 48%. The chart on this slide displays the percentage of students scoring 3 or higher by student group for the last 5 years. In 22-23, the overall percentage of students scoring 3 or higher was 59% and increased 2 percentage points from last year. When examined by student group, Black students had the lowest percentage of students scoring a 3 or higher each year, and Asian students had the highest percentage scoring 3 or higher, followed by white students. This pattern has been consistent each year. This slide shows the percent of AP exams with a score of 3 or higher for VBCPS, the state, and across the nation. Since 2018-2019, VBCPS has had somewhat lower percentages of AP exams with scores of 3 or higher compared to the state and nation. However, an important note is that VBCPS historically has had a somewhat higher percentage of high school students taking AP exams than across Virginia or the nation. Okay, and so now the next portion of the presentation will focus on participation and performance on college readiness assessments, which will include the PSAT, SAT, and ACT. So before we examine these data, it is important to highlight the current trends with the assessments and the impact of the pandemic. As a reminder, prior to the pandemic, some colleges and universities discontinued the use of the SAT and ACT as entrance requirements. The pandemic increased the number of schools not requiring the submission of assessment scores for admission. As of November 2023, 73% of accredited institutions are what are considered test optional, and 3% are test free. Although many universities like George Mason, James Madison, and Virginia Commonwealth no longer require the SAT or ACT for admissions purposes, many schools use test scores for scholarships, honors colleges, and specific academic programs. As a result, Virginia Beach staff recommends students take these assessments and supports them throughout the process to maximize post-secondary opportunities. Okay. So the first college readiness assessment we will examine is the PSAT NMSQT, which I'm only going to say once. It is the National Merit Scholarship Qualifying Test. The PSAT is created and administered by the College Board. It is offered to all grade 11 students each fall and paid for by the division. There are 3 tests: reading, writing, and math. Grade level college and career readiness benchmarks are provided for 2 sections: evidence-based reading and writing, or ERW, which is a combination of the reading and writing sections, and mathematics. Students may opt in to having their information and scores shared with colleges and scholarship organizations. So the chart on this slide displays the percentage of Virginia Beach students participating in the PSAT over the last 5 years. In 2021, participation decreased significantly due to the pandemic. In 21-22, participation returned to pre-pandemic participation levels and increased 1 percentage point to 82% in 22-23. Additionally, when we examined the most recent available participation data for the state and nation in 21-22, the higher percentages of VBCPS grade 11 students participated in the PSAT than students across the state and nation, which were in the 40% range, as you can see denoted by the 2 blue dots on the screen. So the PSAT data on this slide is from fall 2022. A lower percentage of Virginia Beach students met the benchmarks when compared to the state and all test takers across the nation. Differences observed were larger in the area of mathematics. Based on additional analyses, when we examined PSAT data along with course data, it was found that higher percentages of students who took Algebra 2 and advanced courses met the PSAT benchmarks than those who did not. This slide displays the percentage of 11th grade students meeting the benchmark on the PSAT by student group. For evidence-based reading and writing benchmark, Asian and multiracial student groups had the highest percentage of students meeting the benchmarks at 73%, while black students had the lowest percentage. In 11th grade, less than half of all student groups met the math benchmark. Okay, so now we'll move on to our SAT. So as a quick overview of the next college readiness assessment, the SAT is a test created and administered by the College Board. It is typically taken in the spring of a student's 11th grade year or the fall of the senior year. The SAT is administered on Saturdays at various Virginia Beach high schools. Students are responsible for paying all fees for the test and providing their own transportation to and from the testing location. Financial assistance for the SAT is available through fee waivers provided by the College Board. Individual schools and students can also request additional financial assistance through the Access College Foundation. The SAT contains 3 tests: reading, writing, and math, with an optional essay section. So the chart on this slide displays the estimated SAT participation rate based on the SAT College Board reports and the VBCPS report of graduates. Since 2018-2019, the percentage of students taking the SAT has decreased from 59% to 38% for the class of 2023. As a reminder, this may be due to the fact that many colleges and universities have discontinued the use of the SAT and ACT as entrance requirements. Historically, when compared to the state and nation, VBCPS has had a lower percentage of students participating in the SAT. The table at the bottom of the slide displays characteristics of SAT test takers for the class of 2023 for Virginia Beach schools, public schools in Virginia, and the total group of SAT test takers. The numbers in the table represent the demographic characteristics for only those students who took the SAT. For example, 1,923 Virginia Beach students in the class of 2023 took the SAT. Of those students, 202 or 11% were Asian. Compared to the total group, Virginia Beach had a higher percentage of Asian, Black, multiracial, and white students who took the SAT. Overall data for Virginia Beach test takers were more similar to Virginia public school test takers. Because of this, comparisons on the next few slides will focus on Virginia Beach and Virginia public school data. However, data for the total group is included for reference. The chart on this slide displays the percentage of students by student group meeting the evidence-based reading and writing benchmark on the SAT for Virginia Beach, public schools in Virginia, and all SAT test takers. When compared to the state, Virginia Beach had a higher percentage of students across all student groups meeting the ERW benchmark. This chart displays the percentage of students by student group meeting the math benchmark on the SAT. Compared to the state, Virginia Beach had lower percentages of students meeting math benchmarks across all student groups except for Hispanic and multiracial students. Differences ranged from 1 percentage point for Black and white students to 14 percentage points for Asian students. Additional VBCPS data analyzed from prior years showed that students who took Algebra 2 prior to the test had a higher percentage of students who met the SAT math benchmarks. Students who participated in AP or advanced coursework had a higher percentage of students meeting the math benchmarks as well. And the final college readiness assessment we will examine is the ACT, which is a standardized test administered by ACT on Saturdays at various Virginia Beach high schools. Students are responsible for paying all fees for the tests and providing their own transportation to and from the testing location. Financial assistance is available through fee waivers provided by ACT, and individual schools and students may also request additional financial assistance through the Access College Foundation. The current version of the ACT includes multiple choice tests in math, in English, math, reading, and science, plus an optional writing test. The chart on this slide displays the estimated ACT participation rate based on the ACT report and the VBCPS report of graduates. Since 2018-2019, there has been a downward trend in the percentage of students taking the ACT from 13% to 4% for the class of 2023. Historically, when compared to the state and nation, VBCPS has had a lower percentage of students participating in the ACT. The table at the bottom of the slide displays the number and characteristic of ACT test takers for the class of 2023 in VBCPS, along with Virginia and the total group of ACT test takers. VBCPS had a larger percentage of Black, multiracial, and white students take the ACT compared to both public schools in Virginia and the total group. However, because of the small numbers of students in each student group taking the test, results on the next slide will be shown for all VBCPS test takers. So, and also, it will be hard to inference any conclusions from the small numbers. So, okay. So by section, 79% of Virginia Beach students met the English benchmark, 65% met the reading benchmark, 55% met the mathematics benchmark, and 53% met the science benchmarks. Overall, Virginia Beach had a lower percentage of students meeting the benchmarks for each subject compared to the state, but was higher compared to all test takers. However, because participation in the ACT was so low, it is difficult to draw conclusions from these data. Okay, so as a brief summary, participation in AP exams remained the same as the prior year, and PSAT participation increased slightly. The percentages of students participating in AP exams and the PSAT have been higher than the state and nation. However, participation decreased on the SAT and ACT assessments. When overall performance was analyzed for VBCPS students, 59% of AP exams attempted received a score of 3 or higher. 58% of 11th grade PSAT test takers met the ERW benchmark, and 24% met the math benchmark. 85% of students from the class of 2023 who took the SAT met the ERW benchmark, and 53% met the math benchmark. A higher percentage of VBCPS test takers met the SAT ERW benchmark than Virginia test takers, but VBCPS performance was lower on other assessments. Additional data analyses show that VBCPS students who completed Algebra 2 or advanced classes prior to taking the PSAT and SAT performed better than students who did not. And finally, when performance was analyzed by student group, the Black student group had the lowest percentages meeting benchmarks on all assessments, and the Hispanic and multiracial student groups had higher percentages meeting benchmarks on both the ERW and math sections of the SAT compared to Virginia and all test takers. This concludes the presentation. We are available for any questions you may have at this time.
I'm looking. Nobody? Okay. Ms. O.
Okay, just kind of quickly, the scores and range for our Black students, particularly in math, were really disappointing. Is there a specific thing that we are attributing some of that to? It looks like we are even well below the state average in that category. I think that was, I mean, SAT and PSAT and SAT, and we didn't get to see the ACT broken down. And I know that these are smaller percentages of our student population taking those. Do we feel like that's representative?
I would offer that one of the things that was loud and clear is whether the student had gotten through Algebra 2 yet from the math perspective. So then we need to work backwards from where pre-Algebra 2, what they take, what grade were they in, all the way down to middle school, and then really to fourth grade. Because in fourth grade, we want to make sure these kids are not being, I don't want to use the word tracked, but placed in an environment that's not challenging them. So that's something that the docile team and teaching and learning has been looking at, and we're really excited to have brought on Tina Mazzacane and her experience as a coordinator of mathematics. So I'm not putting anything on her, but I have a lot of faith in her. So
Thank you, Dr. Robertson. It helps to just have some of the context about when the tests are being taken and where certain student groups may be in terms of the continuation of those classes.
Okay, and I appreciate that explanation regarding Algebra 2 impacting the potential successful outcome. So there was a couple things that you said, and one of them I just want to highlight for the public because I think that it was really an important thing that you said. And I believe, and I'm just paraphrasing, but you said SAT, ACT test participation opens up the door for a wider variety, potentially, of scholarship opportunities. So I think that's important for the public to know that, particularly our parents, to, encourage your students, to help them determine what options are available to them as they're making these decisions, about what they're gonna do next. Can you tell me though, offhand, do you know how much the AP exams, cost for students that do not receive free and reduced lunch?
That one.
Thank you.
Couple of things. One, good evening. Just want to touch on the Algebra 2 piece. Yes, starts in fourth grade. That's where a lot of the work, support of the math team from teaching and learning, and working to make, we'll say, equitable and informed decisions as students are progressing from fifth to sixth grade. And then as part of our master schedule approach, there's multiple levels with middle school, but also in high school, really asking with support from DOSL, what does our process look like for identifying students who show promise for succeeding in mathematics courses? So it's not just sit with my counselor, you're in Algebra 1, that means you're automatically going into this. No, there's been some very, I'd say, longer conversations about mathematics over the last 2 years. To your question about dual enrollment, I'll get to AP in just, it's not dual enrollment, but not just scholarships from these scores. This also, if your GPA is not quite where we need it, you're also able to use these test scores to then become eligible to take dual enrollment courses as you go into your 12th grade year. For AP, it's $96. There's a $9 rebate that College Board will then usually give back to schools. And for every free and reduced lunch eligible student, there's a $35 discount. So usually it's right around $8 rebate. So the true cost of the test to the student is $96 with the rebate that's in there, not to make it confusing. It's $88 as a base price for free and reduced lunch students. They then give us a $35 discount. So the school division pays $53 for each free and reduced lunch exam. So non-free and reduced lunch, $96.
Okay, thank you.
Just want to give all those aspects before the follow-up questions happen.
Say that number again for the free and reduced lunch.
We as a division pay $53 per student,
53, thank you.
or per exam.
Okay.
Just want to clarify that.
But the students that get free and reduced cost lunch, they don't pay for it. We cover that
We
as a
cover
division.
that, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Moving on to our consent agenda. Tonight, we have the following resolutions: African American History Month, Career and Technical Education Month, National School Counseling Week, School Crossing Guard Appreciation Day, and B, under consent agenda, is religious exemptions. Are there any objections to the school board voting on the consent agenda items? Okay, seeing none, then I call for a motion to approve all of the items on the consent agenda. Motion made by, motion by Mrs. Anderson, second by Mrs. Owens. Any discussion before we read these? Okay, all right, then we'll start with African American History Month. And then we'll vote. Okay?
Whereas African American history is recognized across the United States and Canada in February every year, and it highlights the accomplishments and contributions of African, African American, and Pan-African people, and whereas many African Americans lived, toiled, and died in obscurity, never achieving the recognition those individuals deserved, and yet paved the way for future generations to succeed. And whereas in the face of injustices, people of goodwill and of all races in the United States have distinguished themselves with a commitment to the noble ideas on which the United States was founded, and have fought courageously for the rights and freedom of African Americans and others. And whereas African Americans continue to serve the United States at the highest level of education, healthcare, business, government, and the military, and whereas it is imperative for the good of our nation that schools continue to build awareness and understanding of African American role models whose commitment and achievements embody the American spirit and pursuit of excellence, and acknowledge the contributions made by African Americans despite struggles for freedom and equality. And whereas the Virginia Beach City Public Schools, through implementation of the Strategic Framework and Educational Equity Plan, strives to provide barrier-free access to authentic learning experiences for all students. And whereas the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach, through its core values, emphasizes the importance of valuing differences within our school division. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach officially recognizes the month of February 2024 as Black History Month, and be it further resolved that the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach encourages all citizens to support and participate in the various school and community activities that highlight Black history, not only during February, but throughout the entire year. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of this board.
Thank you, Mr. Cowan. All right, Career and Technical Education Month.
Okay. Career and Technical Education Month, whereas every student in Virginia Beach should graduate from high school prepared for success in life. And whereas career and technical education allows students to explore multiple pathways to post-secondary readiness through high-quality work-based learning experiences, workforce training, college preparation, and earning industry-recognized credentials. And whereas career and technical education is the foundation of a strong, well-educated workforce, which fosters productivity in industry and contributes to Virginia's leadership in the international marketplace. And whereas career and technical education offers lifelong learning opportunities that provide individuals with career choices, expanded earning potential, and greater job satisfaction. And whereas the cooperative and ever-increasing efforts between career and technical educators, administrators, and representatives of business and industry stimulate the growth of our local, regional, state, and national economies by preparing students for careers in high-demand, high-skill, and high-wage fields. And whereas the national theme of Career and Technical Education Month, it celebrates today, own tomorrow, demonstrates the crucial role that career and technical education plays in readying Virginia Beach students for successful careers. Now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach officially recognizes the month of February 2024 as Career and Technical Education Month in the Virginia Beach City Public Schools, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of this board.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown. National School Counseling Week.
Thank you. And just as a quick personal privilege moment, want to always remind our community that we no longer have school guidance counselors. We have professional school counselors. So, National School Counseling Week, February 5th through 9th, 2024. Whereas the week of February 5th through 9th, 2024 is set aside to honor the contributions school counselors have made to help students reach their full potential. And whereas Virginia Beach City Public Schools counselors are actively committed to helping students explore their abilities, strengths, interests, and talents as these traits relate to career awareness and development. And whereas school counselors help families focus on ways to further the educational, personal, and social growth of their children. And whereas school counselors work with teachers and other educators to help students explore their potential and set realistic goals for themselves. And whereas school counselors seek to identify and utilize community resources that can enhance and complement comprehensive school counseling programs and help students become productive members of society. And whereas comprehensive developmental school counseling programs are considered an integral part of the educational process that enables all students to achieve success in school and life. Now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach recognize the first full week of February 2024 as National School Counseling Week in Virginia Beach City Public Schools, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of this board adopted by the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach this 23rd day of January 2024.
Thank you, Ms. Owens. And finally, School Crossing Guard Appreciation Day.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say that,
We vote after. Oh, okay, sorry.
and I just wanted to say that we are just so grateful for the partnership that our school crossing guards provide to our division, and we will be recognizing those that want to come out in the first meeting in February. So, whereas school crossing guards play a vital role in keeping children safe on their way to and from school and must have a deep sense of responsibility, a great deal of character, and an excellent relationship with children. And whereas school crossing guards support the City of Virginia Beach Police Department with community safety and are the guardians of the crosswalk. And whereas school crossing guards' presence make drivers more aware of the increased pedestrian traffic in the area and guides children in learning the best practices for walking and bicycling near roadways. And whereas school crossing guards are dedicated individuals who are on duty each school day, rain or shine, greeting students, parents, and staff. And whereas Virginia Beach City Public Schools is proud of the district's school crossing guards and commends them highly for their commitment to the safety and well-being of our children. And whereas the safety and security of our young people is a top priority to VBCPS, and the hardworking school crossing guards of our division deserve our heartfelt gratitude for their service to our community. Now therefore be resolved that the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach officially recognizes February 7, 2024 as School Crossing Guard Appreciation Day, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of this board adopted by the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach this 23rd day of January 2024.
Thank you, Ms. Franklin. All right, so again, the consent agenda was motioned by Ms. Anderson, seconded by Jessica Owens. The voting board is open.
I'm spinning, Regina, so
She is. She's a bit. Yeah, yours isn't working either. Yeah, mine's not working.
The motion passed with 9 ayes and 2 abstentions because the board members were not in during the time of the vote.
Okay. Moving on to the action portion. We'll have to vote on these all individually because of the nature of all of these. So, the first item is the personnel report and administrative appointments. I call for a motion to approve the January 23rd personnel report and administrative appointments. Oh, sorry, motion made by Ms. Franklin, seconded by Trinace Riggs. Any discussion? All right. Dr. Robertson? Okay, oh, thank you. I see that. All right, the voting board is open. I did that last time.
Yes.
Ms. Brown, we're voting on the administrative and the personnel report.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, we have 11 ayes. The motion did pass.
Thank you. Dr. Robertson?
Yes, this is what happens. We haven't been after 11 in a while.
I know, we're
all-
into our 12th
we're all-
hour.
Yeah. So I am pleased that you have approved our recommendations for several appointments. First up is Christine McCune. Currently, she's an admin assistant at John B. Dye and Thurgood Elementary Schools. We're pleased that you have supported our recommendation for her to be the next assistant principal at Holland Elementary School.
Nice.
Yep, congratulations. Next up is Terry Bro. Terry is currently the principal at Betty F. Williams Elementary School, and we're pleased that you've accepted our recommendation for her to be the next director of elementary schools in the Department of School Leadership. And then finally, Abigail Doherty is coming home. She's a senior customer success manager and senior dedicated success managers with letters. And you've approved our recommendation to make her the next coordinator of pre-K through 12 in the Department of Teaching and Learning.
Nice.
Okay. Item B is the recovery school resolution. Before Mrs. Weems reads this, Dr. Robertson, will you just explain to the board and the public what this means?
Yeah, certainly. I've been in discussion at the request of the board with several superintendents in Region 2, specifically Suffolk, Chesapeake, Norfolk, and Portsmouth, who are all interested in forming a tandem to explore the creation of a recovery school to address students who are in a recovery stage. We know that based upon some work a couple years ago by Dr. Saltner, Mr. Delaney, Mr. Jameson, and Ms. Weems, we had prepared our program that we could open on our own, but we didn't get the funding from the state, and so therefore we could not proceed. There still is a lot of interest in supporting this recovery school model. And this resolution is simply requesting permission from the board to continue in that discussion with those 4 school divisions, as well as signal our interest to the state as they consider legislation to support a recovery school in Region 2 to the tune of $500,000. So that's what this resolution is for.
Okay, yep.
Resolution of commitment to an investigation of a Region 2 recovery school. Whereas the opioid epidemic, coupled with mental health issues and the use of alcohol and other drugs, has adversely affected students and the educational environment in Superintendent's Region 2, and whereas public schools in Region 2 offer no recovery school for students who have completed a residential and/or a formal recovery program, and lack of a recovery school impacts the timely return for these students to a public school educational environment. And whereas recent overdoses, deaths, school suspensions, and other indicators of drug and alcohol use are increasing among our youth, it is incumbent on our schools to provide support for these students with substance use disorder through a recovery school in Region 2. And whereas the Association of Recovery Schools defines a recovery high school as a secondary school designed specifically for students in recovery from substance use disorder or dependency. Recovery schools all share common goals: to educate all students in recovery from a substance use disorder in a safe and nurturing environment, to ensure all students in a recovery high school receive an academic curriculum which meets state standards and leads to attainment of a high school diploma, to provide supports to include counseling and public access to resources which strengthens students' social-emotional health while ensuring recovery and possible reintegration into the traditional high school, and to engage and educate families in a partnership to support their student in the recovery program and beyond. Now therefore be it resolved, 1, that Dr. Donald E. Robertson Jr., Acting Superintendent, and the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach begin the exploration, planning, and establishment of a year-round regional recovery school to be located within one of the 5 initial participating school divisions in Region 2, Chesapeake, Norfolk, Portsmouth, Suffolk, and Virginia Beach. And 2, that the 5 initial superintendents will continue exploring and planning for a regional recovery school through the securing of a state appropriation for continued planning and startup costs, identifying a central location, seeking partnerships to address the substance use and co-occurring mental health challenges, identifying online and in-person academic programs to meet the needs of students regardless of their point of entry, and developing a program structure determining viable transportation options, identifying staffing needs, creating a planning timeline for the target date for opening for the 2025-26 school year, adopted by the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach, Virginia, this 23rd day of January 2024.
Okay. There's your resolution to move forward, so I need a motion. Oh, I have to start looking up. All right. Motion made by Mrs. Manning, seconded by Kathleen Brown. Any discussion? Okay, Ms. Owens?
And I just wanted to clarify that this resolution does not authorize our district or the superintendent to enter into any contracts or binding financial pieces, that we are simply exploring, and that any kind of proposals from that exploration would come back to the board and need approval before we move forward.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Oh, Ms. Weems.
Yes, and I would urge my colleagues, and urge Dr. Robertson, actually, if this passes, we've got to do something about this. If you turn on the news, every single thing is talking about fentanyl and overdoses and our young kids dying. They're dying every single day. We've been talking about this since 2019. And we can talk for a few more years, but we need to secure this funding. We need to let Dr. Robertson move quickly, because this thing needs to be done, and it needs to take care and help our students who are suffering. And every one of us probably here has been impacted by this mental health crisis and this opioid brain disease, and several of us on the dais right here have. And so I urge my colleagues to support this, and Dr. Robertson, I urge you to move quickly, because we have spent way too long trying to do this. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Voting board's open.
Madam Chair, we got 11 ayes, so the motion did pass for the recovery school resolution.
All right, item C is the third amendment to purchase agreement with TFJG Canopy LLC, the Franklin Johnson Group. So I'll make the following motion. I move that the school board approve the third amendment to the purchase agreement between the school board and TFJG Canopy LLC, and authorize the school board's attorneys and the school board chair to take all actions necessary to complete the amendment. Do I have a second? Oh, I'm so sorry. Ms. Martin, thank you. Any discussion? Yes, Mr. Cowan.
Yes, if we could just clarify the details that surround this. I know that the bottom line amounts to an extension of time, and as has been asked, in exchange for us granting an extension of time, is there any compensation coming back to us as a result of that extension as a bit of a...
Right, so I'll let
Yeah,
the-
that is the agreement, which essentially last week, to look at it, you do get an additional deposit of $100,000.
I was leaving that to you since we had only discussed this in closed session. Okay. Anything for?
It's not an additional above and beyond the cost, correct? It's just another deposit that.
It is money that they owe you. It's not more money. It's not an additional $100,000. It's more
Right.
money towards that. So
Toward
you
the
have
purchase.
good faith
That's what I
money in this,
thought.
but yes.
Okay, so we're not making extra money off of it,
No, but you have more money in hand.
Okay.
Okay, anybody else? All right, voting board's open.
Okay, Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes and 1 abstention, so the motion did pass to enter into the third agreement, the third amendment to the purchase agreement.
All right, and item D. I'm sorry? You ready? Okay. Action D is the announcement of the superintendent. I move that the school board approve Dr. Donald E. Robertson Jr. as the superintendent of Virginia Beach City Public Schools effective February 1st, 2024, and that the school board approve the superintendent's contract as agreed to between the school board and Dr. Robertson. Okay, now, before that, I'm looking up and I see that Ms. Riggs has seconded that motion. And now we do have discussion, and I'll start with, Mr. Culpepper.
Don, lots of great stuff ahead. I'm looking forward to working with you. You have my support, and we've had a lot of great conversations. So you know where I stand. I think I know where you stand, and I'm looking forward to it. However, I do have an objective to one item in your contract, so I'm going to vote no today. I just want you to know all that stuff ahead of time.
Okay. Ms. Manning?
Yes, thank you. I have two things. I want to separate them out. I did not know we were having this vote tonight, and I'm disappointed with the lack of transparency with this, because the chair and vice chair create and manage the agenda and should have had this on the agenda in advance. The public is going to be shocked that they had no notification of this vote occurring tonight, and I'm even shocked because I thought it would happen at our next meeting and had no indication prior to this evening that it would happen tonight. But the vote is happening, so I'm going to switch gears now. Dr. Robertson, I do support you to be our next superintendent. However, I do not support the terms of the contract, which I didn't get the final version of until just a couple hours ago. And for that reason, I will be voting no.
Okay, Ms. Brown?
Yes, so I have worked very well with Dr. Robertson, and I feel confident I will be able to continue forward with a positive working relationship. So I do support the superintendency. However, I will also be voting no. My vote is specifically related to some specific contract terms that I cannot support. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson?
I want the public to know that we interviewed several candidates who were very well qualified, but through our discussions, we determined that Dr. Robertson was the best fit for our school division, and that's why we chose him. He stood out above the others that we interviewed. So I just want people to know that. We did do a national search, and he still stood out above all.
Ms. Riggs?
I want to ditto that for what Mrs. Anderson said, but I want to say that, yes, I do approve of what we are paying you in your contract. I agree with it. Actually, you did not ask for much of anything, so I think it was very reasonable what you asked for, so I totally support that and support you, and I'm excited about working with you again, or continuing to work with you.
Dr. Robertson, over the past 36 years, you have worn many hats: math teacher, coach, assistant principal, chief strategy and innovation officer, chief of schools, chief of staff, and interim superintendent. You certainly have grown in your profession. And now, sir, the ship is yours to steer. We have a lot of work to do, and the division is counting on you and your leadership to take us forward. Welcome home. Congratulations.
So, wow.
Would you like us to vote first?
Yeah.
Okay, the motion has been made and properly seconded. We've all discussed, and the voting board is open.
So, Madam Chair, we have 8 ayes and 3 nays, so the motion did pass, and congratulations, Dr. Robertson. Now we may stand and clap.
So, wow. Thank you for Jean for helping me write this.
Is this an Oscar?
No. But, I mean, I'm humbled by the confidence that you guys have placed in me to lead Virginia Beach City Public Schools to continued success. I pledge to lead with the highest integrity, and I pledge my commitment to our staff, students, and community, and to this board. And I pledge to live and lead by the core values of our great school division. I believe in the power of education, and more importantly, in our collective potential to accomplish even greater things together. I believe in the power of our leadership, our teachers, and all of our support staff. And allow me to conclude by thanking the board for this assurance, and allow me to thank my dear wife, Debbie, for her understanding, support, and her love, because without her, I would not be here today. There's no question. She picked me up so many times when I stumbled that she just would not let me fail. So I am humbled, I'm beyond excited, and I'm without further words. Thank you.
All right. Committee organization and board reports. Does anybody have anything to share before we leave? Many of us have 20 minutes until our Duolingo streak freeze kicks in, so. Ms. Anderson?
I just want to remind students, counselors, high school counselors of students who are in the 9th, 10th, and 11th grade that we are still looking for applications to participate and vie to become our ambassador for the Sister Cities Ambassador. So the last day that you can turn in your application is January 31st, I believe. So we're still looking for those. If you're thinking about it, go to your counselor tomorrow, get one of the forms, and let's go.
Anybody else? And with that, we are adjourned. It's 11:39. Oh.
Not only is it a long day, the number of topics that you guys have
Yeah,
tackled
we
today
did, this was
is
really, we
amazing.
did great.
So I've had, thank you for bringing up that, this is essentially the last slide. So I'm going to give you the short version, just kind of re-cage your brains. The CIP that we're going to be preparing for next year is going to look much different. And we need your guidance to be able to do that. So we've signaled to you the intent to prioritize maintenance. In order to do that, to shift funding where it is not going to be used for years, which is Bayside High School, and use that into, and shift that into maintenance. In addition, it may not be possible to have Princess Anne High School go close to the timing that it is in the currently adopted capital program, which means it will likely shift. We don't know how many years. Betty F. Williams is a lower cost project. So when you look at appropriations in those two, you can see in the appropriations to date column in Prince Anne High School, you got 133, and the Betty F. Williams Bayside 6, you got, hard to read that number, it's 20 something. So essentially with appropriations to date, there's enough money in there to be able to cover Betty F. Williams. We will still have the debt service problem, but that's a more solvable problem potentially than Prince Anne High School would be. So the order of priority as approved by boards, and the process to select to order them is Prince Anne High School, and then Betty F. Williams. Do you want us to consider prioritizing Betty F. and Bayside 6 in timing to potentially be able to get a new construction project viable? Current order of priority, Prince Anne High School, Betty F. Williams, Bayside 6. We may not be able to do that with the debt limit of $50 million and the funding and prioritizing maintenance. But because of what's in appropriation today, it may be possible to do Betty F. Williams, which is a lower cost project, to prioritize it first, which would really push off Prince Anne High School under the current funding constraints. And I've told you that mathematically unfundable for Bayside High School. There's a potential that Prince Anne High School gets that way as well.
So I apologize, I don't have the bill number, but Senator McPike's bill, 1% sales tax towards school construction, did pass the Senate today. We need to wait till crossover, of course. So I think it's hard. What I don't want to message to the Bayside community is that this isn't going to happen, because it still might happen. We just need to find some alternative funding sources. So I want to make sure that folks that are still listening this late, or might listen to the recording, that your needs are well known, and we're going to work on alternative funding solutions to maintain this timeline, or as close to the timeline as we can, based on available state and federal resources. Thank you.
So, and with that as a backdrop, I'll put it in these terms. Staff is delivering you the options based on the hand that we have been dealt. If somebody deals a different hand, the answers will be different, and we will do the math to figure out what that recommendation is at the time, to your point. I'm sorry, I'm not the one that selects.
No, she's not watching. Well, so what's your plan here? I mean, you still have the same costs on this. I mean, are you going to do a bid build now? I assume we're going to be dealing with different numbers here. We have a 30% plan that we own. So now what?
Correct. So without going with the PPA process, we stay with either a design bid build or potentially a design build. We haven't done that in the past, but there is an option to do potentially a design build. Similar thing, it's one project. We have a 30% design. If we did design bid build, we would take that 30% design, get it to 100%, get that approved, and then you put it out for bid, lowest responsible bidder, and then they're selected, and then you move forward.
Well, because that's the other thing that comes into play here is, potentially the 30% design that we have is worthless because we can't afford it.
Not really.
I suspect it's not worthless, but if there's intention to do things differently, we would just need guidance from the board of what values and priorities to approach and look at for what we're going to do at that school.
Well, it kind of brings me to where I was going to wrap this up, which is, obviously 3 schools is not the plan. You have, at least you had, 2 years ago, when you briefed this, a long-term plan for all of the schools. I'm just kind of curious, where we are with something related to that we can manage. And that's what you were talking about the other day.
That's what we're signaling to you. So.
Well, you didn't signal,
again,
you said it.
What's that?
You didn't signal, you said it clearly.
Yes.
The wheels were coming off the bus.
And when I say signaling, that's what we've been trying to explain over the course of the past more than 2 years and we've gotten better at the clarity which we can deliver what the problem is. And so we've described the maintenance problem. So we cannot, with level funding, given the inflation that has occurred in the past, projected to occur in the future, fund the schools that are in the currently adopted CIP. So when you say, what are we going to do with those? What we're saying is we can't do it unless there's a massive funding change, unless there's a change to debt limit, which will affect the operating budget. So debt service is funded out of the operating budget, which is important to know. It's not just, the the problem is associated with how much we're putting into the projects into the 6-year CIP. And then the debt limit, that service comes straight from the operating budget. And Chris will tell you, it comes off the top. So if you increase $5 million for debt service, that's $5 million in the operating budget that doesn't get to go to something else.
So, I know this is probably not a likely scenario, but if city council decides they want us to move forward with one of the schools anyway, they may do that. I mean, there's a lot of anticipation surrounding Princess Anne High School, for example. A lot of people are excited. We're excited about the fact that we were going to build Princess Anne. But also, I want people to know that the Betty F. Williams part and the sixth grade campus for Bayside, those sixth graders are in a building in what was called the old Aragona Elementary, and it was built in the early 60s. And it's in bad shape. So I'm not saying that I'd like to put that first, but at the same time, when you look at the building that those sixth graders are in now, I wouldn't want my sixth grader to go there right now. It's in pretty bad shape. Although our custodians still do a great job of keeping it clean. You go there and it's as clean as a pin. But the building's old, and actually we could probably sell some of that land after we get rid of Aragona, and we might be able to make some money from that to put back in our coffers. So that's an idea too.
Okay, so forgive me if I'm a little long-winded. I'm going to try not to since it's late. So first, I am going to go ahead and say I really do think that we should evaluate doing Betty F. Williams Bayside 6 first. What I would like to see is a holistic view of what doing that first would mean. So for example, as I understand it, we're combining two schools, right? So staffing, what might that do for us from the operating side, getting that done sooner? However, I have, and I know that we aren't going to be able to continue with the PPEA, and I didn't suspect that we were going to have the funding for Bayside High School at this time when these numbers came out. But the city council resolved that we would have scalable options. And in their resolution, they talked about concerns with affordability and long-term sustainability. And I know that isn't lost on you because, we're just having this presentation now. But I'm looking at the items contained within the interim agreement. And I was able to swallow the size of the Betty F. Williams Bayside 6 at 145 square feet, especially since the combined square footage was 134, 172 of those two buildings. But the plus minus 145 square feet then went up to 180,204. And I understand the whole input side of it. I did not have the opportunity to attend Betty F. Williams Bayside 6, but I did attend the Bayside High School one. And there was no discussion about square footage in those conversations. There was no discussion about costs. I was waiting for this frank conversation about how much some of these features might be. And I'm also looking in here, potential irrigation of playing fields for some of the other buildings. Do we need to irrigate turf fields?
If you ask if we need to irrigate turf fields, the answer would be no.
I mean, it's in there. So, okay, that makes sense. All right. I would be interested in some of the cost benefits being analyzed so that we have, you know, maybe a better ability to analyze which pieces, we can go out and talk to the community and figure out where we can go from there. But, 180,000 square feet is I'm not gonna be able to get behind that, especially given that we need to get more schools done so we can serve more students. And I will note, none of these, proposals for size, even though it said plus or minus, none of them came in minus. They were all plus. So, you know, it's not just one. And then one other note is that I also think for Princess Anne High School, aren't some of those kids that would be districted to Princess Anne High School if we were doing Princess Anne High School first already students that were displaced a little bit during the Thorogood Elementary rebuild? So there would be an alternative placement twice in their academic.
We can get you the answer to that one.
Okay.
I don't know the one off the top of my head.
All right. Okay, all right. And then, I don't know that, I think we need to put turf field at the NX either, being that there's other schools that don't have turf fields yet. So was also contained within here. So I think that's probably somewhere we could save a considerable amount of money. I believe those are pretty expensive, so.
Can I just address one thing that she said? Architects don't typically work on a scalable model. And when I bid a job, I'm bidding a job based on plans. But in this process, it's always been going to the community and asking the community what they want. And that's the most important thing, is getting the input from the community, knowing that you're not going to keep it all, like the tree at Thorogood. I mean, it was a nice little want, but you ask and then you do value engineering after. That's when you start to whittle away. And I kind of made a reference to this. I only went to one of the Betty F. Williams because somebody couldn't go. So I stepped in for somebody that one day. But I kind of likened it to the Three Little Pigs, the house of straw, the house of sticks, the house of brick. That is a cost that would be so large to have an architect build 3 different models for one building. And so I think we just need to be mindful of that the value engineering happens on the back end of all of this. That's when you start taking away and saying, okay, we don't need the waterfall, we don't need the tree, we don't need this. And that's where you start to save your money. That's what happens in that world.
Ms. Williams, if I may, I think the value engineering happens at a later, when we start using the term value engineering, that would be more than likely, and I'll follow up with you if this is incorrect, after a bid goes out, and then we have a certain amount of money, and this isn't always where it will happen, but we have a design and bids come in higher than design, and we don't have the funding available to be able to cover it, and then you start already within what you thought was existing, that's where you start doing value engineering. That's an example. It feels like we're in a position where we continue to need guidance and direction from the board. We did what was asked. Go out and do education specifications first. Get community input. Pare it down as far as you can and come back to us. And that's what we've done. And we all don't like the number. And what I mean by that is the square foot, the size number, whatever you want to hang your hat on. So what that then means is the leadership group says, okay, we're going to update our guidance and direction. Here's the value that we told you before that we wanted. We can't have that. So for example, nobody's going to like this answer. Ms. Weems, I know you're on the work. I'm just going to use this as an example. We said that we valued career and technical education. But that's a huge number. Oh my gosh. Maybe we want to say that we don't value it in the way that we thought we did, and that will reduce that size and reduce the square footage. I'm not saying that's the one that we want to do. I'm using that as an example for how the board can task staff so that we're actually doing things that you want to. The alternative is you just say, we just don't like it, go figure it out. And then we'll probably come back to you and start saying, okay, we got CTE, we got special education that's a little bit larger than, we allowed for some expansion there. And we'll start presenting you, and quite honestly, we're not gonna like any of those discussions. But that's the feedback that we need to be able to take what we're hearing as the next step of, hey, we want to continue to make it smaller. We're standing ready to support you.
Thank you. Obviously, there's no easy answers here, but what I hear you asking is, do you want at this point to have admin prioritize Betty F. and Bayside 6 while pulling Bayside off because we don't have the money for Bayside High School at this juncture? And I think we don't really have any choice. We don't have the money. I think it is important if we're pulling Bayside High School back that we then do prioritize those other Bayside schools, so that it's not just one area of the city that's losing out multiple times. But I think it probably is going to require some harder conversations as a board for us to really take a look at BUC and see if we need to make some really difficult, controversial, whatever decisions about zoning and using the buildings that we currently have differently than what we've been doing. I think that we have to have really difficult conversations surrounding all donation and how we have a building there that could house Betty F. Williams and Bayside 6 and meet some other needs. And maybe we need to look at doing the hybrid within a hybrid and bringing those cluster kind of satellite schools, pulling that ODC curriculum, bringing that to the neighborhood schools and utilizing what we have differently than what we've been doing it. People aren't going to be happy about it, but I think it's a conversation that we owe the community to say that we looked at it, we had a hard conversation, and here's where we landed, however we land on it. Because, I mean, talking about saving $100 million that can then be pushed forward towards one of those high schools. And so I think as a board, perhaps after the budget season, we really need to make time to have some of those difficult conversations and see where we land on it. So, but I would be, at this point, I think we do need to prioritize Bayside 6 and Betty F. and those HVAC projects. We have to have air circulating well within our buildings because that's a concern that we get frequently. So, thank you.
If I can jump in, again, the backdrop is the CION draft that we'll present February 6th, which includes the CIP. Mr. Freeman did share earlier that we would zero out the Bayside High School line. He and I are hypersensitive to the fact that if you just pull Bayside High School out of the CIP, the optics of that are really bad. But if you keep Bayside High School in the CIP, but you zero the numbers out, it indicates that, hey, we have not forgotten, that's still a priority. We just, at this point, we can't put money in there. And he already has an idea about how he would want to reallocate that money. We can do that for the CIP we give you on February 6th. And we can then give you time to determine whether or not, when we get to the March date, when it has to be done, do you want to prioritize Bayside 6, Betty F. Williams, over Princess Anne High School? Mr. Colbert, we won't lose the design plans we have, because to Mr. Freeman's point, we're going to need to have some further conversation with you, because we can meet with whatever standards the board dictates you want us to meet. Right now, the educational specifications that we were operating under, have given us large buildings. And a couple of weeks ago, we talked about some of the spaces that were larger than the spaces at Tucker and larger than the spaces at Highland Springs. So that will give us time to do that over February. And then we already have a retreat topic to talk about the juxtaposition between declining enrollment and aging facilities. So is that going to give you what you need, Ms. Freeman, if that's what, if we can just say we're going to zero out Bayside High School in our draft, you're going to reallocate that money, and then in those discussions in February, we can figure out which school we want to prioritize to move forward. Does that take you?
I think so, and if, so what I'll share with the board, because I understand this is challenging, if we're finding that Prince Anne High School, that we can't get there, and what I mean by can't get there is because if you move it 1 year, it costs an extra $15 million. So and it will have to be moved at least 1 year in order to be able to get to 100% design, because we got 30% design right now. So as you move things to be able to accommodate the HVAC, if we find that that's going there, would you be okay with us coming back and saying, we looked at it, Prince Anne High School, you can't get there, so that's why we've given you the option. The first going in position option has Betty F. Williams, because this is achievable, and not be surprised that, hey, well, that's not what we asked you for, but hey, this is an achievable way. We can show you a Prince Anne High School still being the priority, but it's unachievable. Would that meet the board's, Dr. Robertson, I believe that answered your question, but would that meet the board's intent? And we're trying to signal this in a way where you see it, you're not like, what did you just deliver us? We never talked about this. We want to make sure that we've fairly communicated what the challenge is in advance.
I would still like that holistic look at what Betty F. Williams Bayside 6 would look like for potential savings. There may be some positions that won't be necessary from combining the schools. So I'd be curious what that looks like.
I think you're asking about like personnel numbers and how
Yes.
that would. I don't know that we're going to be able to have that by this budget season. In addition to that, the exercise that the Building Utilization Committee, which Mr. Culpepper chairs, which Ms. Weems is on, as well as Mr. Callan, has asked us to look at an elementary school as an example to be able to get the data that you're talking about. And that would be part of the BUC process. That BUC brief is going to happen end of March. We're going to propose, as was requested, have staff propose an elementary school that we would look at to be able to go through the exercise that you're describing that would then be delivered in the fall next year.
Okay, so there's no way to get that information for Betty F. Williams Bayside 6?
So I think
By
the
what time
challenge,
frame?
yeah, I think the challenge would be, we could deliver you information about what the current structure of the school looks like in terms of savings. But what we're hearing is the current structure is a structure that that is too large. So whatever we gave you, it wouldn't be valid, because if we have a different design, it could require a different staffing.
Is that what you were getting at?
I wasn't answering your question in that way.
I'll follow up. It's after midnight. I'm not going to hold everybody up. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I think we have enough.
As we reflect on what you've said, it seems as though, there's a sense of urgency needing direction from us. My question in reference to that particular issue is, by when do you need to know an answer from us for your planning purposes?
I think we have enough, because we need to, as Dr. Roberts said, develop a CION. And it's January 24th now. So we have what we need at this point in time to be able to come back and deliver you something that is reasonable to be able to begin the process that'll take us through the next 2 months.
Well, but part of your concern is coming back with us with information and surprising us. And if that's your concern, it seems as though Princess Anne High School is now off the radar screen. Bayside High School is off the radar screen. And with the resources that are available right now, what's reasonable, logical, possible, considerable is Betty F. Williams. And as a result, when we next meet again, we should be thinking that that's the window of opportunity that it makes itself available to us. But again, I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly. Is that pretty much the handwriting on the wall?
Yes, the only softening that I would do is related to Princess Anne High School. We need to run the math to ensure that whether it's doable or not. It seems like, but we're going to run the math to ensure that.
All right.
And again, the beauty is, what we give you February sixth as a CEON can be adjusted through conversation in the month of February. So,
Yes. Thank you.
I thank everybody, you know, we've been here a very long time with this mini retreat and a double agenda. And so this work was really, really remarkable. And I thank everybody. And we are adjourned. It is 12:07.